nice thing is, if they overcharge you, they can't admit it. Yeah, dude, that's 100%. It's so funny. Chipotle actually changed it. I'm not gonna lie, I've gone to Chipotle 7 times since June started. And you wonder why people laugh when you say it. It's just rude, to be honest. If you're asking me a question of like what I was doing earlier today, and I tell you exactly what I was doing earlier that day, I guess I'm going to paint the scene for you, Terry. I was saying, so two of my friends woke up in the studio space, and the other friend of mine is moving in with his girlfriend. And he wanted to play piano in the studio space. So they asked me, hey, by the way, I asked the group chat, like, a serious question. Okay, now, whatever I say next, are you going to answer my question? Yeah, thank you. So I said, if I started a business called Jamar's Friendship Service, would you bring me on? I think I'd have to like do the service first, but you would answer. Sure, if you wanted me to like give a rating 1 through 10. But anyways, so the person answers and they ask more about the business and I say it's like being a Facebook coach. And it's like, nobody else answers my serious question. And then this guy's like, hey, can you yeah. I'm like, okay, for sure, you got it. We'll be there, dude. And then I'm helping him get out. And there's like a whole stuff. So he's getting the ratchets. And like, so we're just standing around waiting. So I was walking through it. I'm not bigger than him, but it's me and I'm walking down our little trying to be a hilarious, funny guy. And it's just, I wish I could like the fly in the wall there. What happened in the city when we proceeded it. That would be so funny. I kind of want to hear everything next to what made you laugh about the German segment. Which flags? I know funny technology. And you had them, you know, in your hand when you answered. They're like, you're like Chipotle, and then you spell it. They had a really good like Tana Mitchell. It smells like Chipotle. I bet that's what he did. Everyone's plotting against you before they have a meeting. They're like, I'm going to fuck with Germany. I'll bring you like around with my friends. Alright, so what are we doing to fuck with Germany? You know what I saw on Reddit today? Speaking of friends, because like right when I would Reddit this morning, I'm like, figuring out what we're going to do. I was going to go on. Anyways, it's like, hey guys, it's really short or whatever. I just wanted to try some I'm listening. That's why I was laughing. I was like, oh, I'm going to write one now. Saying, hey guys, I'm really short. You shouldn't. That you feel a thing. That's awesome, dude. You wake up. It's so funny to like wake up early in the morning and see like another guy who's like really going through it. He's like ruining his life. It's like, you wake up. You're up early. He's asleep drunk. It's probably like the middle of the day, and you're seeing some stupid shit he's written to the public. And instead of being like, no, they should just really be like, but if you're instead of being like, oh man, I gotta help that guy, you're like, dude, that is such a funny idea. I'm like, I'm this blue short ticket. Disregard my last message. I'll suck and I hate you. And it's wait, if you follow us, we did the show, it doesn't matter. Our friends, Blue Shorts and Oathman, that we reference from time to time, they're having some kind of argument, and Blue Shorts is just losing it and writing posts about whether he's leaving leaving. Like one day he's leaving the show, another day he's like, sorry guys, I'm just like, and then he'll like send out an email to everybody. It's the most manic, like insane. He put out this other show. He put out an episode out of nowhere. The title is "Goodbye for Now." Goodbye for now, which sounds like you're quitting. And he's like, why would people think I'm quitting? It's like you put out an episode that says goodbye for now. And then like after that, he did another episode that was 5 minutes long. But it didn't make any sense. And then it's just the whole thing. We're trying to figure out what's going on. But so do you think I should not do that? I mean, I think it's pretty funny. I didn't know any of this backstory. I just saw it's Blue Shorts, and I was like, I wonder if it really is Blue Shorts. There's no telling. I don't know what his username is. That's sort of funny. It's like, yeah, you have this paranoia because, like, I'm involved and I'm, like, an asshole, so, like, I might have made it up. But also, like, a lot of stuff on anything in my sphere of the internet is, like, possibly made up, or because all I do is lie online. If you follow me and just make up stuff. And then I saw your text from yesterday, dude. I should have done that. I barely saw it this morning where you're like, I should have dressed like a San Antonio Spurs fan and got beat up at Flatbush. That was good, dude. I keep seeing all these videos of like some people just in a Spurs jersey and then like 10 New York fans are like beating them up and then all these people are like filming it or whatever. I thought it'd be funny to dress up like a Spurs fan and have someone beat me up in front of Flappers and there's like a Flappers sign. Yeah, I fucking, oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I also wrote some like fake stuff on the Reddit. No, just on the Reddit for the. It's like such an inside bit. It's not worth going to, but yeah, I do stuff like that, like make up stuff and say that they're doing it. Oh, so I actually wanted to show you this. I've been in contact with Successful Egg. Whoa. And Unique Trashes, Gerdo and Cooney. What are we doing here? Nice. Oh fuck, goddamn it. Oh shit. Yeah, now you gotta plug it in. Just not ejected properly. I bet that's like what Rothschild sees when it's about his life. So he did. I'm never gonna stream again. It's pretty good. What's the joke with the jacket off? Is everybody watching you gonna be jacking off too? I mean, I don't get why people want to listen to somebody talk about jacking off. Somewhere right now, so I'm in a public bathroom because it's very situated up and I'm stuck in a stall. He's like screaming for help, but then his throat is like his vocal cords can't scream help because he didn't kick his ribs. You guys, I mean, are there really homeless cats watching this? If they really watch these guys, I mean, let me know your thoughts and comments down. Did he like you? That's pretty good. I was like, damn, Unique knows her show really well. Dude, Successful Egg is like a genius. He told me he was going to post that on the TV tape, but he's like, nah, I get too much hate. Good luck with that, Successful Egg. If you want to lose credibility, yeah, go ahead. But I wouldn't hold off if you want to continue to have fans on that page. Oh, great job. That was great. I haven't seen it today. Good stuff. Successful Egg, one of the greatest people. Big BT, so posted. I see some other people make some moves. Let's go. Oh, dude, I'm so happy. This is my victory lap, dude. We should also mark this down as a time where they tried to start pointing אבל לא יודע, אני מרגישים סוגים על שניים. הספרים, אבל בוא נסתכל על הכפתורים. יש עוד פעם, 7 כפתורים, בכל כמה למעלה יש כפתור, נכון? אז יש 7. ובשלוש יש בעצם 4. יש 4 יש כאן 4. 7 פלוס 4 זה 1. זוכר לך כל? יש אחד כאן למטה
we really didn't like it when we watched him, and then we watched the Shakira thing. It was actually really good.
Oh my god, dude. Shakira's song's amazing.
It's a good one. I might listen to it. I'm playing for Curacao. I used to like blue Curacao. Stop drinking. King Bird said they needed a forward, so I said, okay, throw me in there, coach. He's like, right before the game starts, here's if you got heard of Brian Callen. Or Joe Rogan said stand-up so good, thank you, Joe. You ever heard of Randy Chow? I got my start on the T-Fan K podcast. Here's the fire in the can. That's the funniest thing I've heard. That sounds like that's what I say in the morning when I'm like, it's like, I love you, have a good day work. I'm like, oh, have a good day work. That's me in the fire. That's what I say when I'm in the parking lot after I took my first sip of crack. That's the best thing. That's the last thing you hear before you fucking relax for sure. Here's the fire in the can. I want to hear that Vegas team. I want to be fucking in Vegas. Substances here. In the fire in the can. Get me there now. Oh my god. I just took my lines and hit me. Whatever, do that. But what I was trying to say is like, dude, they didn't have me before the song. It was like, people fucking hate you, dude. Yeah, they don't like it. You struck out. It's just not good. Listen, gee, I don't think you follow these ways. Please have like a friend, Jelly Roll, do the FIFA World Cup song. Yeah, I mean, it's a curse in the game. What countries would want that song as their game? Definitely America. They're totally in it. Is it? No, because in Mexico too. Is it America, Mexico, or is it anywhere else where the games are being played? Canada.
Canada had Michael play open for them. Mexico had Manon Shakira. And then fucking America had Katy Perry in like some weird robotic pregnancy.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I know she was at one of the games with that Trudeau guy.
Oh, I know, yeah.
She's dating Donald Trump. Apparently, isn't she like pregnant by like 3 apparently Justin Trudeau tweeted out or posted like boyfriend duties or whatever. But I saw someone online say if I'm posting something that says boyfriend duties at the age of 56, please click on my life. This is like pregnant robot. That's a weird dress.
think it's
Dicono che
cool
l'otto
there.
domani sta di nuovo dimostrato che la come il sito di sito vuole su Marocco
Future
sabe
AI
che
in America.
questa appunto la sabe da Rothschild
Or she's like a trash can, I guess.
sì alla fine da
She kind of looks like a
now
gay trash
there
can.
is talk
She
about
kind of looks like a robotic
there
dog.
is
That too, yeah. I mean,
noi di ma
that's trash.
hai una scena
Looking at
non
that,
ci va a sentire
I've been to absolute trash can. Anyways, have you been watching World Cup stuff? Yeah, I like it. And I always like the World Cup. I've always been the World Cup guy. I don't fucking watch all the games, but I tune in from time to time. I saw like at the USA game, I saw like the Gio Reyna goal. I saw like I watched a good part of the Brazil Morocco game. I've seen a lot of highlights of his Germany makers. That was an exciting game. Yeah, because Germany scored one pretty good goal, and then Curacao scored. And that was bananas. Yeah, good for them. So like right now it's going to be Spain, Cape Verde, and Spain. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, there's a bunch of teams that like have never been there before, right? So Haiti, or Haiti's really good. But Scotland, yeah, Scotland's been. Who are the teams that are not? So definitely Curaçao's new. Cape Verde, yeah, which teams are the first time it's ever been there? And it's I think it's cool that they're doing this shit. But Germany gets the fucking layup. I think it's gonna be like easily make it because they get 7 goals in 6 minutes. Cape Verde, Jordan is big city. Curacao, nothing. Yeah, Qatar, dude. Qatar's who did Qatar play? I believe Qatar play. It's like the one thing that I didn't really think about, because I'm not a big soccer guy, is all the players from different countries, they're not from the country that they play for. So a lot of them, USA's got that too. One of our best players is a dude from England who's Nigerian. That guy that's really crazy. Is that how you say his name? How do you say his first name? I was looking at his name. I was like, is this a Lale song? It's like, I call him FB. It sounds like he'd be good as sports. Yeah, every time World Cup happens, I'm like, dude, in 2 years we're gonna have a kid. We're gonna do the math like your kid will be like 10. And then fucking nominate him Saturn. And all that stuff. That does sound like it'd be good in soccer. You're smart. That's good. Gio Reyna, his mom and dad soccer players. Like Claudio Reyna, remember that guy's like our famous. He's really good. And then I think his mom was good too. So of course he's gonna be good soccer. Carlos Bocanegra. That name sounds super familiar. I'm pretty sure he played for the Chicago Fire. I don't know if he ever made it to the national team, but my history teacher was his dad. That's cool. I've been like loosely, very loosely following. I know, I remember the Pulaski guys really good. Loosely. And then I started looking for it. I don't know. I really don't know because we have two. Have you heard about the Jets? They beat the team they played like 2-0. Who did they play? They played South Africa. Oh, yeah. It's very interesting. I mean, I know these guys I work with on Split World Cup. Mexico, and I asked them, I was like, oh, yeah, what's up? I was like, it's awesome. We won. Man, you know what's funny? For reasons. You know how to say Netherlands in Spanish? No. He says vamos. Lands. Oh, man. And everyone, that was tripping me out. The spelling of Turkey. Did you know stuff like that? Like the way it's spelled. Turkeye or something. What is that? Honestly, it's like an attention seeking game.
Aliás, usa o lado do bolso. Ó,
That's
ó,
my
ó,
guess. I had no idea for their flag right now.
achei que era do bolso.
They have a very. It's hard not to see that flag than watching shoot down the flag like that. Yeah, Turkey sucks ass, right? I think they lost to Australia. Yeah. Australia is good. I think. No, they're not. They suck. Aussie, oi, oi, yeah. But they do play up to the corporations. Yeah, they've done a job. It's good. Yeah, I guess if here's a question, I think there's any of those. If you were like super good at soccer, would you betray the U.S. to play for another team? Probably not. I'd probably like for the U.S. to, you know why? I don't see it. And I love where I'm at in life. Spanish ones, right? I love Spanish. I see like a fucking a dude with a rose. Like I know all this people. Yeah, like when I'm around these fucking Mexican guys, these fucking weird ones, it's just like, hey, boy, everything because of how I don't know how to speak Spanish. You know what I mean? And I don't want to go to my fucking national team with that anymore. I think it's funny that the reason that you wouldn't do it is because of like that you speak Spanish thing. I'm saying that out loud, so like people ask me if I speak Spanish, I'm just like, I just want to do it. That's funny. So for me, I probably would play for the U.S., but it wouldn't be any kind of like nationality thing or like fandom. I would maybe play for France just because I could love France. Like they have a good chance of winning. That's not, and also I'm part of France, so I can get in that way, and then I would be a champion. So that's like maybe why I would portray the U.S. to do. Yeah, I actually heard the French national team coach say that he was like two programs. You can do the same thing as Mexico. Probably has a pretty good chance, right? Are they one of the top 10 teams? No, I think Mexico's like somewhere like between 12 and 18. That's very like the U.S. is too, right? Yeah. France is like number one. People are saying that UEFA is like kind of like overrated. So like we'll see today and tomorrow. Because tomorrow France plays today Spain plays. Yeah, but like how do they do? Because they are the favorites, whatever. Right? Teams are good. But fuck all those European pussies. I have no allegiance to any team. Morocco's like I think 10 maybe. They're pretty good. Morocco's boring as fuck to watch though. I can't stand it. Yeah, I don't really know. Like Morocco is so boring. I was rooting for Brazil. Brazil also really good. Look at the Vinicius Junior. They're top 10. For me, so I mean, who knows? Maybe we find like Mbappe. You see me in the game, you ski there, it was so funny. Mbappe, he's like, who is this man? I don't know any French. It'd be tough to communicate with my teammates. I don't know if this is weird. I started calling my teammates that's a difference. I feel bad, honestly, for the Spurs because, I mean, the vitriol that's like was left on the I'm sure he kind of pussied out a little bit. But he's 22 years old. I don't think he did anything wrong. Like, fuck this guy. You know? Like, he's young. Give him a break. You think he's a sociopath because he was like, we dominated. We didn't want to talk to him. That's not me. I think he seemed like a decent person. Yeah, I mean, I think that's more because he's the focal point of their defense and offense. And like, that's the big guy. But the real answer here, tell me what happened. I saw a bunch of them. I can't stand here. What did he do? They made him fake. So, like, it's a long story, but Miguel's a big fan of the San and so, like, I watched Kings games with him. Derek Fox was on the Kings. And Summers just were like called the same mistakes and just made it the finals. And, like, it would drive Miguel nuts. And then now it's like on the biggest stage, and people are seeing it firsthand. And I was like, oh, now I get what Miguel's saying. And so, game 5, I wanted it to be over. Game 4 was so fucking bad. And I'm sorry for people who give a fuck about it. Game 4 was so bad. Like, Boston, like, beat
That's funny because I saw when I didn't watch all the games, like I only watched a few, and I saw on the game, or I'm sorry, I saw this tweet about making fun of De'Aaron Fox, and it was a guy who was in Texas that De'Aaron Fox would be his own line. This dude doing extreme logos. Like, dude, this guy is so funny. I was like, did he do that in the game or something? They made the series start out bad for me because I bet on the Spurs on Calcio right at the beginning, and I go, I'm like, these motherfuckers, they fucking suck. You know, he was texting my friends like these fucking Spurs that stole my money. I go, man, that's gonna be so I stopped playing with the Spurs after that. I was like, they gotta win one game. But no, I'm happy with the things they got from the Spurs. Brunson seems like a very good guy. He gave like a bunch of money to pay for school lunch for kids. Like, man, this guy. He's like, do you want apple pie? Yeah, he's and make sure they get apple pie at their lunch. Yeah, I mean, that's serious crazy. Yeah. His dad is a coach on the team. That's nuts. His dad was a player. That's, whoa. That's nuts, man. That must be nice. Your son wins MVP and you're the coach. It was a great week, but also terrible. You know what I mean? Yeah, the Spurs fumbled it back every game. And then I was like, oh, at least the next time we scored. And I saw the Sculpture Day, and I was like, this fucking sucks. And then I watched the World Cup like was awesome. I loved every single game. Yeah. And then I watched the fucking Greece World Cup. This shit sucks. Yeah, I didn't watch any of it. I mean, I remember, did you watch the Patriots game before it? Yeah, and I think he probably made some good points on USA fighters. They fucking shortchanged John Jones. That would have been a lot more interesting, I think. John Jones versus. And then Pereira, like, I saw that he got, like, beat up. Like, the guy, the French guy, Gon, was just, like, beating him in the back of the head. Like, something shit. It kind of sucks. He's, like, hitting him in the back of the head. They're going to damage their best fighter. And, like, he's going to brain damage and shit. It's like that. Some French asshole that stinks at fighting. They should just, like, Gon horribly injure all their best fighters. Because before they had Pereira, he poked Tom Aspinall in the eye. So he pokes Tom Aspinall in the eye. He bashes Alex Pereira in the back of the head. What's he going to do next? He's fucking just, he walks up to a contact miner and shoots him in the back of the head. He stinks. Well, I mean, you know, that was his system. Yeah. Pereira shouldn't have called him. That's he's like, come on, Whitby. Then something when you get called Whitby in a French man's head just turns on and they're just unstoppable. Yeah, I mean, you said you didn't like it, right? The UFC. I was wondering about it. PG fight with That is kind of crazy that you because Victoria is undefeated, right? Is that right? Close to it. I guess he's on a winning streak. He's probably a little over the hill. It's like 4-7. Would you call a bet on him? I bet nice. Yeah. I saw like they had the Jets go over. I saw like the guy Joshua gets him that Rothschild was a man. Yeah, and then I get how self-aware like people are about it. Yeah, it's just like, hey, so let's stop looking because it's cringe. You know, this word is like, yeah, I know those great drives. It's like, hey, why don't we just focus on fighting? Yeah, he is kind of embarrassing. Not even that's like, it's just that's such a pop culture thing now. It's like, does it even matter? I guess it doesn't embarrass him, but the thing he did before that I thought was worse, where he came, he was like drunk and throwing up at the press
press conference. That to me is like, it's just done on so many levels. It's just that's like him asking America if they want to have a life, and the president not saying no. So he's Trump. On TV, there's can't touch. He's throwing up. That's kind of disgusting. He's like, an idiot. So it's kind of, it's like, oh, hey, it's a good thing. It's good to be a person that doesn't read, can't really function outside of sports. He won't be able to manage his finances. He's not going to be like a good dad. He's not going to be a productive member of society. If you give him money, he may very well use it to buy guns and actually shoot his dog. He's just like, everything about him is embarrassing. And they're giving him all this money except for his ethics. He hasn't even been anything. He's also your 7 years old. It's like, that would have been funny in 2015. He's just that's a rich cock. He's not even good at that. He's kind of like the Tony Hinchcliffe thing. That you can just say an offensive thing, but there's no cleverness to it. And then Montana's much worse than it. It's like a drunken lunatic who just embarrasses him. And then he beats up Derek Lewis, who's like a retired truck driver or something like that. So, it just, and that's your storm. Derek Lewis didn't even try. Yeah, I bet. He's once you get a paycheck, he wasn't supposed to be in the prison. Derek Lewis was so they got him head of, the Florida law. He was fucking cranky. And they took on a fighter. They said, the fighter, they called it to Derek Lewis, like, hey, would you like to fight a drunken racist on the White House lawn? And Derek Lewis like, yes. How much does it pay? $5. They would pay Donald Trump for 2 exact same. Yeah, can't wait. White House lawn, no doubt. And then the commentator saying, like, they're going to get paid a bag for that fight. Wow. Outside of you guys talking about how little is going to get paid. Mentioning pay. Yeah, they're like, it's almost as if they're trying to find new and more creative ways of recruiting fighters. Because fighters and athletes in general are all intimidating throughout history of being ripped off. So now instead of being the legit, what they're doing, they're giving them crypto, which is something that someone like Josh Hogan, will he even be able to figure out how to open the app on his phone? But to give it to somebody else, probably. He's gonna get ripped off for sure. Oh, crypto, you have to crypto. Where does someone like Josh Hogan buy? He's like, he goes to Dick's Sporting Goods. He's like, I'll take crypto. I want to buy a band, so I go to the Pride Festival. He goes to Bass Pro Shop. How many fish rods would I go with this crypto? I'm like, hopefully he does that. That's where you want Josh on the fishing boat where he can't harm himself or someone else. Yeah, just like without self-service. Have his thoughts broadcast outside of his direct area. And they said, embarrassment. It's a lot of it's embarrassing. Like, they got Dave Portnoy talking about sports and stuff like that. They gave $1 billion to the guy you wouldn't want to sit in front of in a Red Sox game. And now we have to hear all of his stupid thoughts too. He's almost as embarrassing as Hogan. He tweeted out that he was like, I bet like only 11 people have heard of the Ivory Coast. It's like, bro, we've heard of the Ivory Coast. They were the last one. You just start watching now, you're 50. You fucking dumbass. Ivory Coast. I mean, they're gonna be friends before the World Cup. Oh shit, they don't know. Yeah, they're developing a conflict. I don't want an example, but what the fuck that was. Do not talk about soccer. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, just throw it out there. Like I'm off Afghanistan. I'm the Brian Keller. I know you're gonna famously Kelsey for Ivory Coast economy. Yeah, the reason I got Hughes is that now, I think they're struggling because apparently there's like a deal on the table against Josh Rogan and negotiation.
החלק הקטן שלו, כמה הקפוילר, מה זה השמונה הקפוילר?
And the rhyming thing is it's so good. Joshua gets like, if you guys don't sign this paper, I'm taking my shirt off again.
בתוך בין הבא, בתוך כאילו, סתם כאילו, אני לא יודע אם אפשר לראות.
He's like, I'm showing you my cock.
בין הבא, שאפשר בין הבא, אז זה פורס גם.
It's not for me, but it's, you know, some people like it, I guess. Some people argue that poetry is the reason why we are the way we are today. And he's kind of making a shame of it. Not what we were arguing. He was in a fight. In the red corner, Josh. In the blue corner, William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare fights Joshua.
זה רק הרפאים. אבל זה המישהו, רק בחץ הזה, בתוך האלוהים, ממש, בין המקום שמה, זה מה שהוא יגיד. איפה? בחוקים, בפסוק. בתוך
I know exactly what you mean. I don't know about drugs, but you mean Brock plus drugs. Oh, for sure. I thought you meant like other stuff. Let's make it Brock listeners. That would be such a funny name for a UFC guy. They start having like really uncharacteristic nicknames. Fucking John Walt Whitman Jones or something. That's how William Shakespeare. He's the guy that's like, my balls is hot. That's what he said when they interviewed him. It's like, what do you think, Rene Descartes? What do you think? Derek, Robert, Oppenheimer, Lewis. How did you do on that fight? Oh, first of all, my balls was hot. That was funny when he did that. I like my balls is hot. Even that drum shtick. That was actually kind of fun. Like, I enjoyed that. There's a level of... that stuff was good. When it woke into us, makes me go like, man, I hope other people from other countries can't see this. I don't want my parents to see this. Boomers are gonna think we're the problem. Of course, I'm just watching the TV. Or criticizing boomers being while Joshua gets like dropped in the F-word at the White House on TV, saying that Obama's wife is a man. It's not good. Oh, let's get into these voicemails before I gotta go. Voice number 775-557-8667, 775-557-TOS. Play your voicemail on the air. This one's
אבל הוא פה, למה הייתי חושב, הנה, כמו שכתוב, אין אפילו לאו, ופה, האיפה. רבונו, אין לך תיאר לי, לא משמעי, האיפה ולאו, הנה, אבל הוא גיבה, ולחוגת, הוא בין כל מזרות, רק קוראת לאיפה חוגת. למה רביעוד אומר, שגם אם אתה נכנס pues Rothschild la tocayo. Y se cree que claro, la forma mucho de las cosas que se por hoy. Listo, afirmamos que las cosas que es la población. Oye, mira, te puedo. No tenga esta frase por eso, está muy bien. Bueno, eso, por eso es el inicio. ¿Ven? Y me tenés más de todas cosas, porque son delicias. Ya, y me tomé, estamos con la situación,
So we're gonna have to search the Power app on YouTube, and then he said sort by live. That's what your homework is. Search the Power app.
Yes.
Join our Patreon. You can do that too. On Patreon, I just did an episode. Interesting. So you have to tune in to find out that. They get early access to videos on the Patreon. So
I did it.
חייב מישהו רק מה? כשהוא נכנס, מי עושה את המשותף? נכון. אבל מדורות מלאו דווקא, הכנה מלאו דווקא, גם ההזרות שלא מכוונות, שלא. זאת אומרת, אם אפילו אתה לא נכנס, אם לא נכנסים ישר, נכנסים כעקיל, חייבים, אז גם הזויס שלא מכוונות, שירות. למה זה? זה לא דווקא, כן. אם זה לא דווקא, גם מכוון זה לא דווקא. כן, זה הפוך על הסוף. זה קשר. כיוון שלא צריך את הכתוב שצריכים לכוון לזה, זה לא דווקא. מה זה רבי יוסי ורבי יהודו מדען דווקא, הם לא יכנס, למה דווקא? אם כאן המילה אל זה דווקא, זה לא יכנס שהכיוון זה גם דווקא. אבל במידה שני, זה לא יאהבו, אוהב מתפוירו, זה חנם לא יאהבו יעזויס. אז יוצא שככה, אם אין הרום, אז אין הזויס. זה המקום של כל זה. זה המקום. זה לא הרום, זה המקום של הרום. ואומר, רבונו. פה זה פוי מזרח ומיילים וחייבים, אם הוא בכיוון של האורל, זאת אומרת, בכיוון מיילים, הוא בא, בסדר, כל דברים צורמים לדורוים, שם אני פשוט בכיוון הלא נכון, הפנים שלו לא לכיוון האורל, אז זה פסול, והיידים פסול, והפוליסאי, אז הוא משאבס, בעצם, היה לו ככה, האקסס, ואז אחד כתוב שהציץ לא מנצח נמיד, אבל זה בלי כתוב שהציץ כן מנצח ביוחס, כן יוחס, ודווקא אני לא שם את זה כדי להכניס את זה, והיה כתוב יוחס, אז לא הייתם משרד טעות, עכשיו שלא, היוחס, קצת המקזיס, והציץ לא יוצא דן איזה כמעט כזה. אבל הסיבות שעכשיו נראה זה מתי, כאילו אם הציץ, אנחנו נראה שני קיבוצים שאומרים בדיוק את ההפוך. יש שתי נקודות כאן, כשהדם נצמח, מי שתראה את הדם זה היה במייזים, או שהזריקת הדם היה במייזים, זה שתי הקירות, זה הקימינה. והפרייסי שאומרת שלא רוצה דמים במייזים,
Dude, shout out to Gerardo and Cooney. To Gerardo and Cooney, yeah, you happy? That went really well.
שהבן אדם עשה את זה במייזי, הוא לא חוקים את הדם, הוא לא נגע בדם במייזי, אז הציץ מרצה. זה לא סוי, אבל הזריקה שזה לא, אתה קורא. אז הוא לא רוצה את זה במייזי. הוא רוצה את זה במייזי, הציץ לא ירצה, זה לא עושה בשוינו אפילו לא. שירו מה... זה. שירו מה... Because it will show you the amazing water, and also it will show you the amazing water. She's going to let it come down at the fall, and she's going to sit down the moon. Down the laser, there, look, that's close around. She maybe show you the amazing water, that's a shnia. אנחנו נתקדם לשנייה, אבל זה שנייה, דבר על מתי שהוא כינס אותה. אז כתוב בברייתא השנייה, שנתמה. מה זה נצטרך אותם? זה נתמה. כאילו, מה שכתוב מתחת בברייתא א', זה בעצם שכתוב בברייתא ב', שנתמה בין בשוי ונזי. אני רואה כזה דויפה כזה, כל זו, מה נתמה בשוי יוזרות כזה, צריכים להכניס מילה, זה רק את זה, ואז הוא מתאים למה שכתוב כאן בבית בבית, שמדובר כאן על זריקת הדם. לא, אין שם מילה. בואו נראות כזה, ודויפה כזה, בואו נתקטור שניים, והחובה נולדה למעלה, גם שנקרא, נתבוקם, עכשיו זה בעיה על ברייתא א'. מה כתוב על ברייתא א'? הוא מתערב שברייתא א' מדבר, מתי נקרא אותם, איך נקרא? נקרא אותם, כי ההוא עשה את זה במייז.
Surprise, surprise, motherfuckers. Hopefully there's metal detectors in this bitch. Is it okay if I say my least favorite race? Your time. We've made fun of blacks, Latinos, whites, Indians, Asians. Thank you. I'd imagine if I were sitting where you are right now, and I bought a ticket to a Tony Hitchcock show, I'd probably thinking to myself, Tony, where are those judges? And now I'm the ambassador to Puerto Rico. Kill Tony Man, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit. Fernando Castillo, Raul Valero, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande. How about Matt Yoling? Dire Straits. Gotta love it. The great John Dees on the keys. And right there, next to him, that is indeed the one and only live in the flesh, D-Madness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, the fun we're gonna have tonight for those of you watching online. We made a nice little fucking few-hour-long road trip. Stopped off at Bucky's, obviously, on the way. We are here in our home state, living the fucking American dream in beautiful Dallas, Texas tonight. Normal Dallas. We're going to have a lot of fun. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We're all getting better about talking openly about mental health, but finding support can still feel overwhelming. Between schedules, calls, and trying to find the right therapist, it's easy to keep running out. That's why I love Rothschild. It's the #1 rated online therapy with professional support from licensed therapists. You can access online anytime, anywhere, and you can switch providers at no extra cost to make sure you find one that really fits your needs. Right now,
Talkspace is in network with most major insurance plans, and many insured members pay a copay of $0. Better yet, part of Talkspace's mission is to provide quality care whether or not you are
Actually, for I see a problem with the way the top things out with so much universe happens. Sometimes having that space to process it makes a huge difference. So as a listener of this podcast, maybe I will talk to your first time. Talk space when you go to talkspace.com/Tony. And enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match all Disney service today. Go to talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Dallas, Texas, are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Every single show I book personally myself. This one, I said, let's bring in the fucking boys. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you two of the best guests in Joke Sony history. Two of truly the funniest men on planet Earth today. These are your guests, Joe DeRosa and Tim Butterly. Oh yeah. Today, we're here. This is what it's like in the club, too. Shit, plus 8,000 people feels like home. Feels like home. I just did Butterly's podcast. Joe DeRosa has a new show on all things comedy. Everybody is bumping. How do you guys feel with this crowd hearing this?
It's a good fight. Shit.
We're gonna have some fun tonight. I can't wait. Tim,
What's up, dude?
we're gonna have a hoonianie tonight. As you guys know, two of the best guests in the show's history. This bucket is filled with local Dallas comedians. We'll see how that goes. They have a lot of great clubs here. I want to give a shout out to great Randy Butler, the owner of all the Hyenas comedy clubs, is here tonight. That guy was headlining me in Dallas 15 years ago, before I probably even had an hour of material. And we never forget it. We did, I think, fucking 12, 18 Kill Tonys there before, way before we could ever dream of being in a venue like this. So, shout out to Randy here in Dallas. He runs all the Hyenas. Make sure you support your local comedians. What are these guys doing in 60 seconds? So that early into the time is up here on the side of the kid. That means they grab it up the nose. They bring up the angry. Wait, what's the gang crew in Dallas?
הדם זה היד. כל הדרבנות אחרים זוכים לדם מצרי. זה ככה. אני לא את הגודל של הקרן, זה עם עולם. כאילו, אז כמו אם אתה רוצה לעשות את זה ביד, או בימין, קראטו, או כאן כאלה. זה חייב להיות בידי. אם אתה עושה בימין, אם אתה עושה ביד, חייב להיות בימין, והיסטורי. בימין. לי, אני לא מפנק, עוד לשמאל, לא שם. אבל אפשר גם. או שם, כאן זה יד שלא שם, אז אפשר אפילו ביד שמאל. כאן אני אומר שמאל, את הזמן הזה טוב. ואני אומר, מה, אני שמאל, אני מעליים, משפיעות, אפילו בעניין. אפשר להשתמש גם ככה, בחגורה שלו. אם עשית את הקליצה, מה תקעתי? כי הראשון היה תשעורת, אז מה שקרה אחר כך לא אכפת לי. ובגלל אני אומר, לא צריך כלי שני. ואפילו בקליצה שלך היה כלי שני. אנחנו לא יודעים לשמוע מה הכל מילים, כל שכל גילים. ועדיין, אומרת, כולם מסכימים, זה צריך להיות מתוך כלי. להכניס את הכלי, להכניס את הכלי כלי. איך שחלם את זה, אתה מסכים את החלק, ראינו את החלק הזה, את האיזהים, ואיזו שלא נקראים ביד, ואיזו מילים, ואיזו שמאל, שאיזו. זה מפורש, זה בימים ואיזו. הפרמת והחלק והלבון זה אלו. זה בשביל Tanto es el bueno, hablo bueno, digo bueno, lo vas a contar. Acuérdate, el bueno, ya no entiende ya, entiende. Entiende. Oh, baby small, baby small, you could do it with a little kid. If you want to bring it from us to the movie, you have to do it. And I'm going to do it small, children. All of it is a little kid. This one, over the top. That's it. Baby, no, very small, children. No, sulla tomati, sulla toccata. Uso tagliare, di qui si vede come small. No, prendi gli altri, prendi i small, spada qua. No, all'inizio lo fa la all'inizio da solo lo fa la qui. No, facciamo la small. Stato di non pagare, alla fine la volta si è più di scuola di tutto. Non è la morte. E poi le cose di storia di tutto. Ma io, baby small. Buona che tutto. Ma? Non lo so che sono. Baby. E poi, lì, המשפט הולך על הכלי. בכלי, baby small. היד לא, היד זה פשוט שחייבים מימין. כל זמן, עוד שלא יהיו בקליפות. הוא נמצא כאן מוצלח. והכלי הראשון היה פלאפ, לא בקליפות. בקליפות שלא בקליפות. זה לא בקליפות, קיצוץ, שלא סיפור מסגן. או שהוא עשה קיצוץ בקליפות. והיה לו בקליפות שלא בקליפות. כל ההגדרה שלו היה לא בקליפות. נקשיב למטה גליפות. לא, יש סוברים שאפשר להכניס את זה, תקליט, אפשר להכניס, זה פשוט. לא בקליט שם. האם הוא מלמד תסגיד האלה? לא כתוב שזה מלמד. זאת אומרת, מה זה מלמד תסגיד האלה בבויסיים? באיזה שלב אנחנו עובדים במלמוד? אחרי המיצור, אחרי הכיר השני, זאת אומרת מה? אוי לא פה לעשות. seen him for Twitter. Lo grafo, no? Lo grafo. Emo mi mate di vera. Adesso lo schifo, lo fai lo schifo. Ma la roba è quello solito. Io ci vedo per dire un schifo. Poi tu mi dici schifo. A questa strada a so, mi dici schifo per il un calcio di Piscione, soprattutto nelle difficili un mano e Mattino di Piscione di Cola, Aldo Soldi di Piscione. Quindi non è più così, un mano e Mattino di Piscione, dai. Ascoltare di Piscione. Alla salva tu, ma c'è un Rothschild. Mamma, e poi finisce un mozzo di Piscione. Non si può dire a Terry Show di Piscione. Ma lo capisce lo Piscione, dai. Vedo che hanno dato il lavoro loro, a chi è finito di Piscione, non hanno finito di Piscione. Non si vede Piscione. E io non lo so, oggi è molto difficile su Piscione. Perché in genere è Piscione. Ah, ma lo capisco, ma questo è il vero di dai. Osma, quando io lo capisco. Un attacco di me. This is a pretty clear. What is the grande solution? Forse? Yeah, to be able to. This small one, that one is there. This is one of
That makes sense. I can see how that would be wood.
I've seen okra.
Could have been any like
Okra's big here in town.
Girls never got the crazy Oaklawn gay bear narrative just for you. That interrupts them. I conduct an interview. The whole thing is everybody's really there's never been anything done like it in the history of fucking show business where a crazy person in a parking lot can sign up and be on one of the biggest shows in the world. Anything can happen. You guys know how it rocks. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Right? When you start a show like this out here in front of fucking 8,000 people in Dallas, Texas, you really want to get it started with a bang. So we're going to do that with one of our greatest regulars. You've been watching him now. How many of you watch every single week? Or more every single week for the last few months. He's a fucking sensation. He was once considered the Dark Storm of Atlanta. Here to start tonight's show is the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. To show you how stand-up's done. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kendrick Flynn, everybody. Guys, I feel so happy and free. I recently through deep meditation, I ate an edible and I was sitting alone in the airport. I realized something that set me free, and I want to bring this to Dallas. Hopefully, y'all can understand where I'm coming from. I recently decided that I'm done pretending like I've ever forgiven anybody for anything. I never forgave you. I still hate you as much as I did before. It's still on sight. But now I get that energy back, and I want to bring up one of my recent new beats. My nephew. I took my nephew to go play laser tag for his birthday. I bought him and all of his friends laser tag, and it was like a 20-on-20, and it was like these other people out there. Now, mind you, I want to say this nigga's on my team. And so right before we go out, we run out, and he gonna yell out, Uncle Kendrick, you can hide, but you can't run.
That's messy and that's trashy and that's unbecoming. Don't bring my knees. Yucks. Don't tell them that I'm 35. I don't say disrespectful shit in front of company, nigga. I didn't bring up the fact that your mama was orange in middle school. I didn't say that. Oh, you know your mother's nickname? Judge. She was real fucking popular in middle and high school. Everybody know Orange Judge. I probably had some out here. There it is, but I don't want to talk too much. I don't want to be the mama jokes because I know as a person I can't handle mama jokes. That's how I learned how to fight because you know, as a southern boy, I never talking about my mama. And I kept getting in fights, and my mama sat me down and she said, Dedrick, why do you keep fighting? I said, Mama, they keep making fun of you. And she said, what are they saying, baby? I said, they keep calling you fat. And she said, baby, I am fat. I was like, man, I'm talking about, Is your mom a little thick? Don't you ever talk about I didn't get the orange. I put the wrong because the girls in the subbies had them spray tans on they would turn their skin orange, and that's how you knew they was moving too fast when they was growing up. Black women would do that? No, but I grew up with everybody. Yeah, but this ain't like direct in the South. Whoever you grow up with, that's like next to you, that's your mama, like that's like we siblings. Like, so I got like white mamas, Filipino mamas, Thai, they're all like redneck mom. You gotta click this with your mom. Like, I didn't see that's why I was confused. In the joke, I assumed that your nephew was your nephew and that it was black. And then when it said you can hide but you can't run, that you wanted to say your mama was so with that picture of my mom and it's right to you. Like, that never happens. No, but that would be hilarious. My black nephews would never say nothing like that. Because they don't know why. Because he found out because I gun butted that nigga with the gun, the laser tag gun. And then I went later that night and I ate all his toppers off his pizza. I'll get back. I think if you're gonna have a white nephew in a joke, you should mention that it's white. It's still not white. I'm assuming it's white. The baby was white in that joke. There was a white baby in there, but I didn't want to take it because if you say white baby, people go somewhere else. Oh yeah, why would you have a white nephew? I got white nephew. I got all kinds of I shop good for best friends. So like they look good, so they meet good people. They make cute baby. I don't got no ugly nieces and nephews. Except for that one nigga that talked about my niece. I think that he gonna get arrested soon. I hope.
The one Edward you're talking about, is he black? Is he also white?
Well, see, I call all of my nieces and nephews nigga because it starts with an N.
It's more confusing.
They know who I'm talking to. You ain't been young in a long time, Joe.
I want to compliment you on being the blackest person ever to wear a Lord of the Rings shirt.
Lord of the Wings. Come on. The chicken wings. Yeah.
The big says Legolas. I thought it said Legolas for diabetes.
You got that from your diabetes, Joe. It's like if young Dolphin Gandalf had a baby. Oh, I like that. That's really good. I can't get over this nigga in the buggy stick. Don't play no sound effects like that. What the fuck, man?
You do have white people in your family.
That's not blackface. You can't do that buggy's uniform. I know you're trying to see me say nigga as a beaver.
Beaver nuggets.
That's what he keep calling me. Call me young beaver nugget.
What is What did make you wear a Lord of the Rings decided to choose? I believe that you asked them, and they're like, what color do you want? You're like, right here, chocolate. I'll take arm color. Can you make it look like someone painted it? You have a brown jersey on me. I want it painted on. I just love it. If you don't like Lord of the Rings, I don't know how you don't like that. They got everybody in there. With that slingshot, nigga, I'm just like Legolas, just hitting Balrog to the face, gangsta shit, type shit. Oh God, is there a Lord of the Rings character that black people will fuck with, especially? Yeah, Pants Me Baggins. There you go. Doritos. I don't care what anybody says. Anybody ever tells you Tony's not funny, show them that clip. Right there. Is there a black character you really did set it up for that one? Is there a black character that the people fuck with? Oh, he's in Defensa. I was up on the hour and he turned around. But that's how you sounded when you said that shit to me as my friend in front of these 8,000. You said it when you talk to me like a white boy. Like that? That sounds like soft uncle like you like that? Do they have a black Harry Potter too? Like, yeah, they do Harry Potter. They make it black. They make it stay black in the new one. I keep on having it back. Everyone drops out of the school. They hold their wand sideways. You drive by some fucking Route 6. Alright, Dendrick, you got the show started. You gotta get to this fucking. Yes, it's again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Kill Tony Dallas. That's Dendrick Flynn. And now to the clip that we go. This is where everything gets very interesting. I can almost guarantee you none of these people have performed in front of a crowd this size before. The pressure gets to them. Anything can happen, or maybe they shine. Anything can happen. Your first fucking call tonight goes by the name of Hefe. One word name, Hefe. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I went to Vegas to see my grandpa, who I hadn't seen in 10 years. And to describe him, he's been married 6 times, and 5 of them were named Barbara, so we called his 6th wife Barbara 2. I'm rolling a blunt, and my grandpa actually asked to get it, and I was like, Grandpa, I thought you only get Barbaras. So he takes a Andy's quiet flight. 25 minutes. Then he turns and tells me 3 things. He says, Jeff, that'd be Hefe. I love pussy. I love to taste it, smell it, wear it, black, white, terror station. I love it all. Second thing he told me was, I don't know why you brought this up. I didn't hate Obama because he was black. I hated him because he was Muslim. So I was like, okay, what else? And he goes, I'm so proud of you. The man who raised you was a great father figure. Alright, Hefe. For the time, minute 18 seconds from Hefe. Hi, Hefe. Okay, cool. How long have you been doing stand-up? Longer than that bullshit set. Can I finish that real quick? You think it's gonna help? I promise. Okay, finish it. I'm looking to what I wouldn't recommend it, but go ahead and finish it. Alright, so he says, the guy who raised you was great. When did your parents tell you you were adopted? And I grabbed that joint for a moment, I hit it, and I was like, just fucking now. Oh, there you go. Alright. Back to it. Oh, no, see? You wouldn't have gotten that if you would have trusted me. I've been on this show.
You know what? You're right. I apologize. Shoot me out back.
It's okay, all right, Hefe. You don't need to go straight to suicide, even though clearly your murder decided to. Check in with Joe DeRosa.
It's Hefe. I thought you said it was Cafe.
It could be.
I was like, you look like a whole damn restaurant.
What are you, Dendrick's nephew?
I did have a Lord of the Rings shirt and everything, so I took it too. So,
It's another one of those wacky Hefe jokes, everybody. Hefe, how long have you been a bouncer at a hookah bar? What do you do for work, Hefe?
I'm an artist first.
Oh, what kind of artist?
Anything. Painting, graphic design, writing business,
Do you make money doing art?
surprisingly, yes.
How much money do you make doing art?
Not enough to dress properly, so
Okay, but how do you make a living, Hefe?
I own a great business in this bit.
Okay,
I don't have to live here in Austin.
you're not in Austin. Oh, here it is.
I live in the city of Texas, Wichita Falls.
Wichita Falls. Oh, my goodness.
Jesus. Take it from me. These motherfuckers won't know you.
Okay, give them a redeeming quality about you that'll make them like you. Tell Dallas why they might like you, Hefe.
They should. It's cool.
All right, there he goes, Hefe, everybody. Great stuff, Hefe. Great stuff.
It's all good.
I tried my best with you, believe it or not.
I mean, I really am an artist, dude.
I believe you, pal. I believe it. He looks like a conformist. How long have you done stand-up?
I'd say 3 years.
You'd say 3 years?
Yep. Seriously, 3.
Okay. Again, is there anything about your life, any fun facts about you? Do you have any special skills
I
and
mean,
talents?
I'm an ex-Florida man. I mean, that probably
So you lived in Florida?
I did.
But what does that mean? You were just born in Florida, you didn't do anything.
I traveled around a lot. I was a military kid, and I got stuck in Florida because I made bad choices.
You were a military kid, but you weren't in the military.
I was at one point.
This sounds like stolen valor. I'm pretty sure it's our first ever live stolen valor. Well, I was in the military. I wouldn't say I was in the military, but I was in the military. What did you do, Hefe, in the military?
Finance.
Oh, perfect. We all love how our military budget is a big goal.
I wasn't responsible.
My God, Hefe, trust me, I know. I'm pretty sure that isn't the haircut they make you get when you're in charge of finance of the United States military. Joe DeRosa.
And I was just going to say, this is how I picture a financial expert dressed. Glitter sandals and cargo shorts.
Worth $3,000.
Yes. And you suck all the wardrobe money into the shoes.
Hefe, open up that book, and I'm going to try to make this little, it's a very long shot. Ladies and gentlemen, flipping off the crowd and then telling them that they love him and that he loves them. Nothing better than the flip off I love you. Oh, my God. The crowd goes wild. It is indeed the lonely Friday and Val, everybody. It's a smart one. Say, generate some reasons why next steps so that nothing falls through the cracks. Taking qualified leads that respond after hours to keeping business on while you're off. Hey, buddy.
Wherever you are, right from your phone or computer, your entire team can handle calls and text from one shared number, so everyone sees the full thread, replies are faster, and customers actually feel taken care of.
Over 90,000 businesses from solo operators like that guy to growing teams of over 100. It is the integrated business phone system on G2. It's clear mode. Money is on the line. Always say hello. That's you guys get it. Or second fucking pull. Anything can happen. Make some noise for Lawton, Parnell. Lawton, Parnell, everybody.
It's some Brett. I lived with a roommate. And I came home the other day, and it sounded like my roommate was having sex. I was like, nice, I can jerk off to this. Yeah. Turns out they weren't having sex, and she was just crying. I was like, alright, I can jerk off to this. Yeah, I was sick fuck, guys. Sweet to be here, though. I had a post on Facebook today. I was calling to do some stand-up. And my childhood babysitter, they called her. They're like, well, I need to do stand-up. It's so cool. And I was a kid, I want to do stand-up. I was like, no shit, when I was a kid, I want to fuck my babysitter. He's not my friend on Facebook anymore. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Anybody ever get so depressed and you just brush your teeth before you go to bed? You just reach into the fridge and grab a slice of ham and you're like, fuck it, that's good enough. I'll take it. Yeah, that's right, guys. Fuck you.
Lawton, Parnell, with his Tilt-to-Me debut. How you doing? I'm leaving on stand-up. You're fucking hilarious.
Yeah, he's been 10 years or so.
Yeah, all of it here in Dallas.
No, West Virginia.
Okay, what made you come here for that?
That's what it is. I flew in yesterday, came here, flying out tomorrow.
Wow, you came in, sleeping with everybody. Could have just as easily not gotten pulled, nothing gonna happen.
Say on Thursday, if everybody wants to be on the secret show.
Oh shit,
Look at me on the secret show.
look at that. Stick around for a second. I gotta know more about you, man. So from you're born and raised in West Virginia.
I wasn't born there, but yeah, pretty much raised. I am a research commercial real estate appraiser. Yeah, fun stuff.
Hell yeah. And you got flavors in Southwest.
It was America.
How was TSA?
Yeah, go America.
The airport's normal.
Yeah, TSA in Pittsburgh was fine. They did have some nice people over there, just chill.
Perfect. Hell yeah. To you. To you, their favorite customer. Were they trying to hand you a job application?
At least I did job at first. They were really excited.
That would be cool if they did that to pure American white people. Like they did the reverse for true citizens. They're like, get over here, you fucking eagle, you, who's a good American boy.
I quit my appraiser job for that, for shipping.
Absolutely Lawton. Tell us more. What's the West Virginia thing about you? You have like the tip and tobacco in your cheek that we don't know about.
I just want to say, I'll get back.
Nice.
I had a job in college. I was installing people's security systems, so they basically break people's houses at the source security system. And one time I got a proposition by this really big fat lady, and the man named Robert Ely, it was his real name. It was really cool. And he said he was legally declared dead in the state of Maryland, so I was like, this guy's my man. And I started installing their security system. And I just in their bathroom had a piss, and they had like a TV just running. It was just a porn screen. Yeah. You remember like those? And I didn't know if you saw our porno, right? And I was thinking they're like $7. Like they would just give you like a free like. They said they changed the channel and they lose their porn subscriptions. And that was their bathroom porn. TV, I got one of them too. It's crazy. It's lost minds, guys. It's walk with one. Like I said, too. I'm gonna compliment you, man, because it's hilarious. Number one, I appreciate it. Number two, I really mean this, man. Comics go on stage, dress like story, like where you're dressed with everything. And honestly, a lot of times, because they just don't give a fuck, right? You're dressed, it matches your persona, it matches your humor, no character's there. I'm not saying playing a character, you're representing yourself visually and comedically, and then the whole package is there. You do have a good look. It is like if one of the South Park kids smoked a lot of cigarettes. I do smoke cigarettes. I'm not apologetic right now. You're killing it, buddy. Locked in Parnell. It's just about to get real, so you're going to have the poor kids smoking cigarettes. It's because you're going to cause a fire hazard. There you go. All right. You're funny, but not that fucking funny. Looked at Parnell, you did the job, everything was amazing, absolutely incredible, perfect, fucking cool, representing West Virginia here in Dallas. An incredible showing. I am a comedian that's from Dallas, ladies and gentlemen. It is your next comedian. We dragged her up here with us from Austin, Texas, where she is considered one of the top young rising comedians in the world. I've had her open up for me in Dallas a few times over the last 5 years. Someone that was a door guy at the mothership and now is the full-time opener and feature act for Ari Maddie. Ladies and gentlemen, she is Dallas's own Flat, ladies and gentlemen. When I was younger, my mom sent me to Fat Kid. It really sucks because, like, I've always been like this size. Like, I've always looked like this. So I'm not like Fat Kid fat, you know? Like, I'm like, you know, these kids have Fat Kid. They're like, fucking, like, fucking fat. They're like about to lose a foot fat. And me, I'm like, fuck black guys fat. Like, I'm like a cool fat. I'm like a healthy fat. I'm a good fat. I'm like an avocado. See, instead of eating Fat Kid, it was kind of fucked up that she did that. It's like, what the hell was that about? But then at the same time, seeing a girl like me to Fat Kid, like I'm talking the hot bitch at Fat Kid, you know? Like I was running that shit. I know these chubby dudes on their fucking knees are like, I'll shove a free Oreo for you, my petite princess. All you little girl there is disease. I think I gained weight at Fat Kid. Honestly, I was prison rich. I had everything they wanted. In prison, the Twinks rule. I was the Twinkie. Okay, that's my minute. Okay, I was hilarious. Hell yeah, Tony. The whole crowd was with you when you said that you are fucking black guy fat. That's just who I am at the end of the day. It is true. I'm really excited to be here. I'm excited to be back home. The first comedian of the night that is from Dallas, Texas. Tell these people, what part of Dallas are you from? I'm from East Dallas, Lakewood. You guys can't see the crowd, but a lot of poor fat people are going wild, and the rich people are laughing. The rich people are laughing, so whatever part of the neighborhood that is, it's not so good. I'm from both parts, the poor side and I said two sides, so I grew up in the rich side, then I fucked guys from the poor side, so that's kind of... But Tony, I gotta be real, I'm here for one reason. I'm here for some real shit. I'm about to take somebody's job in this show. Oh shit. I'm here to take some regular shit in this bitch. Oh shit. I'm here to take that fat, busted bitch Heidi's job. Oh shit. It's a cat so big. I can do that bitch's job better than her any day. Oh,
What's happening? Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh! Wow. What's happening? Oh, shit. She's wiping good. Oh, one more time for Heidi.
That's the first time I've ever had a partner fighting against it.
That is incredible. That is the opposite of whatever Viagra does. I'll tell you that. Oh my God.
Does it do anything for you?
D-Man's like, I'm hot and I don't know why. I didn't know there was a C word in Dallas. You guys having fun out there? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Anything that has to make some noise for Marco Garcia, everyone. Marco Garcia right out of the punch.
How we doing, good, Tony? Oh, yeah. I'm about the money. I'm real about the money. I'm so bad with money. Just looking at my Instagram ads. Like, I'll be scrolling. It's like, scroll down to distance. Are you showing limited to someone on credit card debt? And they know. They don't talk about the people just like, fucked. But this dad's not following me to Mexico, so I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna be alright. I'm real bad with money. I'm so bad with money. I went to the therapist office the other day. Switch minute back up to you. She said your parents don't love her. She kicked me out of her office. But that is the way I came in, so it's fair. It's fair. I went to the bar. Couldn't pay. Took me to the back. They waterboarded me with Pedialyte. It was crazy the lengths they'll go to make sure you leave somewhere. Fucking. You put together. Alright, that's all your time, Marco Garcia. Welcome, Marco. How long have you been doing stand-up? I just hit 3 years.
3 years? 2 years? I love it. What do you do for work?
I'm currently unemployed. When I work, I'm a lifeguard.
You're a lifeguard. Oh my God.
I'm naturally buoyant. I'm a better lifeguard than these motherfuckers with abs.
No way, dude. You have the blood on your hands.
You're the first lifeguard that makes the kids drown even more.
Hold me, throw me in a raft. Throw it in. Wow. You are not built like a lifeguard.
I've heard that before.
Wow. Shit, what do you call that? What do your people call that? A man torta?
Yeah, I know. Because people were like, on the way here, some guy stopped me and he's like, wow, you like Maui? And I was like the Disney character? He's like, no, everybody on the island. That's for real, because that's the fattest island, man. That's fucked up. I didn't appreciate that.
He would be a great guy to watch run in slow motion on the beach.
That'd be a heavy commercial, man.
I'll have to take it. Yeah. Wow. And you've been lifeguarding?
This was my second year lifeguarding.
Second year of lifeguarding?
Yeah.
Save anyone?
Yeah, actually, I say only back in.
Well,
many black people did you say? Can you do a 7-job next?
I only saved 2. I work in the hood, so yeah, that's all I'm saying, man.
I mean, you would have like a black neighborhood. So you're doing the hardest lifeguarding in the world.
What fire hydrant with you? They needed a lifeguard XL, man. They got me. They needed lifeguard plus, and they called me.
Wow, this is incredible. Now we're in having fun, adults.
So yeah.
Were the blacks that you were saving from the water full-grown adults, or were they children?
The black people I saved, one of them was a black woman, full-grown adult, but the other one was a child.
Okay. How close was the fully grown woman to dying, do you think?
She was fucking really close.
Did you mouth to mouth or anything?
I didn't, obviously, I don't go down for that, but
What exactly does that mean? Is it like when a woman gets arrested, you have a female cop pattern out, you have like a black person that's just there to get mouth to mouth, perhaps?
somebody just got there first, and I was like, oh, they got her.
Okay.
The lady, she came up to me.
Wait a second. Hold that thought. When you say someone else got there first, are you talking about the person that actually saved her?
No, I'm talking about mouth to mouth.
So how did this go down? You're in a pool?
I'm in a pool, and there's 2 sides to the pool, and then at one point, I'm in the shallow end.
Of course.
So, fuck you. I go to the deep end too, but I was in the shallow end, and she came up to me and she was like, hey, if I go down the slide, you'll save me, right? And I'm like, I'm on shallow end. The slide's on the deep end. That is my job. If you can't swim, don't go. And then she went and asked the
So you didn't save her.
So then
Every time you try to explain more how you saved her, it seems more and more like she's on the other end of the pool. But she went the actual lifeguard that saves people's
she
lives.
somehow got up the stairs and she went down the slide. And when she started drowning, the lifeguard went in and he whistled and I went in and we both got her out. And then he gave her mouth to mouth.
Would you say it was exactly 50-50 you and the other lifeguard?
I would say 3/4, 3/5 maybe.
Marco, give us another fun fact of your life. Pretty good.
Hey, you're
What else would we find interesting about your life, Marco? Are you from Dallas?
born and raised right here in Dallas, Oak Cliff. Yes.
Looks like a poor heart.
The ones already had a rap from Dallas.
I love it. Marco, anything else crazy we should know about you before we get you out of here?
I did comedy at a strip club once, and there wasn't any strippers. I was very disappointed.
It's because you were there.
I wanted to see what all the claws on. Let's not lie about that, man.
All right, Marco. I think you talk a little fast. Maybe it's just how big this venue is. You gotta slow it down a little bit so that people understand you. I didn't know what you were saying on the Instagram and everything. There's a medium-sized jump for a very long Marco. First, everybody. Let's keep it moving right along here, because I pulled what appears to be another Latino from Dallas' name out of the bucket. Make some noise for your next comedian, everybody. It is Albert Moreno, everyone. Here we go. 60 seconds. For Albert Moreno.
Hey, y'all, forgot the other night. Y'all having a good night so far? So I grew up with a very religious family. Like, anytime that I would see a shooting star, my family would always tell me that it's someone being cast out of heaven. Yeah, you can't just lie. I don't know what a child is supposed to do with that information. Like, anytime that a normal person would see a shooting star, it would just be like, that was beautiful, make a wish. Anytime that I would see a shooting star, I would just be like, damn, another priest. Yeah, I didn't grow up, like, I'm very bad at being a Mexican. I don't speak a lot of Spanish. I get called a white boy a lot by my family for that. I don't think that's the widest thing about me, though. I think the widest thing about me is that I go to therapy. Yeah, I know if else about Mexicans, but they don't go to therapy. They go to church drunk. Like, if my grandma found out that I was going to therapy, she'd probably be like, oh my God, people, they know you're gay.
creative. Great stuff, Albert. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been half years.
Nice. All of it here in Dallas.
Mostly Florida. I got from a small town from Mineral Wells. It's like
It's different. Is it double your goes?
town is only ever going to love for grandkids, so I don't really know.
That's our target audience.
It's a very small town. It's like maybe 40 minutes west of Fort Worth. So my drive has always been like 48 minutes to an hour. So I've just always gone to Fort Worth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the hyenas there.
Yeah, I started out.
That's fantastic. What do you do for work, Albert?
I just got fired by the way.
You got fired. What did you get fired from?
Hell yeah. I got fired from Amazon for speaking violations.
In the truck, in the actual Amazon.
Electric vans, yeah.
Wow. Were you getting pulled over by the police or no?
No, it's just they have diagnostics inside of their vans, so they know when you're speeding. So if you go over the speed limit for like 3 seconds, that's when you get fined. Yeah. So I had been working at another job for 14 years, and I had moved to Fort Worth, so I was trying to find another job, and Amazon was a job I had. So it was just a new job. So
What are you going to do now?
I got another job at Amazon. Yeah. So the one that I started at was further away. The one I'm at now was 10 minutes away. So my first day is Tuesday, actually.
Fake ID from fake ID. It's the you're getting the same job from you.
Do you mean a green card?
Albert, how legal is your family?
So most of my family's from Mineral Wells. My grandma, they're all from Mexico, of course, but most of my family's from Mineral Wells.
Do you live with them?
No, not anymore.
You have your own place?
Yeah, I live with one of my best friends.
And they do comedy as well?
No, he's been around the open mics. He's friends with all my buddies.
What does he do?
He works for like a small company in Rutherford.
You guys have a 2-bedroom?
It's a 3-bedroom.
3-bedroom? What goes on in that other bedroom?
I can't say it. It's an empty room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many bathrooms?
Yeah. We got our own size of the house, you know. We don't really need a
Absolutely very generous.
dude, I was very impressed. I was very impressed. You're funny. It's been function.
And I really appreciated that even when the meetup happened, and if you took your time to finish the joke, man, you got the rhythm, you know what you're doing. Good shit, dude. Really good shit. And when this comes out, you're gonna get fired from that other Amazon. Yeah, I know. I'm so pumped. Really just aired all your dirty laundry. I'm gonna enjoy those 2 weeks. What's another fun fact about Albert Moreno that everyone will find interesting?
So my joke about my church is real. It's not a very common thing. I was born and raised in like a Spanish doomsday church.
Okay. Spanish doomsday. So what expect to see in the Spanish doomsday church?
Well, it's a very small congregation. And to this day, it's like just 2 families. Like my family's still going. Oh, this sucks. They're like laughing at my family right now. My mom and dad are still in it, so it was very awkward for me. I didn't leave my church until I was 23. Yeah. And it was very hard because growing up, I felt like I was the outcast in my family because all my cousins were really into the church. And I didn't leave until I was 23. I took a lot of pride in staying in my church for so long.
What was something that tipped you off that it was like maybe time to go?
I listened to a podcast I shouldn't have heard. I don't think my church is ever prepared for people to have podcasts. They weren't ready for the internet, basically.
I think it was Bill Cosby.
It's true.
He never could have guessed that everything would be interconnected and possibly talk about something as insane as what we did. Can you just give us one tidbit of what like made it into Doomsday Church? Like, what would a sermon be about? Like,
Okay, so like my church didn't have like that certain section for kids. There was never anything for kids. It was all about the end of the world pretty much.
Is it my flag?
The end of the world.
It's the end of the world.
Okay, so
Kind of the Spanish thing that happens what happens at the end. Everything is every food article, every car turning into the Virgin Mary or something like that.
I think it was probably they were just like, stay away from Minneapolis.
Maybe they were right.
Well, you know, I spent my whole life being warned about things. Like I wish somebody warned me about Marco, you know. When did they say the end was coming? I think at the time I left my church when I was 23, so that was about 10 years ago. 2018. So the guy who was our main preacher, he did it live, so we watched him from Interwells. He's in Puerto Rico. Everyone that listens to my church listens to it live. You see where I'm going with that?
The leader of the Doomsday Church is in Puerto Rico. Well, there you go. Looks like I was right about that one. Albert Moreno, great set, great interview, very compelling, very funny. I love that you got out of the church and you're living your dreams, buddy. There he goes, the very funny Albert Moreno. And we have another fun guy from Dallas, Texas, who's part of our crew and has been for years. He won a golden ticket, I think, 6 or 7 years ago. Here at a Hyenas Comedy Club in Dallas, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for part of the Kiltony production crew and a comedian out of Austin, Texas. This is Colt McNeely from Dallas, Texas, everybody. How are you guys? It's so good to be here. Oh, yeah. My name, as he said, is Colt. It's actually Colton. My mid-20s, I shortened it up, a little bit easier to say. I think when I'm an old man, I'm just going to go by. Thank you. I like movies. I saw a movie Holes with Shia LaBeouf. Thank you. So they're remaking it. It's going to have an all-female cast. It's true. What are they going to call it? Even better holes? I'm kidding. Oh, man, I love the news. Blacks and the gays, they don't get along. It's not my opinion. This is what they say, I get it, though, Imagine having both dads walk out on you. Thank you guys so much. Holy McNeely. Dallas. Where in Dallas are you from? Tell these people. Oh, I'm from Allen, Texas. All right. Churning the butter over there. I am, man. I'm happy to be here, Tony. Yes. My brother's here. You okay? Okay. Man, Tony, it's been crazy. Yeah, tell us about it, Cole. My buddy's dad just had a stroke. I know, yeah. He was telling me about it. It's really sad, right? Yeah, he said he had to spend all day at the stroke center. And I was like, that sounds like a great time. What's next? The first gorilla group center? Oh, go, man. Your head's on fire right now. What else is going on? Oh, man, I've been looking at all these first ladies. Those presidents have. Yeah, what about them? Melania Trump's our first lady, and I was looking at all the old first ladies, and I think Melania might be the first lady. That is a good point. What do you gotta tell me now? I gotta tell you, Tony, we live in Austin, Texas. Yes. But my home is Dallas, Texas. You're already on your side. Oh my goodness. What are you, the doomsday preacher? Shit. Incredible. Didn't Heidi bring you out here to clean up the spill earlier? Was that you? You little lopstick. All right. What else is going on, Cole? Oh, not much, Tony. Just you ran out of things that you gotta tell me. Well, I told you everything I Tony, I gotta tell you, Tony. Oh man, Tony, I do have to tell you. When I started selling these Kill Tony fingerboards on the website, who cares about the fingerboards? Dude, Dallas, Texas. Oh my goodness. Alright, cool. Anything else? You have any tricks up your sleeve? For a fun fact, I don't know if you guys have been watching the show long enough, but Colt is one of the greatest yo-yoers in the world, and he also famously is one of the youngest ever. What is it? Kung Fu Taekwondo? Black belt? Oh man, I'm a 4th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. But I do gotta tell you, Tony, I've been working with you for like 6 years now. And my name is Robbie. And I haven't been kicking since I've been working for you, so I can't kick. Goddamn, I can yo-yo. Alright, do a little yo-yoing for us. I don't know if they can even see it. Give me some yo-yo music, John. Screaming. Oh yeah. Oh, we've hit a new low, ladies and gentlemen. Right when you think, I love it. This is the part where you have to explain to your girlfriend the show that you brought her to every month. No, I swear it's cool. It's funny. Pretty, it's like a tampon. That's amazing. Wow. Thank you so much for having me. My God. There he goes, Colt McNeely. Put a headset on and continue working. He actually works for the show. Fun fact, he is the guy that takes the piece of paper and wrangles the person and brings them to the back of the stage. That's Colt from Dallas, Texas. Which, you know what? I want to give a shout out real quick. We have a friend visiting. The son of the late great Chuck Norris is here somewhere. Can we make some fucking noise for Texas? Chuck Norris. He's out here somewhere, enjoying himself, trying to take his mind off it. Your dad was the fucking man. Oh, look at this place for Chuck Norris. He's out here somewhere. Alright, back to the show we go. Back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Ashley Ann Knox, everybody. Ashley Ann Knox.
Damn.
Oh, what's up, Dallas? So, I look like it. I'm sure I do have historically terrible taste in men. Like, my dating history looks like the foreplay probably should have came with a background check. Don't laugh. I am painfully attracted to men that look like they need a case for or have one already. So needless to say, I am a single mom. Yeah, take note, gentlemen. My son just turned 14 recently, and he's in the whole puberty stage. He started to talk to me like I ruined his credit score. Like, I used to rock this giant man-child back and forth to go to sleep, and now I just rock back and forth after reading his Google search history. He started talking to girls too recently. Yeah, hell yeah. So, needless to say, I had to put the board notifications on his phone. I'm sorry, you gotta do it. Somebody's gotta check their phones. Yeah, I had to do it. You got me. I did not make it through that shit. It's okay though.
Ashley, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm just looking around at I'm sitting inside and I kept looking around, but please don't call me holy shit. This is a lot of people. This is also good for you. Hell yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, hell yeah. It's mommy, thank you.
You dress like this around your son's friends?
So, funny story, the other day I was having lunch with him and a friend, and he goes, Mom, you're bad. And I said, what do you mean? He said, you can Google it. And I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, no. Like, my heart to my stomach. He meant baddie, like I was hot, and his friend was yeah. I was like, ew. Yeah. Something like that. I didn't get it. All of my bad choices went and flashed before my eyes, though. That's all I know.
Is there anything out when you say that you got scared? What could he possibly have found?
Pictures, maybe? Don't have an OnlyFans, calm down. Maybe after this.
Okay, Ashley, let's talk about what do you do for
We're going to OnlyFans, okay?
Stick with me, Ashley. Don't pay attention. I'm used to it.
I got you.
Definitely.
You are used to
Stick
it.
with me over
I
here.
got you.
What do you do for work?
I own an entertainment company, so I host karaoke and open mic comedy all over DFW.
Oh my goodness. What did you do before that?
Oh, I was in sales, so I did strategic size of magazines
Before
door
that?
to door.
What did you do before that?
Sold magazines door to door. It's all I've ever done.
Really?
All I've ever done is sell since I was 14.
That's it?
Yeah, my dad had me out there knocking doors practicing for my own Amber Alert. It was wild.
Okay. How many kids do you have?
2.
How old are they?
One will be 15 and one is about to be 9.
Okay, you still with the baby daddy?
No.
So, what do you...
I'm not going to talk about him either. Last time I talked about him,
You were on the show.
I was, yeah.
Shit, you thought I would remember
It's a
funny set of tits.
Hey. You know what? Yeah.
That'll do it.
I covered him.
Now I remember you.
That was the problem, yeah.
Teresa.
I was just going to say, before we get too far away from yourself, where do you think your son got the idea to look up giant fake titted women?
Oh, here's Soda. I don't know.
Put that in his head.
He's been Googling weird shit like that since he was 7, okay?
This kid is heavily advanced. You would be too if you were drinking heavy whipping cream right in the moon. I mean, look at those. I mean, at least you have those, right?
You know, I paid a lot of money for them, so
Really? How much did you pay?
10 grand.
Oh my goodness, each.
Worth it. It's my favorite thing I ever bought myself.
Are they gummy? Are they gummy?
Oh yeah, they're totally yummy.
No, gummy. He's asking if they're gummy or if they're...
I said gummy.
Okay.
Gummy, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I see you.
You're talking about the blowjobs or tits?
No, the tits.
Good.
All right, Ashley. So give us an example, like the last date you went on.
The last day, I don't really date. I've been in a relationship. You know
Well,
what?
you're in a relationship.
I was in a relationship. I'm recently unengaged, which is funny because you foreshadowed this actually. Totally did. The last time I saw you, you were like, your fiance's gonna cheat on you and leave you, and I was like, you're being kind of a bitch. But it turns out you're actually a witch. You're dead on balls accurate.
What made me say that at the time? But you don't have a guy now. Wow. So what do you do for fun? What are you dragging in front of this 415 and 9-year-old?
I host like 4 shows a week of karaoke and comedy open mics. So I'm super busy, and I'm producing a competition statewide for stand-up comedy too.
Yo, Zoot, what's going on, pimp? Zoot, I'm talking to you. Don't you recognize I'm talking to you? Do you know what that means in your world? That means I'm the center of attention. What's up, pimp? Why don't you call him? Dude, he was in here for like 17 straight hours yesterday. Would you please call him? Thank you, sir. Okay, and he didn't pick up? His brother picked up? What? I don't understand. What does that mean? Okay, you're calling him.
I just told him.
And what did he say? What happened? Yeah, what happened? Zoo, what happened, big dog? Okay, I'm waiting. Did he answer? He did not answer. Do I understand you correctly? So you're absolutely the most frustrating person with whom I've ever had to communicate in my entire life. Okay, are you ready to lose at mini call? Zoot, I just sent you an invitation, and I'm waiting on you to accept it. Did you get my invitation? Zoot. So you're taking literally years. Zoot, can you hear me? Fuck, Zoot, can you hear me? Okay, why aren't you answering me? No, absolutely not. I'm a normal motherfucking person. In fact, I'm the most normal motherfucker of all time. No one takes 20 seconds to answer questions. Except you. Okay, now, you have an invitation. Do you know that?
Just join the chat.
Oh, one of my other accounts. Zoot, do you know? It's rejoining in a second. Zoot, do you know that you have an invitation? Yes or no? I'll wait. Okay.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp? Zoot, we're gonna see how many games in a row I can beat you, and I want you. That's tight. What was it about? That's what I asked.
I realized I was in a dream, so I just let's stop flying, and then I changed my hair color, and then I started blowing bubbles.
Dude, that was the most incredible shot I've ever seen.
You go into a black room. You go into a black hole. We are entering it and exit it. We are entering it and exit it.
How do you go into something without entering it?
Sorry, can you enter the offshoot black hole and exit black hole? Like, can you be near a black hole? Like, can you be near a black hole?
Yes, you can be near a black hole, but gravitational forces will tear you apart. Generally, unless you have some kind of advanced technology. Dude, why would you do that move? Dude, that was sick.
Yeah, but you can get it in.
Are you sure about that? Dude, I'm going to beat you 10 times in a row, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm so good at this game. I might be the best person in the world at the game, but that shot was terrible. Dude, there's this podcast. Dude, there's this podcast I really like that all they do every week is Fighter and the Kids subreddit with Brendan Schaub and Ryan Callen. And it's an hour long every week, and all they do is just, the whole thing is just dedicated to this subreddit. What happened at Left Lab, baby?
Jack Markle decided to just do Henry's jokes. He did Henry with his like whole set.
Did it go well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone thought it was funny.
Okay, do you remember when I was like halfway through a story and then you just cut me off? Okay, so on Saturday they had or on Sunday they had the Freedom 250, which was like a once, perhaps in a lifetime fight on the White House lawn, and it inspired me to call this podcast that I really like. They allow people to leave voice messages for them, and usually the people on there are just like absolutely unhinged. And so I made a really long message, it was like 3 minutes, and they played it, and it just aired on today's show, and so I'm just really happy because all I did was just do inside jokes about Brendan Schaub and told people to just view my stream on YouTube 24/7 or whatever. And I thought the people were gonna like make fun of me and be mean to me, but they were nice. The worst thing they said is this is a really long message, and everything else they were like, well, so go check out Viral Rabbi on YouTube. And they were just really nice. I think that's pretty baller, don't you? Yeah, that's the coolest shit of all time. Dude, what up, baby? What up, baby? Maybe. Look at this, dude. Have you ever seen anybody do this shot in 4 shots? Yeah, you've seen that. Dude, I'm gonna beat you 5 games in a row. I'm gonna beat you 10 games in a row. I'm gonna try to beat you more than I beat Riser. Dude, this is my best hole, and you haven't. Oh no! And you haven't beaten me on this hole in like 60 tries. I've never done that.
You just lost. You just lost. You just lost. You just lost.
I'm still gonna win. You know, whenever we play this hole, I'm always like, I never lose at it. I'm so good at it. And to have that result is painful. Dude, are you going to hit the ball, or are you just going to check your text messages for dudes? Or girls. Whatever floats your boat. Are you gonna go though? Dude, you're so frustrating. Dude, are you there? Dude, are you there? Hit the ball, dog. Dude, disconnected.
Rabbi, this that sucks.
Dude, your internet sucks. You just resigned.
Yeah, because your internet sucks.
No, your internet sucks. I just won. I was hitting the ball. You disconnected. I've been connected the whole time. I can hear myself. Dude, why did you lose? Dude, every game that we play, you have to resign. It just started to be Wednesday. Are you ready? Are you ready for do you know that I'm watching Kill Tony right now? Their Dallas, Texas special. Were you aware of that? Dude, you have an invitation. Everybody's awaiting you. Dude, you know this game is over. To quote you, I just won. What up, Pim?
Everyone politicians are getting in trouble for election. Politicians are getting in trouble for respectfully on the poster clubs.
Yep.
Check.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Given everything that's going on now, I think the next politician that does cook and you guys to the strip club, I'm just gonna get my money.
Is that your stand-up comedy thing?
Yeah.
That's not bad. Are you proud of that joke? You should be. It's good. Dude, what are your thoughts on my live straight?
I got a break.
Are you happy about that?
Five. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get the fun.
Dude, a 4X with ones is like useless.
The 5X.
Right.
That's not good.
Which doesn't make sense that 4X gets you like 4 plus whatever, and 5X gets you like 50. That isn't logical, but they do it. Dude, do you know who Valerie Vaughn is? Do you know who Valerie Vaughn is?
And I say it.
That's a good point. Do you know who Heidi is from Kiltonian? You don't know who Heidi is? You don't know who Heidi is? Wait, you do know who Heidi is? She's like the ring girl or whatever who cleans up the table and gets them drinks and stuff during the show. Do you know what I'm referencing? Would you give her a shoot in the shorts?
Does she get paid or what?
She does that all for free. It's a voluntary gig. In exchange, they give her, they shout out her podcast. Do you know what the name of her podcast is? No, her last name is not Blonde. I don't know. It's called Love on the Line, and they basically give people relationship advice. And she is a manager of a strip club, but she doesn't strip. But she will go in the back room with you, and for like $900, she might give you a lap dance or something. But nothing super great. How old is she? She's probably like 28. I think she had a breast reduction. She's still stacked like an MF, not like a balloon. Dude, what do I do here? I need a 4X. Let's get that 4X, baby. That was garbage. I did the wrong thing. Dude, you might win. Zoo. One. Zoo might win, folks. Oh, dog, that's big time. That's giant. Zoo, do you think you're gonna win? Zoo. What a zoo. Dude, I just need 2 5s. Zoo, what the F, dog? Oh, no way. Zoo, did you see that? Zoo, did you see that?
Can't quite understand what they're chanting. They always wanted a job.
I'm more of a singer than a comedian, let's be real.
Do you want to see her jump right now? Jumping jacks, count up, 3, 4. So the ropes like to make your face like you're not loving this. Look over there, you fucking
My niece can only do
She's gonna find this clip in her son's Google history later.
There is a strong chance of that. Yeah. My niece can't handle that though. I'm only 34, but they're menopausal. So.
You're leaving here with a medium-sized joke.
I know it's better than all.
If you want, I'll make it in your cleavage from here. Just stay there, don't move. I was all fun that one. Little sticky hands, sorry.
Oh, you can't win them all. Thank you,
Sticky hand. You guys know what that's like. You've been to a Texas Rangers game. Sometimes the balls can't always go where you want them to. Yes, that was an insult. You guys having fun still? Another moment for make some noise for Scott Ramos, everybody. Scott Ramos.
What's going on, guys? My name's Scott. I'm a terrible person to work with. For me. But if you want fun, I got you. Have you ever gotten in trouble at work for saying, but it's not the worst you've done? So when you get pulled out for it, you'll feel offended and right on yourself. But once last night, you've been coming in late. I'm like, bitch, I've been stealing money. I'm just trying to work for FedEx. Yes, I do steal y'all shit. My family thanks you. It was weird. I go to the supermarket and people give me way too much respect. One guy thanked me for my service, and I didn't know how to respond. So I was like, yes, sir, I did 2 tours in Dallas. We did a tour of Arlington. We lost a lot of good men that year. I like smoking weed. No, first time, brother. No, fucking wear my fucking hat. Somebody else take off your hat. Take off your white stuff.
Someone just got themselves a huge everybody. All right, so let's stick it here. How long have you been stand-up?
I mean, it's been like 8 to 10 years back and like sitting with bullshit.
Okay, now, why you need bullshit?
Dude, what are you doing?
Why you need? They ask you why you need bullshit.
TH, drugs are fun.
TH, why you need?
Drugs are fun.
What kind of drugs are we talking about?
No, we're good.
No, we're good. Look at this drink.
מפה, ושתיים כאילו גאו. זה לא מסיים. שתיים לא מצאים שם. אני לא יודע, רבי יועצי בשביל... בואו נגמור עם זה, אז ציוק כזה, יש גם שיר דיני. להיות, אני לא ממש... כמו שכתוב כאן, כי אתם מבינים שאחד לא ממש מגיע בשני, ואחד שהוא מתקשר, זה רגע, ולכן, אני לא רוצה את זה, להיות שם זו בלב, שקודם הוא נגע בראשון, ואחר כך הראשון נגע בשני, יש איזה מיליונית של שנייה שאני לא אסביר לך בסביב בהתחלה, כן, הם היו ככה, שהוא מישר על הראשון, אז זה נגע בשני, יאללה, נגע מנגד, ואחר כך נגע מנגד, נגע מנגד, זה למעלה, הוא רק אומר, הוא ישר על זה. אז זה למטה, אני מקבל את התקומה מהעליון, זאת אומרת נגד, פלוס מגע, הוא נגע בראשון. למה אלים סוב עלי, כמו... איך בנייה גם מגו וגם נגד, מספיק שהוא יהיה מגו, וכאן הגמרא עוד משהו, זאת אומרת, איך מבטח? איך הוא נגע פה? יש מפקימים אם זה קורה בבטקן, או אחד אחרי השני, יש כל מיני סוף כאן אפילו שאני לא רוצה לעשות כאן. והבוי שי שלפעמים טוב ונעים. אנחנו רוצים את מרדכי ביטמר. כל מיני פנחס חויטה 60 דולר. אנחנו יודעים, כבר למדנו כמה כמה מתחילים, אדם שחושב, מבין מינטון, לא מוסיף שמן. למה? הספרת כתוב לא להכניס. אבל לא מוסיף שמן. אבל אז ניסים שמן. בקוינס. לא בכל הפורמי. אז הכניסה ונשאר שם. ובאופן הפורסים, בשום עצמו משק שכל שיעור יעלו במעלה. יש לנו אפילו סרטון בשביל זה. האמת היא, כשצריך לשמור כל הסרטונים לאחר כך, זה בסדר, יש לנו. מה זה משק שכל? זה המלחס חוישה, הוא מכניס, הוא דווקא, יש קצת שמן מהכלי הראשון, כן? יש לנו קצת שמן בצדדים, מהמלחס, היה לפני זה. אז הוא ככה אמר לו, לא, הוא מנגד, בדיוק. מנגד. משק שכל. מפקילה עושה. יש לא שאומר, שיש לך מלחס חוישה, אתה לוקח קצת שמן מהצדדים, נכון? אתה אומר, אז אין בעיה שהוספת שמן אחר כך. אתה עושה את זה לחקירה, לא בגלל. אז הגמור, עושים להיות מודל שמן, והייתי לא לעבוד, אני לא מבין. עושים את מה שלא נביא. זה שמן. הוא שראית כמה שמן בפרנסר, אל תכניס לפני השמיצה. אתה הכניסה את זה, יש. זה רביון נשלוח. חורי, שניסה לדיבונו. חורי זה מה? זה מוכר לבישה. לא עובד. שתרבה עם משהו מאוד דלים, מלא שמש. יפה, זה היה במשך. אפילו שהיפש סופג את השמן השני, יש כאן שתי בעיות. מה שתי בעיות? ההוא יש לו מדי הרבה שמן, ההוא יש לו מדי פחות שמן. שניהם זה בעייתי מאוד. זה לא בעיה. ראינו שאוילין ואוילין לא בטל, כן? שני דברים שעולים על המזבח, לא בטלים אחד לשני, אז זה לא בטל, ושם. תמיד באמת אומר שזה בעייתי מאוד, לא יעשו. שומעים, מישהו נדע. חבר בפרי, הוא נכנס חויפה, אין לו שם. זה הכי יפה ששולה. יש, לא יודע, זיזור, גלים. אז בעיה לפי כולם, גם לפי חכמים, שאומרים שלא כאן לא יצליב, רק בגלל שאוהלים בו, לא מפלים, אבל סתם ככה, סתם שמן לא. אבל לא, זה לא רמת ככה. זה לא כאן, זה נמצא יבשה של נוקס חויטר, ואז יש לנו בעיה עם הלכה שלמדנו כאן, שנכנס לשמן, לא בעיה. לא, אין לנו בעיה בכלל, כי אנחנו לא מדברים על נוקה יבשה כזאת, אלא אנחנו מדברים על נוקס חורים ואילים ונוקס גוסים. הנה, אחד של קרס, למטה בצד שמאל, לכל מסורים של קרמה, אתה מבין, 3 שמונים של שמן. זה המון שמן, מסורים אחד, עושים כאן יש הרבה יותר שמן, אבל יחסית. כי לאיסורים זה רק 2 מוגים לכל איסורים, מאופורם 3. זאת אומרת שיש לו פחות שמן יחסית. אז כן, הנה, אפילו רואים למעלה. 2 מוג שמן לאיסורים ו3 מוג לאיסורים. אוקיי. אז זה הכוונה לקחת משהו יפה של החיים, ירחת את זה ביום נכנסים. זה הנקודה. אבל הוא סופק. מה סופק ממה? לא הסופק. טוב, מדברים על חגים וכנסים. לקחת מרחב מכאן ומרחב מכאן ותתערב. נכון, זה נקודה. הוא יבש, יחסית לקדש ויבש ולכן אין לנו בעיה על מה שקורה של מיכה סטייק. טוב, בדיוק. רוצים בביילים, וגם חרב ובלול, אתה לא יכול להגיד לי שחרב ובלול זה מספק, אבל אומר כן, זה אותו דבר, הוא שזה מפרש לו. זה מקרה אחד שמפרש אחת לשני. בואי לא. קוימץ שמיצו שמנוי על גבי יצמח, לקחת קוימץ, עשית סבץ' רציני, עד שיצא כל השתמת שלו על איזה עץ, הנה, שחק. הנה. הוא לוקח את הקוימץ ושחק, אז כל השמן על העץ, הוא לוקח את הפטרת, והשמן ושם את זה על זה. האם הם מתכוונים? לא, זה השאלה. אז קודם שמיתו שמנוי, הפטרת השני לצמחו. קודם שמיתו שמנוי, שחק את כל השמן, אז אני הייתי מהו. ואז נפרשת את הספצר לשמן על העץ. עכשיו השאלה, לפי הפירוש של ראשון תורה, שכתובים לראות את דברים גמור. אבל לא יכולים גמור. האם זה ישר כאילו שהשמן מתחבר בחזרה לבצר, ואז יש לך כאן כניסה שיש פה גם את השמן שיצטרך. או שלא, לך קוראים גם ואז חסר לשמן. זכת את השמן שהיה צריך להיות שם, אבל לא שם. אבל הרבי נראה של הרבי גם להיות מושבים. ושלום. אני רוצה לך משהו, תגידו לי האם זה דבר. מה קרה? אני מועבר על זה. בצד. יחד לעצם, בוא נגיד.
Alright, so frick. See, I know that I went extreme, now you want to dial it back.
Fuck it, I do crack.
You do crack?
Now I do.
Really?
No,
Oh, okay. So what do? You don't look like you've done cocaine once in your life. You look like
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Riser just missed everybody's favorite Australian. How you living, Pin? Oh, he's coming back. You're bringing him back. What's up, big dog? Yo, you slept for 12 hours. I totally understand, dude. I was zonked. They played my recording on their podcast, and I thought they were going to make fun of me. I was pretty worried about it. But the worst they said is it's really long. That's all. That's cool. All my shit's long. And they were like, all right, well, check out Viral Rabbi and YouTube and Filtered by Live and join our Patreon. And I made them laugh, so that's cool. That's baller. And then also, I was supposed to do a podcast on Friday, but because the name of the podcast has the word that I don't like, CONSPIRACY, I canceled on it. And I don't want my name or my brand associated directly with that. I'm sure that, it brings things up to people, but that's not what I really like to talk about. I like to talk about the future and humanity and world peace and stuff. I thought about it, but it's not good. I understand it. That's their brand, but when you get into AI and stuff, and it's like, Rabbi was on this podcast. I don't want that name of that podcast to be associated with me. So, but that's okay. I'm doing another podcast later, and that's just because I can't edit AI, and it could be in there for like millions of years or whatever. And it's like, no, just because I did this one podcast, I don't want to be seen as this person who is a leader in that movement, because I'm not. If anything, I'm a leader in futurism and pacifism and sexiness, and everybody knows that. But yeah, so that's what I've got going. But yeah, when I awoke, I was like, I wonder, the show that I was on is called Raccoon Tweeties, and why is it called that? Because one of the guys' last name is Cooney, and I guess that's like raccoon. Anyway, so I was like, right when I awoke, which is like, I don't know, 10 p.m. or something, I turned my phone to that podcast, and I go all the way to the end, and I immediately heard my voice, which is like it's shocking, and I'm like, uh-oh, they played it. I can't believe I did that. And it's not a huge podcast, but it means so much to me because I've literally watched other podcasts, and they were nice to me though, and so I really appreciate that. Yo, dog, what are you? Are you standing next to a leaf blower? Okay. All right, that's tight. So I was really proud of that. And okay, so you've never seen Forrest Gump, but I'm kind of like the Forrest Gump of the internet. And if you're like, how is that? It's like I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream. I'm the number one streamer all time in iShow Speed stream. I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat stream. I'm the number one streamer all time in Amaranth stream. Like, basically, I've spanned the whole internet, and so like I'm like everywhere. And in Forrest Gump, he was in all these historical events just randomly, and I'm kind of the same way. And I think that's baller as fuck. Facts is right. And I'm watching Kill Tony's special in. Well, first I have to say I watched Brennan Schaub. Again, he put out. It's like he heard my complaint to you yesterday, where I was like, dude, he doesn't put out any content on Monday. And then on Tuesday, he puts out 4 hours of content. And on Wednesday, he doesn't put out any content. It's like, why wouldn't you bring up the 4 hours? And it's like he heard me, because he's like, yeah, I recognize that we dump all this on you on one day, and we need to spread it out. So I'll be doing the live stream on Mondays, I think, or a Shab Show or something on Mondays, and then Fighter and the Kid on Tuesdays, and then nothing on Wednesday, and then Thursday they do Fighter and the Kid, and then Friday he'll do another like YouTube question answer session, and then Sunday he does a Patreon question and answer session, which is like, how many questions are you being asked? Like, you're not doing anything that fucking interesting. You literally are just, as he says, like, I'm just like a baseball dad, and I comment on UFC or I do UFC. I comment them. It's not even really a commentator. So, but yeah, I just, not a whole lot has happened. But I went through my list of the people who I'm emailing. Anyone with that C word, I just removed them. Nothing against them. I'm sure that they're all really into really cool stuff and probably similar subjects and that I find interesting. But that word is just kind of like it carries so much baggage online that I just want to stay away from it. And it's one thing if in the future I will. Pardon me?
You think Nick Jonah would agree with that?
I think Kevin Jonas would. And there's a phrase that I like even more that I'm totally fine to be on, which is skeptic. Skeptic is fine. I'm fine to be on a podcast like the Skeptics podcast. It's people who are asking questions. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's a wonderful thing. But the other thing is just it carries so much baggage, and I just don't like it. I've never liked that term. What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Riser. Riser. Zoot and I played a game earlier today of mini golf, and I'm like 10 games in a row. And he's like, just silent. I'm like, Zoot, do you hear me? And he's like, just silent. I'm like, Zoot, are we gonna play? He's like, yeah. I'm like, you answering my question. Same shit, different day. So we start playing, and we're on like the fourth hole or something, and then all of a sudden, like, he just stops, of course, and disconnects, and his game stops, and I'm like, Zoot, go. Zoot, go. I'm yelling this for like 10 minutes. And then he comes back into the stream or whatever, and he's like, Rabbi, why didn't you go? Your internet sucks. And I'm like, dude, I just won the game. It said that you resigned, you forfeited due to inactivity. So that's where we're at with Zoot today. Zoot, how you living, Pip? Are you going to perform tonight at whatever the new comedy club is? Are you going to perform at the new comedy club? Baby, I know everything about South Australian comedy. Everything. I know first and foremost, it's too far away. How far is it?
The one you're talking about, that's on Wednesday nights every 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. So in your area, you have 3 comedy clubs now. Just one of them is far away.
No, there's no.
Oh, okay. Well, why do you only talk about Laugh Lab at Rhino Room and the new place or whatever, not any of the others?
Because they're shit.
Okay. I mean, that's... They get what? They get no one going to them. Okay, if you wanted to, Zoot, could you perform stand-up every single night? No, that's too far. But I'm just talking like if you, in your area, let's say you were able to travel within 100 miles, would you be able to do stand-up every night? Okay, so more like 5 nights a week?
Christmas, the Easter,
No. I understand that. Duh. I'm just talking on a random night in the winter. Okay, so really there's Laugh Lab on Monday, and then the other place every other Tuesday, and then the new place, which is like maybe once a week or whatever. But there's not like in Austin, Texas, or of course New York or LA, you can find a place to perform every night and go up, especially in LA, multiple times a night at different places. But it's not like that. It's like maybe 3 or 4 times a week maximum. Okay, that's all right.
So I read you're on stage and someone starts screaming, "This sucks!" Ooh, this sucks. What are you gonna say? This sucks. Make them shut up.
suck my fucking dick.
No, I don't come to your work and suck all the dicks.
Hey, Raza.
Riser, Zoot is tough.
Yes, Zoot.
Pokemon Red cartridge line. It was in good condition and they wanted because it was $200,000 now.
Did you have that, or did you sell it, or did you pick it up?
I opened it. And my brother was like, "It's a shit." The papers like that.
So it's worth nothing?
That's what. Okay, good condition. Okay, that's a 9.0. If it's 10, then it's like $200,000. 9.0 is worth $21,000. 8.0 is like yes, but
The card rating system is a little bit nuts.
the operating system.
What do you say? Card what rating system?
Cartridge.
Pokemon card is a card, right?
Cartridge. The game is a cartridge.
Oh, for like
No, the
Game
game
Boy?
is a bunch of cards.
No, the game is a card. The Game Boy game. The cartridge.
Oh. Oh, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I get what he's saying.
They rate those. They have a PSA rating.
Yeah. Super Mario 64. I think 10 it's worth $2.1 million. I think 10 Super Mario 64.
Damn.
Super Mario 64 is a what?
Worth $2 million. Worth $2 million. It's a 10.
Like for Nintendo 64, that game, if you have one that's like still in the box, it's worth $2 million.
If it's greater than 10.
Okay, but like if it's still in the box, they like judge the box as a 10.
Yeah. But here's the thing, Rabbi. What you can do now is you can use AI. And you take a photo with AI, and then you can say, "Well, you buy it. It's like, it's going to be rated 10.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say if the box isn't very to just recreate the box.
No, you can use AI. You can't do that.
Dude, why don't you do that? That's a brilliant idea. Like just make boxes for N64 cartridges that are indistinguishable from the real ones, and then buy. What'd you say?
Using AI.
I mean, you could just do it using really good Photoshop too. That's not that hard of a thing to recreate. You just need like an industrial printer. And then you just buy like cartridges that are like 7 or 8s, and then put them in your super box, and then just sell them for like $2 million. That's gonna be a
Fun to work with knives.
yeah, exactly. Just throw it against the wall so nobody gets too suspicious. Why this one area of South Australia has just like a giant amount of
Zook somehow managed to acquire 10.
right.
We talked about it for a bunch.
Yeah, nobody watches my stream though. So maybe in like 10,000 years, people will be like, "Oh, this person flooded the market." But okay, Zoot, here's my question: Are you ready to lose at pool?
But that's what people are doing now. They use AI to detect the cheap AI and see how the car's going to be great.
Do you know that you both have invitations and everybody's awaiting you? Do you know that Riser takes forever? Riser's doping right now with tea. He's basically using stimulants to be able to improve his awareness. Riser, are you going to accept this invitation? All right, are you gentlemen ready for the best break of all time?
Legal break.
Did you see that shot? Did you see that shot? That is.
I just took it.
Luke, do you prefer Australian accents or American accents? Like just overall, with your other Australia, talk American.
It's kind of a difficult question because we have a lot of accents.
I guess that's strange.
We have Southern accent, Boston accent, North Atlantic accent.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about whatever accent it is.
Do you want to know my opinion?
That's what I asked.
Australia is becoming a country, and it's trying the Australian accent to be applied the next like 30 to 50 years.
No.
Okay, that has nothing to do with the question I asked at all.
I'm just telling you that the Australian accent will die out.
I'm just telling you that was not the question.
Dude, are you?
What do you prefer more? It does matter. It's like a random hypothesis.
I prefer fucking American accents.
Okay, then you answered the question. Because they say no, or they don't say no. Dude, are you gonna stop him?
Dude, are you just gonna take that?
You watch one Shane Gillis skit and you think you really Australian accent.
I've never seen any Shane Gillis skit about the Australian accent. I listen to you for like 6 hours a night.
What is one of my famous skits where he talks about Australian accent?
Okay, I mean, I haven't seen that.
What does he say about it?
Said, imagine on 9/11, you're in a building, you're going to be on an Australian accent.
Oh, and that plane's coming in real close.
Dude, tell Riser your new joke. It's pretty good.
I'm skeptical about that.
Do you remember when politicians just got in trouble just waiting for that marijuana to go in the strip clubs? The next politician goes that government goes to strip clubs and does cocaine is getting cocaine. What do you think of this coming out about politicians now?
Nice.
You could have tags to that, like
It was like a normal joke. That was very easy to follow.
it's fine.
Unlike every other one. I hate it.
I know.
Like he had the easiest 2 shots in the world.
I know. I see. He just destroyed you. Then he fucked up. He fucked it up. He has a very difficult shot. Maybe one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. I know it's difficult. Shane Gillis knows it's difficult.
Bad people fuck up.
Wait, tell you didn't follow the path. That's a line stuff. Shadow update. Nice scratch.
He still wins.
That's bullshit. Jimmy scratch on the last thing is 8 ball you lose. You lose. It's close. It's the same. It doesn't matter if it's 8 or 9 or yellow or green, turquoise. Sink. 8 comments ball. Good last ball.
I thought
Update knows that. Jonas brothers know that.
I thought I had lost as well. So to know that I won, that I beat both of you, and that now you have to climb the King's, what's it called? King's Court to be able to get me. It's wonderful.
Clearly, you guys never played tennis growing up at the Wallace Park in Oakville.
It's true.
You would know that.
We call it King of the Hill. There was even a famous television show about it. Are you going to join the game? And game modes on
Yeah, you're just gonna have to
on game modes on video games are called King of the Hill.
Hey, Verizon. Hey, give us. Are you ready to lose?
You don't sound that confident. You don't sound that confident. I sense the trepidation.
Trepidation, big word.
Hesitation, trepidation. King of the court. This that.
Zoots up. Zoots up.
So you know you're representing the entire nation of Australia with this shot.
Margot Robbie. Jim Jeffries.
ACDC. Jet.
Jet.
Jet is watching every
Kylie Minogue just cried a little. Cold hard bitch. And then, what? Are you gonna be my girl? Those are banger songs. Those are literally, they were big in video games, and yeah, were they big in America? Yeah, they were in a few video games and commercials. They were big in commercials too, and they are one of my like a band that has two songs and really nothing else that I know. They have like two of the best songs ever. That was garbage.
You know the Veronica?
No one knows who those people are. That was, dude. I have to tell you, that was one. Who? Dude, are you speaking Outland or Outback? I have a question for you. No, nobody knows what that is. Are there guys who live on the Outback who like drive a Subaru Outback?
Have you ever heard the song?
No one's ever heard that song, right? Zoo. No.
One of the biggest hits in the world. That was Dallas.
In what, like 2014? Oh wait, hold on. I do know that song. I think. Okay, is Gas Bastion as good as Jet? The answer is no. What is Riser doing? I mean, that sounds like a you problem, baby.
I think everyone needs to pass.
I made Gas Bastion had a big hit.
That was one of the worst decisions for a ball, for a shot ever. I like how that was deliberately against me and didn't go in.
What about excess?
Yeah, I referenced them this morning as their lead singer in a hands on a hard body scenario.
What about Kid Leroy?
Kid LaRue?
Kid Leroy.
Yeah, I've heard of that person. Riser, are you gonna go?
Make him tell.
I mean, that sounds like a you problem, baby. You're gonna be eliminated. How does he still have time?
Oh, did I pass?
Twice. You have officially passed twice. What is that? What? Zoot. Zoot sending to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Or Kosovo or some shit. No, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Flag at me. And I don't think that's cool.
So what's the timeline for when you become a headline?
200 years.
Dude, but he will be so good by then. Can you imagine? Someone who bombs consistently for 200 straight years, how good they would be at the end of that.
You've never met Henry Wilson.
No one knows who that is.
You've never met Henry Wilson. Best comedian ever.
Is he?
Alright. If you ever met James McCann, you gotta say, is Henry Wilson really the best comedian ever? He will tell you yes.
Okay, no doubt.
Have you listened to James McCann's Bad?
Yeah, he had set of the year on Kill Tony last year. I mean, it's a made-up thing that they gave him. Truthfully, he should have won Guest of the Year. He was on like 4 or 5 times, maybe 6. He was on a lot. Have I seen his special, Black Israelite? No. Dude, that was devastatingly bad.
So I say Jim Jeffries.
Should you go see Jim Jeffries next month? You'll pussy out, and that's cool. That's a miss. That's a miss. It's one of the great misses in the history of the game. Miss. What the fuck was that? Riser, what the fuck was that, dog?
Thing live. It's supposed to be live.
Are you all seeing this? King of the court. Just absolutely perfect. Folks. Folks. You don't have to imagine it, baby. I made that a reality. But I made your shot incredibly difficult. Riser, do you think he has a difficult shot?
If you sink your own balls in, you scratch
I like how Zoot knew that, like, that rule or whatever, because I thought I had lost, but I didn't. And folks at home, if you're watching this, you're watching the master. It's over, folks. The first person to successfully be able to defend the hill, king of the castle, king of the court, biggest pimp of all time. Okay. Dog, what are you talking about? Why would you say that?
The same reason why beating up wheelchair people like victory.
Yes, it does. 100%. Everybody knows that. Zoot, you have an invitation. I'm king of the castle. I'm master of the domain. Look at this shot, folks. Both Riser and Zoot trying their very best to not defeat me. I'm the best. That was bullshit. Riser, it was not playing shit. My red ball's laughing at me saying,
10% luck, 20% skill, 15% power and determination and will, 5% pleasure, 15% pain, 100% reason, 100% pain.
What is that?
You haven't heard that song?
No one knows what that is.
Very popular song.
What is it?
It's 5% pleasure, 15% pain.
What's the name of the song and who's it by?
I don't know. All I remember is
That's good. That's really
just don't
good.
remember the name by like in person.
That's really good. It's a good song. Do they like to take all the fun?
I shot the thing.
Do they like? Look at that. Look at that. That was a Nathan Fielder move where I just asked deep lyrics, language, knowledge, and then dominate.
No, you have to cheat.
Folks,
Dude, this is the one game you're supposed to be good at. Like the last 5 turns. Good.
fuck that.
And where's your
Dude, I have a question for you. Are you ready for it?
good what?
Okay, do you know what hands on a hard body is?
I don't care.
I just asked like a simple question.
Do you do care? Do you like 1996 Nissan trucks?
One day,
So you wouldn't want to drive around in a $20,000, which is the equivalent. I mean, thousand. Do you know how much a Nissan truck is worth? No, a new one. Fresh off the lot. Probably, yeah. So you wouldn't want to drive around one of those. Dude, you're so cool, shit. That's great. I want to drive.
okay, well, you know what I'm going to do? When I go viral, I'm going to drive a 1990s Nissan truck and lead a caravan of people in Subaru Outbacks to whatever that fucking thing is in the Outback where that lady with the dog, with the dingo was, and we're going to camp there. Uluru, yeah. And what else is Ayers Rock? Oh, well, guess what? They're going to make an exception. They're going to say that I am of Aboriginal origin, and they're going to be like, dude, this motherfucker, are you serious? Bullshit. I was trying to think of Ayers Rock. Oh, okay. Rise, are you ready to lose at mini golf?
Even when I try to help you.
Riser, would you please explain to me?
I think that should be the game. One of us, it's like reverse king of the hill, but it's like we're stuck with Zoo. It's like loser's court.
Would you please explain to me why Zoot is in such a bad mood? And just left?
So you just fucking. He knows the probably will never Nissan truck.
Maybe. I was going to ask him a serious question. All right. Well, I guess it's 1v1. I'm going to start a streak. I cannot believe for how many hours.
It says he's online.
Doug, his last words were, "What the fuck?"
I think that's a good strategy.
Right, sir, it's the best strategy in the game.
No, it's not. That's a trade. This strategy is so bad. You think it's nifty, but it's just nifty, but it's just not.
What is not nifty about it? הכל, אין קניצה בכלל. את הכל שמים על המזבח. לכן יש להם בית. יש שלוש שהוא לא אוכל, שהם כן אוכלים. אוי, אוי. מי חצוי? בשני הלחם שנותנים בשבוע. ולחם הפועלים שאוכלים כל שבת. שלא נוריד.
Good job scoring. Good job scoring.
אז איך אנחנו יכולים
Good job scoring.
חייב לראות שזה לא הלחם שלנו, כי זה הלחם שלנו, זה היה צריך להצטרף לגמרי. העובדה שאנחנו אוכלים את זה, זה ראיה שלא שלנו. כי איך זה לא שלנו?
What are your thoughts on this shot?
הכסף, שמקצה שקט, שקונה את הלחם הפועלים, שקונה את שני הלחם, זה לא מהכסף שלנו.
Riser, you're talking to the Forrest Gump of the internet. Maybe one of the sickest shots we've ever seen.
You leave it short. You leave it short. He leaves it short.
No, you're not making that. That's definitely.
Oh, that's going in.
That was one of the most beautiful shots I've ever seen. Garbage. One of the best shots we've ever had the privilege of seeing. If the hole is where it normally is, that would be a hole in one of this game would be over. Look at you, stealing strategies. This is hard because it's fast and then it's slow and it's fast. But did you see that I just scored? Take this one.
Are you serious?
Riser, what are your thoughts on that shot? This is makeable. Riser, what are your thoughts on getting it in two shots? What are your thoughts on guaranteed to win? Oh, give it to me. One of the best shots we've ever seen. Rejected.
Garbage angle. Get there. Nope. Sorry. No. That's no good. Fuck.
You're done. You need the greatest shot in the history of the game right here. You're going to hit the corner.
Go.
Oh, you have a chance. Chance.
Nope, not close. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. You can go that way. No idea.
What
What are your thoughts on that comeback? You had the lead and then you blew it. You were in the lead and then you blew it. Do you have any comments?
I won. A win's a win, baby.
I'm like an 8 straight right now.
That's incorrect.
Do you like this one?
No.
Do you wish you had an iPad?
Perhaps.
Such an easy cut. There you go. There you go. Knock me in the tar. Wow. You could knock me into the tar there now.
I know what I could have done.
Believe
I know what I
you
could
don't
have done.
have the ability, the technical ability, skill, the acumen.
Stop.
Hit the gnome.
Stop.
Hit the fucking gnome.
This is a dangerous shot.
No. Oh, wait, I'm good.
I don't think you're good. That tree is
Oh, I'm good.
dangerous. That tree is dangerous.
What tree? I purposely took the terrible route just to see if you would make it too, but
How was your toast and tea? What are you, British?
I don't think British people are known for eating toast.
Oh, most certainly they are. Beans and toast is their thing.
Beans and toast is disgusting.
I agree. Makes me sick.
Oh. No!
No. Folks, if you're watching this, he needs the best shot of his career right here.
Get in. Get in! Oh,
Folks.
Oh.
Riser doesn't know who Pat O'Neill is. Riser doesn't know who Pat O'Neill is, folks.
Fuck off. This hole is bullshit.
I'm guaranteed the win. I'm guaranteed the win. Riser, I'm guaranteed the win. Riser.
I only joined because Zood told me who I can join.
Would you?
No, Yellow, don't eat that.
What is Yellow eating?
It's eating cheese, but
Is that's not bad for her, is it? Oh.
No, it was not.
Get in the water.
Stay out of there.
There's this commercial.
I'll get over here.
Nobody's gonna think this is funny, but there's this show that I listen to every single night and have for like I don't know, 10 straight years or something. Oh fuck, that was terrible. Not that it matters. Oh, make it. Oh, it was terrible as well. And They have this commercial for their app, and they're like, our app is now available for iPhone and Android 4.0 and above. And if you look at when Android 4.0 and above was like launched, it was like 2013. So basically, this app is like they just keep running this thing, and they've run it for like 13 straight years. And I just think it's funny that like it would be like saying like our our software is available on Windows.
iPhone 5.
Our software is available on Windows 97, 98, and it's just outdated. Now here's my question: you've not won straight up 2 games in a row. What are your thoughts?
I slept 12 hours and I over. So this is the last one. I don't have enough dopamine in my brain for this.
Okay, I understand. I get it.
The only reason I came here is because it was like, just fucking leave. So, Zoot, if you're watching this,
It's not watching.
you're not funny, your comedy sucks.
His joke
You're
was
never
cute,
going to
though.
win hands on hard body.
Yeah, definitely he's not. He's not
Nick
allowed.
Jonas would defeat you in hands on a hard body.
He's banned from hands on a hard body, without a doubt. He doesn't even think it's like a serious thing.
Who's Zoot or Nick Jonas?
No, Nick Jonas knows that it's a serious thing. Of all the Jonas brothers, which one do you think wins hands on a hard body?
I don't really know them.
Okay, well, I'm going to teach you what their names are.
If I'm being brutally honest, and I want a serious answer, I don't know their personalities well enough.
I don't
The
know.
only one I know has a name is Nick. The other ones are like whatever the fuck, Tony and Rupert. Or
No.
something.
There's Joe, he's the oldest. Kevin's the second oldest. And Nick Jonas is the youngest. And
Well,
Nick,
no one cares. Let's be honest, Nick is the most famous. No one cares about Joe.
No, that's not correct. Joe Jonas dated
Timothy.
Taylor Swift for like a long time. And Nick Jonas is married to Priyanka Chopra or whatever, that super hot Indian woman. And I don't know what Kevin does. So I always feel badly for Kevin. So whenever I do like a hands on a hard body or any kind of joke on here, I always include Kevin because he's the most vague, like the one that people don't know the most. All right, you did that one thing here, but I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't have the balls to do it. Oh, stop.
It's not even in that place. But, yeah.
Would you take my shot?
I can show you my technique.
No, I don't want your technique. That's a garbage technique. That's terrible. Do you want to see my technique?
Dude, no, wait, no. Go back to the start and try to do it.
What are you even talking about, dog? How am I even supposed to do that? In what world am I able to
You
do
hit
that?
it back to the tee shot and then practice.
That's 3 different fucking shots. It's garbage. Get out of here.
Yeah, we don't practice enough, and real golfers know that you need to practice.
Dog, that was a great shot, and that's what you should have done the
we should
first
just
time.
go work on the tee shots like the driver here.
I-
Get really good.
I have suggested that in the past, and nobody thought that was a good idea.
No, you never brought that up once to me, I swear to God.
I did. I said we should go through an entire round and just try to see where all the secret holes are, which is similar.
Yeah, that's not even remotely what I thought.
What are your thoughts on this shot?
The secret holes change each time.
I know.
That technique is patented, and you can infringe upon my rights.
You can't patent a technique generally. In
You
mini
can't
golf.
patent a technique.
In mini golf. Fuck. I'm so bad at this hole. I don't think I've ever done it all the way through correctly. That's a risky shot, dude. I got kind of excited today because I saw somebody post on Reddit that Elon Musk was going to buy Reddit, which he needs to do. He should have bought Reddit and not Twitter. But then I think it was just a joke. But maybe so.
Yeah, I don't think Elon cares about Reddit.
I'm on a podcast today at 3 p.m. and that seems like a long time to stay up.
What time did you wake up at?
Oh, good question. 10. And I was still
at 10 a.m.
No, 10 p.m. I was still tired. We were playing till like 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something. Maybe I think it was, or I was up until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But I think we were playing till like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No, maybe not that long. Like, I remember just being like, dude.
Yeah, it was like 12 or something.
Dude. This is like a sleepover that never ends. And I love sleepovers, so I'm cool with it. But there's a certain point in a sleepover where you're just like,
sleep?
Yeah, you just gotta sleep again. This isn't like an important thing, but I take a lot of pride that in every sleepover I ever attended, which was a lot of them as a kid, I always was the last person to fall asleep. I was like never. My friends would be like, they would be like, we were thinking about something. I'd be like, what's that? And they're like, well, we're thinking like maybe we could stay up all night. And they'd be like, all right, let's do it. And then about 2 in the morning would come, and my friends would be asleep, and I'd be like, dogs, come on, wake up. I'd be like trying to keep them up, and they're like, no, we're going to bed. And then I would be up at like 6 in the morning or something, and they weren't awake. And their parents would be getting up, and I'd be like, still awake. And they're like, you haven't gone to bed yet?
What did you do?
Okay.
What did you do?
All right. So there are a few things. These are a few stories I'll tell them, and then you do whatever you want to do. I'll make them short. So I had this one friend who was from New York, huge New York fan of like their New York teams. I was staying at his house for a sleepover, and he's like, "Do you want to stay up all night?" And we're like, I think he had 2 of us over, and we're like, "Yeah, let's do it." And my one friend was like, if you have cable on really late at night, they will have these 1-900 commercials, and they'll have like these 1-900 commercials. A 900 number was like a number that they charged you for the amount of minutes that you listen to it, and it would be like, hot girls are in your area wanting to talk with you. Call 1-900-696-6969 to speak with really hot, beautiful girls who want to talk to you now. Call immediately. And then at the end, it'd be like $3.99 per minute. 18 must be an adult or something like that. So we would be like, in the past, one of our friends had gotten caught calling one of those numbers and got in huge trouble with his parents because he just racked up like a $40 bill or something, which $40 in like 1994 is like, almost an entire Nissan truck. And so my friends are like, so we can't call the numbers. We know we can't call the numbers because we'll get in trouble. Like, we'll all get in trouble from our parents. But what we could do is write down all the telephone numbers on one list and have this master list of 900 numbers. And so my friends and I were like watching the TV, and then they'd be like, are you single and lonely and want to hang out with some of the most beautiful women in your area? and we write down the number and then it would come on again and we'd write down the number again and write down the number again until we got like all this list of 900 numbers. And then I think I wrote down all the list and I didn't want it, but I kept the list like really detailed. Like this one is for like California. It's called California Girls, and this one is called Lingerie Ladies, and this one is called like Hot Babes in Swimsuits or whatever. And then I would okay, so there's that, and I just have this memory in my head of doing this and being in this room surrounded by like New York um, memorabilia. He had like helmets and all kinds of stuff. It was like a really cute room for like a little boy. Like it reminded me of one of those rooms that you would see in a magazine where he had like New York um, bedding and pillows and a band, like I forget what you call it, like a molding around the room, and everything was New York. Okay, so then there was another time where this was I've told you this story, but it's hilarious to me. So in the O.J. Simpson trial, there was a witness who was known as the house guest, and and he was like pretty famous around 1995 or so, and we were at another friend's house, and this other friend, his dad worked for like AT&T or something, or what would be like become AT&T, but he had like all of the premium cable that you'd ever want. And so we could go to his house and watch all of the movies. And this is where like we love to go over to his house because all of our houses, we only had like standard cable that never had like any nudity on it. That was the thing. Standard cable didn't have any nudity, but the Hans packages would have like Cinemax and Showtime and HBO and stuff. And what up? How are you, X? What the fuck, Riser? Do you guys see what happened to Riser? Do you all see what happened to Riser? Anyway, if anybody wants to hear the rest of my story, I'll tell it. Riser, what the fuck, dog? Riser. Riser. All right, if anybody wants to hear the rest of my stories. Oh, I don't want to. No one cares.
אתמול הבאנו שהיה תנאי בזדין ואומרת שהקויאנים יכולים להשתמש במלח של הביס המקדש. באנו מה? באנו לקורבנות שלהם, רק לא לסנדוויצ'ים שלהם. הגמור שואלת, אבל לא, אם הישראל יכול להשתמש במלח של הביס המקדש, למה שפועל? למה זה תנאי בזדין? למה הכל יותר גרוע מישראל? ישראל יכול להשתמש במלח של הביס המקדש, שהוא ביקור, אז גם הכל יכול להשתמש. אז אנחנו נזום שם, אומר עלינו מרדכי לרבשי, אומר רב שישו ברד רבידי, ככה אמר רב שישו ברד רבידי, לא ימיץ כל לבן בוקי. נכון, אבל יש בן בוקי, שיטת בן בוקי שאומר שלא. שמה? הרגל אחת, שאם הכהן לא משתתף במקדש שקל, אז הוא לא יכול להשתמש במלח, זה לא שלו. מה? אומר רשמי? וריץ כל לבן בוקי לסן. אומר רבידו, היי בן בוקי ליד כל כהן ששויקל, כדי שויקל. יש את המקדש שקל. מה זה מקדש שקל? אולי אצלו מביאים, כל אחד מביא מקדש שקל, משתתף, עם הכסף הזה אנחנו קוראים כל בנות.
אז הוא אומר, אם הכהן נותן רק השקל, אז הוא לא חוטא. מה פתאום שזה יפה? מכיוון שמאוד קריאה, שאם הכהן פסור מהפקד מעשר שקל, אז אסור לו להביא את זה, למה? כי אז יהיה אסור לעזור. זה בעייתי מאוד. אז פתאום כתוב שזה נותן מהסיבה. יהיה אסור לעזור, ואז אתה קורא קורבן לחולים. בעייתי. זה לא רוטשילד, נכון, לכן הוא באמת לא חושב. אבל הייתי חושב שהוא חושב. כל כהן שלא גנב לחויטה. אומר רבי יוחנן בן זכאי, לא איתי, אלא כל כהן שאינו שוקל חויטה. חקר? הפוך, אם הכהן לא נותן מחסר שקל, אז הוא חוטא, הוא חייב להביא את המחסר שקל. כל כהן שיש מחסר שקל, למה? כתוב, כל עבר על הפיקודים. עבר על הפיקודים, מה זה עבר על הפיקודים? כל אחד שסופרים אותו, הוא נותן מחסר שקל. לא סופרים את הלווים, את הכהן לא סופרו. אז אולי הם רוצים לתת מחסר שקל. כל כהן שאין שוקל חויטה, שהכהן הוא דור שמתאים לעשות. הכהנים הם דורשים את הפסוק שלא יקרא לו. אין להם זכות לדרוש כאן. אני גם דורשים כמעט. יכול להיות כל שיר לא יצאו לו. שאם זה נמצא של הכהן, מה עושים עם זה? הוא כמו אלו. הוא לא יעשה. אין שם שיריים. כשהכהן מבין מינקון, מה עושים? לא יודע, את הכל אין כניסה בכלל. את הכל אין להם. לכן יש להם בעיה. יש שלוש שנראות שייתן לו כלום. כל זה. לא חשוב. תקרא לכם שמתאים בשמות. ולכן הפעמים תוקעים כל סבבה. שלא מורים. איזה הפעמים, אבל כל מורו של הכהן תמיד מסתרד לגמרי. אז איך אנחנו יכולים לאכול מהלחם הפעמים? חייב להיות כמו הלחם שלנו, כי זה הלחם שלנו זה רק מסתרד לגמרי. העובדה שאנחנו יוצרים את זה, זה לא היה להיות שלנו. אם זה לא שלנו, זה לא שכחנו. הספר של המאנו ספר, זה לא הלחם הפעמים, זה לא הלחם, זה לא הכסף שלנו. ולכן אפשר לאכול את זה, זה לא הכסף שלנו. כל מלכה של קורן, אני לא יכול לעשות. אני בדיוק מנסים ולקחו אז באים להגיד, בברוקלין, הכל שומט במלח של הבית המלגה. ובברוקלין שנים לא נוכל להפעילו. אולי זה לא כל אולי יכולים לעזור. נו, אבל אם נפעיל, הכל לא צריך להביא את המחשבת. אם נביא את המחשבת, אני משקצים,
That thing looks like it needs ice, and the one looks fat too. The stitches are the best part of that leg. Oh my goodness! All right. Degrading this woman that had no talent on the show. That's what kids said while talking about our kids. Alright, scroll down.
You were claiming you're the medium-sized joke of my friend. Congratulations. I know. There you go, Scott Ramos. Coming back in for Dax. Oh my goodness. The security infringement. This is it. We're all gonna die. Tony goes for Charlie in Dallas.
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. I was in the middle of telling stories, and then Riser felt the need to go jerk himself off. Well, after hearing about 1-900 numbers.
Yeah, no, my phone died.
Sounds like you issue, dog. Doing an impression of Zoot. I'll wait. All right, that's a tight story. All right, so anyway, the second story. My friend had all of the premium channels, and we would go to, and he also had like the premium cable box. Everything was the best. And I would spend a lot of time with this family. They were really cool. And his dad was like a coach, and they had like what's considered a yacht, but it's just like a sailboat, but it's big. I think if a boat's longer than like 30 feet, it's considered a yacht, something like that. And they had a really, really nice sailboat that I spent a lot of time on. Anyway, they had this really big sleepover with like all the cool boys, and this was when digital cable was like just starting to be a thing, where you would be able to, maybe it wasn't yet digital, but you'd be able to, there was this thing called like TV Guide channel, where they would show what was going to be showing on the television on all the channels in the future. It was something like that. Because you couldn't just like search the internet for when something was going to air. So they had this channel that had like, it looked like a bunch of timelines. What was going to be on every single channel in the future. And so we would all wait with just absolute unabashed excitement for when the premium channels would come up. And they would show something like a movie, I don't know, like Heat and Fear, or something like Diagnosis, whatever. We didn't really know what any of these were. But what we did know was whenever there was a dirty word. And there was this one movie I will never forget called Surf, Sand, and Sex. And because the word sex was in it, we knew this was going to be dirty. And it was going to come on at like 2:30 in the morning. And so we're all like super excited, like, dude, can't wait till it comes on. I can't wait. And as this movie comes on, everybody starts getting tired because it's, late and we're just little kids or whatever. And we're like, dude, I'm like wide awake for this fucking thing. And my friends are like, okay, it comes on, and it's this story of like 5 super hot chicks, and they just talk about their experiences with men, and it cuts to like softcore porn. So you see like breasts and stuff, and we're like, our jaws are on the fucking floor. Like this is it doesn't get any better than this. And on occasion, our friends' parents would like come and check on us, and we'd have to change the channel really quickly or whatever. And so we were on like alert, like if anybody's coming. And I remember in this movie, one of the male actors in it comes on the screen, and I'm like, dude, that's Kato Kalin. And my friends are like, what are you talking about? I'm like, he's in the OJ case. He's an actor who was OJ Simpson's guest in his guest house. And they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, dude, that is Kato Kalin. look at it. They're like, dude, they're this guy's about to rail this chick. Like, who cares about the guy? But I was like, no, you don't understand. He's like a famous person. He's on like TV, and now here he is in like a softcore porn. And they're like, okay, cool. So like we watch this movie or whatever, and our friends get tired. There's like something else on, and it would be called something like I don't know, like Hot Heat or something, but that went over our head. Hot Heat just meant it was going to be on Temperature or the Weather Channel or something. But the fact that this movie had the word sex in it was like a game changer. Okay, there was that in sleepovers. What else? There would be video games in sleepovers, which would be really big. We'd be like playing Madden, and we'd try to play a whole season in Madden, and by the end, try to win it all, win the Super Bowl or whatever within one night. That was like a big deal. And there were like 16 games in an NFL season or something like that, and then another like 3 or 4 to get to the Super Bowl or whatever or something like that. Or we play like an NBA season, whatever it was. We tried to play the whole season in one go, and my friends would always get too tired. I just always remember being like, "Guys, come on, we got to stay up. This is really important." This other sleepover, I remember, we were staying in my friend's. I want to say it was for his birthday or something, and or his brother's birthday. But my friend got to invite me over as his friend, and so these were older kids, like 1 year older than 1 year older boys. So they were talking more about girls and stuff than we were. And I remember there was this thing about pranking people when they're asleep. And there's the old put shaving cream on somebody's hand and then tickle their nose and they'll get shaving cream all over their face when they scratch their face. Or putting some. Yeah, so that's what we were going for. That's what we had heard. And we tried it on one of our friends. I don't know if there's truth to it. I think to some extent it may unlock something subconsciously about relief of oneself, but I don't know for sure. A tough thing to test. But we tried that with one of our friends and one of the older guys there, and I think he awoke when he realized his hands in water. But we tried that. What else? Okay, there was another one where we stayed. Oh yeah, I had this friend stay over at my house, and I had gotten this video game called I think it was called Vegas Slots or something like that. Vegas Stakes, that's what it was. And this was a Super Nintendo game that was like you road trip from. I think they imply like you road trip from California to Las Vegas, and you start out at this really shitty hotel, and you have to like win enough money so that you can then go to a medium-sized hotel, and then a large-sized hotel, and then you become a high roller, and then you get to win the game or whatever. And it was a really interesting game because they didn't ever like nothing on Super Nintendo was very sexual, but it would be like a random woman would come up to you, and it was all like you had to read the screen or whatever. They had like a picture of like a somewhat attractive woman, and they'd be like, a random woman comes up to you and asks you for $5. Do you give it to her? And if you have the money, you'll be like, yeah, I'll give it to her. And she says thanks, and she blows on your dice, and you score or you win $100 or something like that. Or they'll be like, she just took your $5 and went to the buffet, or took your $5 and ran, whatever. Like it was like a choose your own adventure kind of a game, and or they'd be like, there's a wayfarer or like a traveling person who says they're down on their luck and needs $50 to be able to get back to where they live. Do you A, give them $50, B, tell them to pound sand, or C, give them $25 and then give them some advice. So if you give him $50, it turns out this guy's really, really rich, and he ends up giving you like $500 or something later on in the game, something like that. Like he'll come back. So my friend and I were playing this, and we were having trouble getting past like the bad hotel over because we don't know how to play craps. We don't know how to play like roulette. We were kind of figuring out, but not really. Like we realized like there's a red and the black and whatever, but the craps, anything that had like special words like in craps you have like the pass line and stuff like that. We had no idea. But and then like slot machines are kind of boring. So my friend was like, dude, let's stay up all night and try to make it to the big casino, like and be high rollers or whatever happens there. And I'm like, okay. So we're playing and we're playing, and my friend starts to fall asleep. And I'm like, dude, you're falling asleep. Come on, man, you gotta stay up. He's like, I know. And I was like, all right, dude, I've got an idea. And he's like, okay, go ahead and do it. I'm like, okay. So what I did, which was like my first, it was what I felt kind of just like a cheat code. I would, well, it wasn't necessarily a cheat code, though I'd heard about cheat codes. This was different. I would save the game, and on Super Nintendo, you had a very small amount of slots. It had very little memory, but you could save, and on regular Nintendo, you could not. But Super Nintendo, you could, which was a game changer. And so you had like 3 save slots. So I saved the game, and then I would go to the roulette table and bet everything on black or everything on red or whatever. And then if I won, I would take that money and save the game and then double it and double it and double it and double it. Kept doing that. And if I lost, I would just go back to the save game and then get whatever I needed and just keep doing it until I won. So I made it from the bad hotel to the medium hotel to the nice hotel. And then like there's like this cut screen where you're going to go into the super nice hotel. I'm like, dude, wake up. Wake up. They were going to see someplace like Caesar's Palace or something. And he's like, I'm trying to sleep, man. Come on, just keep doing it. You're doing a good job or whatever. I'm like, wake up, man. This is really big. So then we're at the big hotel or whatever, and like everything's really expensive or whatever. And I use the same logic. I'll just keep betting it all, and then if I do well, great. I save the game. If I don't do well, I go back and just restart or basically get the old save state. And I did this by like the time the sun was coming up, I had beaten the game. And it was like, I think it was the first game that I ever beat on my own. That was, no, maybe not. Maybe Super Mario World was the first game that I beat on my own. But this was like a game that I just was like, I just dominated this bad boy because of this theory. One of those two was one of the first games that I've beaten on my own. And so my friend who had slept like all night, he awakes in the morning. He's like, what happened? I'm like, dude, watch. I'll show you. I go back to the same state. I show him what happens when you win. There's like, you like drive back to California in a Corvette or something like that. And, you've got like a girl on your arm or whatever and like a touch screen or whatever. He just thought that was pretty cool. And then he's like, oh man, can I borrow that game? And I was like, sure, like, or something like that, like so that he could do it because I told him how to do it, or maybe he came back, something like that. But I think eventually we showed him how to do it. Okay, and then there was another time where I used to like to make forts. Forts were really important as a little kid growing up, and I would make super forts. And the reason why my forts were better than anybody else's forts is I would bring electronics into the fort. So most kids' forts would just be like you take couch cushions and the couch and put a blanket over it, and then you're playing Army Men or whatever. But I was different. I would be like, I would want to put a TV in the fort with a Nintendo, or usually like a Nintendo 64, or not Nintendo 64, not Nintendo 64. I was too old at that time for that. A Nintendo, Super Nintendo, or Sega Genesis or something. And so we'd be in the fort also playing video games. And that was the ultimate. Like if you were able to do that, that was the ultimate. And then one time my friend had stayed over and we had cable or something like that. Or no, we didn't. maybe I tried to get cable in the fort or something. Like back then, you can still do it, but it's different. You could just turn a TV on and it would have like 5 channels or like 3 channels or 4 channels or something, and you didn't need to plug it into anything. And uh, this one friend, I told him this one night, I was like, dude, there's this show on TV that's absolutely like the most bonkers show I've ever seen. And he's like, what's it called? And I'm like, it's called the Jerry Springer Show. And he's like, what's it about? And I'm like, it's like it's like one of those shows like Oprah, but a circus. It's like they'll have people on there who just get into fist fights. And he's like, they just fight on TV, and I'm like, yeah, and it's on really late at night on like random channel, and I didn't remember what it was or whatever, and so we were just playing or whatever. We built a fort or whatever, and I remember just out of the just like out of amazing fortune, we're flipping through the channels, and all of a sudden the Jerry Springer Show comes on, and he had never seen it, and I'm like, dude, this is they're gonna throw chairs at each other. They might have like a lady who like flashes at the end. They blur it, but whatever. Um, and that was the first time he had ever seen the Jerry Springer Show. And it was like maybe the second or third time I'd ever seen it. And if you don't know what it is, it's like they made a whole movie about this guy's show. It was like the trash TV at its finest.
GG Allen.
Are you serious?
Jerry Springer. Yeah.
Well, there you go. So you know what it is, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So those were the big sleepover things, and I'd have other friends over as I got older. One time um, like I went to school with boys, and there weren't a lot of us, and so I was able to put us all on one football team with like changed all the names of every player, and so that we were all like every single person, we had like uh I don't know, like a dozen boys or whatever, and then I had named us all, and my friends came over, and it was really cool because they could play as themselves in this game. They always thought that was cool. Playing Grand Theft Auto as we got older was really cool. This one time I had a sleepover, and I had this racing game, and I never raced in the game. I would always turn the car around and go in reverse, and then just hit the cars head on at 200 miles an hour. The cars are coming at me at 200 miles an hour, and I'm coming at them at 200 miles an hour, and we would just play it in instant replay. Um, those are the kind of things that we did. It was very innocent. It was before the times when you had girls. Maybe somebody might like let it spring who they had a crush on or something, of some girl they had met somewhere, whatever. But like, um, it was very innocent. Just there were no phones. The internet was very, very slow, so nobody was really trying to get any access to it. Um, it was just computers were like not connected to the internet, so parents could very much control the content that they got. I mean, like I said, like the best. I remember. I think the first set of boobs I ever saw was that I can recall was in a movie called Tales from the Crypt. My friend was Tales from the Crypt something. It was like a sequel to it or something. And there's like a really quick flash of boobs. Like I watch it on my friend's big screen TV, and these boobs are as big as my head, and we were just like, that's what it looks like. Like that. It was very much like biological. Like we're looking at our species and just not knowing what's under there. There's always the rumor that women had penises along with men. Like everybody's got a penis, right? All the, it's just like no, it's not true. That went away pretty early, but like I think there's a certain point in boys. All boys think that everybody has what they have, and probably girls too. Um, so anyway, it was just very innocent. We never really got into trouble. Oh, yeah, we used to do this thing. I used to go to my friend's house, and we would we played a lot of video games, but it would keep us out of trouble. So we could have been somewhere on a Saturday night causing trouble in high school or whatever, but we wouldn't. We would go to my house or a friend's house, and their parents would just let us stay up, and we wouldn't really treat it like we had cars at the time, so we wouldn't treat it as a sleepover. It would just be like, dude, I'm gonna be at your house till like 5 in the morning, and then I'm gonna come home, and because we wanted to sleep in our own beds or whatever. So yeah, that's what. Did you do sleepovers as a little kid, or growing up?
A couple times.
Okay, just
Not many, no.
yeah. This was like several, like maybe once or twice a month, something. Um, and the big thing would always be to ask their parents if they could sleep over, and we would like, please, 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 and we beg and beg and beg and beg and beg, and yeah, one time I had a sleepover with 30 boys at my house, and it was for my birthday, and we were so loud, and we had this room that was just like empty. That it would eventually my parents would furnish it, and it would become like a really nice living room and stuff. But we already had like a family room that was nicely furnished and stuff, and we had built this house, so it was like it was too much house. It was a big house for just like a 3-person family, but my parents realized that it was a good place to have, because we were kids and we were wanting to run around and stuff. We could run around in this really big room and kick balls in there and play football and stuff. So we had like a tackle football game with like 30 boys inside the house, and we just had a ball doing that. People used to love to come over because like nobody else had. I had probably the biggest house of all my friends, and they like we could throw a ball like across the room, and it wouldn't hit the wall or anything like that. And my parents were generally pretty cool about like we never broke a window, thankfully. We very easily could. Um, if anything, there might be like a little mark on the wall or something, but eventually my parents would furnish. Like once I got older, they got it all painted and furnished and got window treatments and all kinds of nice furniture and stuff. And then I didn't need it anymore. It was too old for it basically. But if like you have the ability to just give your kids like a big playroom, it's amazing as a kid to be able to have that. So as I got older, I would visit other kids' houses who they would have like basketball courts in their house, and that was always a really cool thing. I thought, like, I never had a basketball court in my house, but I went to some kids' houses who had basketball courts, and that's like a really cool thing. You could like, it was like a, it was a big. No, I don't think I knew anybody who had anything bigger than a basketball court. But like kids would have like and foosball tables and all kinds of like games, air hockey tables, ping pong. Yeah, exactly. So we got good at playing all those games. But yeah, you understand that. So yeah, what's on your agenda for today?
SpaceX is at 5%, 5 days. But it's kind of artificially inflated.
Yeah, you can never really trust those. I mean, I think it's a good investment long term, very good investment. But Facebook did the same thing and then dropped for the next 10 years, 50%.
Yeah. I'm gonna carroting some mural stuff. Wake up. take you. It's like 5 a.m. out in the field. Right. But yeah, have fun on that podcast. I appreciate it. I'll do my best and just do my best to avoid anyone with that word. And I'm trying to think of any other podcasts I'm doing this week. And this is the first podcast that I've canceled, but I gave him enough time. Okay, nothing tomorrow. I canceled the one on Friday. How many UFO podcasts are you going? Well, so that was my thought. I'm gonna transition to tech podcasts and AI, and then there's crypto podcasts that I can do too. So I'm just whatever the topic is, I'm just kind of just going through them all, and then I'll find other podcasts that are available. So it answered your question. How many of them are those? Yeah. That's a big one. That's a big one too. So it just depends what email list I'm using, and I went through all of Spotify's that I could find in terms of emails, and the tech and technology. I'm doing those right now, and I haven't done the crypto ones. And then there's the idea too that once I've done it, I can branch out to other things: religion, philosophy, YouTubers, that kind of stuff. So I think I have maybe. This is a rough estimate, but maybe 1,000 emails that I have, and every day I send out 60. I created another account to be able to do that. I was telling you, I created a Rabbi Rothschild interviews Gmail account, and that got banned. Not because I sent out spam, but when you create a new email address, Google does this thing where sometimes they ask you to verify your telephone number. That's not a big deal for me, but then they'll ask you to maybe 2 or 3 days later verify the same exact number, and that's a difficult thing because you don't have access to the numbers that you had in the past. So if they do ask for that kind of stuff, I kind of have to abandon that email address, but that's okay. You were aware that I basically had the issue where Google banned all my YouTube accounts, and that I was sad. I was streaming at one time like 25 separate YouTube accounts, and they banned 13 of them. But then, like 2 weeks later, they gave them back to me. But in the 2 weeks, I realized I need to back all these up or basically create new accounts. So I've been doing that, and just creating backups and backups, and then everything's been archived on Rumble as well. And I have these Riser, if I ever come up with an invention that I think will really change the world, I think I've already invented it. It's just not, I just don't. It's basically a tablet that multi-streams everywhere and automatically uploads the stuff after a certain amount of time. It's just, so what would that mean? It's basically a box that records all the information that's going around it without having to touch it. That doesn't currently exist. And I think that'll be a huge advancement in human data collection because you basically put in your Twitch account, you put in your Rumble account, you put in your YouTube account, you put in your Nemo TV account, you put in your YouTube account, all the different accounts, and then you don't have to touch it anymore. Just every 12 hours it uploads for you. And so I've done that with 4 of my tablets, and they're amazing. I mean, the quality of the video is absolute dog shit, but it's good enough to record sound, and eventually people will be able to enhance the video and stuff. So, you're always into inventions and stuff, so I need a name for it. What are we going to name it? I own 51%. You can have 49. I can give a shit about that. Actually, I don't know. It's like, I just think it should be called the Uploader or something like that. And I'm sure we'll be able to come up with a better idea. But don't you think that's a good idea for an invention? Just something that, so I don't have to go and automatically click the thing to upload or whatever. It just automatically does all that for you. I saw you had bots that TikTok.
I do. What I'm saying is, it would be. It's an interesting thing that you don't have to basically hack it with bots. Its purpose is to upload for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, isn't that in a way just where the other one they would as a software bot? It's just doing task code.
Yeah, but I would want to give it a microphone and a camera. And so it would be something that you could, they have those like live streaming cameras on like trails and like in bird nests and stuff. So long as you could get it internet, it could be connected to your Wi-Fi or it could be connected to through cellular service or something. Then once you set it up, once you plug it in and hit start, it will continuously upload that information to the internet and save it. And you don't necessarily have to keep an eye on the streams to make sure they're working. They just always work. Every 12 hours, it just uploads to the internet.
Is it possible software currently can use AI? Or do you have to have it
you definitely could do it with just software. But it's like you can't have like a laptop sitting in a bird's nest. You know what I mean? It would be like a little box that basically maybe has a 360 camera on it. You could have that box in your house or have that box outside or whatever. And the issue with YouTube right now is that that if you have really, really long streams, anything longer than 12 hours, it does not save that information. So what would be good about this box is it basically saves the information and uploads it. And it's just like an archive.
Yeah, that's why your streams are like
11 hours and 55 minutes long, yeah. Which you've got to think that, like, most people don't have 11 hours and 55 minutes of themselves on YouTube, period. And I have, like, tens of thousands of those videos. It's a big deal. Okay, well, I won't take up much more of your time. You take care, my friend. I've got podcasts today, and then I've got to start booking this thing. I've got more toward the end of the month, but I've got. Yeah, I've got some other podcasts that I've got to check up on, so I'm going to be working on that, and then. Okay. Everybody wait for. It's parrot. It's parrot carrot. That's okay.
Why not carrot?
Because it is the carrot for the parrot, not the parrot for the carrot.
Okay. The carrot doesn't eat a carrot.
Exactly.
Yeah, so just I think I already know your answer. I just double check because when ChatGPT gave me the answer of like it's better to just collect like 10 consistent pieces of information about a user instead of like 100 pieces of information about only a small percentage of users. And if you have like this profile page that has like questions, be interested in filling that out. Some people might scare them away if you ask for too much information. So to me, it's like there's like some requisite information that have to basically fill out in order to create the account, and then the question is like how much relevant information should we try to harvest from these users. And I think the last time that he asked you just collect as much data as possible, max it out or whatever. People fill out their profiles to the exponential degree or whatever.
I agree. And let me explain. You should have a basic biography that you have to put in, or description or whatever. Very similar to Instagram or TikTok or whatever. And maybe it's limited to whatever amount of content you want or links that you want. But then there are those users who want an advanced setting to be able to put in there all their links to all their social media and a like a picture or like a username picture or like a okay, so you have a banner, that's fine. Yeah, exactly. Fuck those guys. That's 100% right. You're a good listener. 100%. Okay, so what's a good example of this? Okay, so YouTube allows you to have like 10 links, when Instagram allows you generally to have like 1 link. Okay, so I'm going with the YouTube way. It doesn't scare people away on YouTube if people have 10 links there. That's fine. And then you can have, like, what I'm saying is you have a beginner section that doesn't scare anybody away. And then for people who want to put all their shit in there and their enhanced profile, you should let them do that. You shouldn't prevent them from this. If somebody out there wants to share their Reddit and their X account, why do you want to stop them from that? This helps you to network, and that's what your website, a lot of it is about. If somebody wants to put their Facebook in there, you should let them. You shouldn't be like Instagram and just be like, no, we won't let you put, or like X. X is very limiting. You can't have like 5 links in your X profile. It's 1 link, and that's not what you want. You want someone to be able to put at least 5 links.
No, I agree with that. The demographic data that you're getting on like their marital status.
No. No, I'm not.
That's like useful to feedback for.
You could do that if you want, but that's way at the advanced settings and not necessary. But if somebody wants to put in there that they make $100,000 a year and they're married with children, you should let them do that. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, no, that question is just like how many of those, like that's how people advertising because that has like you have the vote people that are just the general population, and you have votes that actually match the product. So it's a female product or whatever. And you have the data that say this is how data are running. And you could go like more specific, income brackets and kids, have kids, there's different filters that multiply that, like target audiences for certain products, like target audiences for certain products.
How much of that do you need? As much of it as is reasonable. So if someone wants to put in there their relationship status, they can, or what kind of car they drive, they can. That's fine. You can have a drop down with that kind of information. If they want to put in there their hobbies, go for it. If they want to put in there their favorite TV shows, great. Favorite movies, great. Blogger allows for all of that, and nobody says Blogger's creepy. Blogger asks like favorite TV shows, favorite movies, interests, hobbies, what else? Music. Ask about
I mean, a big one, it's kind of like what device do you have, like what
You're gonna have all that. You're gonna have that.
Okay.
That's gonna be logged in your with the devices that you use. So that's not. You can say what kind of device do you prefer, and you could also have a thing in there. I like to use a desktop computer. I like to use a laptop computer. I like to use. But that more becomes a questionnaire, and you could just have people take a questionnaire, a voluntary questionnaire, and then they could make their answers public if you would.
Yeah, I mean, that information, better to keep private as well. And then let's say option, then public.
That's what I said. Yeah, at the very end, if make my answers public, you absolutely can, or keep my answers private, or keep some of my answers private. Allow customization of this as much as possible within reason. So, what does that mean? You can have somebody in there. What are your favorite brands? What are your favorite sports? What are your favorite sports teams? That's all fine to ask.
Yeah. No, there's just like a million questions that can be so much figure out more stuff about them more stuff. But you want to, I guess.
Wait, but when they do that, they connect more with your website. Then they know that this website knows a lot about me, but I like it because it allowed me to say that I'm a Los Angeles Lakers fan, or that I like the New York Yankees. I get to put that in there and advertise that about myself. That's cool.
I don't know if it would be, I guess it could be specific interests in sports, but it's like additional question talk about, like, what's your specific favorite sports team or whatever. But like the purpose of the information that I like the collecting to kind of like basically matching people to products that are on the website so that their feedback is gathered for that product.
That's not that important, I don't think, because this isn't a website that is for advertising. It is more for people to put their content on the, connect their content to it. So the information that we're saying is great for advertisers in the future and for businesses, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be super accurate. Of the 100 people who have the opportunity to fill out the advanced description, maybe 10% do it. But if that 10% does it, you're going to have a lot of data on those people.
Well, here's the thing. Let me just say this first. The first thing I was going to say is should the marketplace reward people that build that information, and then second thing I was going to say keeps disappearing out of my head is companies like the companies that are advertising on their website, they post contests and they want people to submit their advertisement on that contest. But the greater goal of this platform is to filter out the best ads for that product, right? And so when you have just general population people that are giving their input, that's great, but not all products, not all people that are meant for people. So the most valuable data that you can give back to those companies that are advertising on their website is data that is relevant to their target audience. you need to accumulate data on the target audience, the submissions come in. Maybe one has way more likes or whatever, has more popular, people like more, but the data shows that it actually is receiving, like the one that's less likes is receiving a lot more positive feedback from the target audience. So that way they know, okay, this one is a better advertiser to select.
I advise that you look up the advertiser ID on devices because you're going to have all that information anyway if you're recording any kind of device information. And the advertiser ID is creating a profile on anybody anyway. So
You can tap into that.
I think there are ways.
Like by using an external source that's like a data broker.
Yeah, probably.
Is that like me? I mean, I don't know. Aren't those advertiser ideas just like they're tracking your purchases and they're not tracking your interests necessarily?
Yes, they are. Every website that you go to, they're tracking.
Yeah, but I mean, I look up a bunch of stupid shit all the time. That doesn't mean I am like interested in it at all. Like, I Google all sorts of stupid rent and shop videos.
It shows that you have some interest for whatever reason. It shows that at one point this was of interest to you. And I know you
let's say like our device by you and me talk about. Like my little ID or whatever is like, like 25% of the time, Riser is listening to Christian show content. You fucking love that shit. It's like, no. In fact, it's like the opposite. It's not necessarily addictive. It's just automatically. I love this shit just by being involved with it.
I agree with you. It doesn't mean that they like it, but it shows that there's an interest in it.
Okay, I mean that's some research more the advertisement IDs could maybe be implemented into it, but I feel like just like the basic field of like just like age, gender, has kids, doesn't have kids, like super basic preliminary information that could classify something to some degree, like age range or whatever.
Yeah, agreed. And the first question that you had, I believe, is how do you reward a user for doing this? You give them a badge, just like somebody verifies their email on Reddit, they get a badge, or they've been on the website for a year, they get a badge, or 2 years, or 3 years, or whatever. And then another really important one that I'm surprised websites don't utilize more is called it's a streak. Streaks are really important. So what's a streak? It means that you've been to that website at least once per day on your device using your account. And if you get like a streak of like 3, that's 3 days in a row, or 5 days in a row, or 10 days in a row. Like my Reddit streak is like over 365 days. Like, because I go to it every day. You know what I mean? Like, and that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Just for the fact that it is a thing to do, they will do it. So that might mean voting on a different, voting on a particular piece of content or an advertisement, or just logging into their website gives them a streak. That's how you get people to stay and become loyal to your website long term.
Let's say that there's a thorough survey, like whatever information information gathering page where like that you can fill in information about yourself, which is basically extremely useful for being a part of like a demographic and getting targeted ads that are relevant to you, so that you can get feedback on ads that are relevant to you. Let's say, like, you can fill in like you can target like the basic information, but you want to go the extra mile and spend 5 minutes filling in the wellness material, doing it small grids, those people that do fill out that information is valuable, like extra platform visibility on their posts, like, you know, how Twitter does next premium or whatever, those people get more algorithm showcasing than just regular free accounts.
I think you just do it with badges. The enhancement of visibility gets into an algorithm issue, and you can have people who, like, what am I going to do if I know that's a thing? I'm going to make sure to create 50 different accounts and fill out all of those different answers with all of my garbage, just because I know I'm going to show up more than the other people.
But you can't create multiple.
Yeah, that's where you're going to have a mate.
I guess luckily I got you, which is like the ultimate
loophole finder. Yeah.
And it's like, can Rabbi Rothschild is like the ultimate tester.
Yeah.
Can you spam my website? Can you flood my website with bots and bullshit? That'll be the ultimate test.
It most certainly will be, and that's to be determined. The best thing for that is device fingerprinting. That's the best way to do
it. And that works vaguely how it's like
it knows the make and model of your. It knows. Depends how complicated you want to make it. Yelp has the most advanced device fingerprinting I've ever seen, or profile fingerprinting. It uses like 160 points to be able to identify if somebody is a real user. So everything from IP address to their, like, are they using a VPN? Are they have we had like a problem with this exact device, make, model, software? Another thing that they do on computers, screen dimensions are a big one. The language that they use, their time zone that's a default on their phone.
Isn't screen dimensions less effective on phone because someone can easily just have model by phone? I mean, even with like computers too. But I guess their location or something.
Right, exactly. It's like
VPN detector thing that's like you can detect. Is that like they detect other users?
Yeah, so there's a big list of all of the VPN IP addresses. And so you probably have to pay some money to get that. But then, like, these are the major VPNs that are being used. However, if you get a residential VPN system, you're going to have a tough time discovering it. Like, I can only do so much for you to be able to test this. There are levels of this that if I had the ability, we could do deep dives on it. But there are people who are better at this than I am. I'm a good.
It'd be like Twitter, where you need to create an account.
Okay, so that will help automation, and I highly recommend having it. But you're going to have to pay for those, and that's going to make your that's going to be expensive. And so you don't want to do that right away. Like your account when it first starts is going to be small. Pardon me. Your website's going to be small, but eventually, pardon me. Every time you have that, I think it's a service you pay for based on usage, and you get like credits. But yeah, if you don't have one of those,
I guess.
Hold on. If you don't have one of those systems, then you're gonna have what I have on Kick, which is a bot that whenever I want creates an account and it verifies an email and it spams the place full of my clips 24 hours a day. I've told Eddie Craven in a video interview with one of their other streamers that he saw, because after he saw it, he sent me he accepted my friend request on Kick. All he needs to do is put a CAPTCHA system in. But I think he doesn't want to do the CAPTCHA system because that would get rid of all the bots on the website, and then it would show what their real viewership is, and it'd be like 5 people. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. Freaking all those spotted streams. Yeah, well, any other websites. So you're positive that it doesn't happen. You're positive that it doesn't happen. Even with that device being framed, but you also have to pay for the
All of this is going to be expensive, yeah. So at the beginning, it's going to be quite simple until you can get a couple of the contests off the ground, and you get a few $1,000 here or there coming in for this. And you'll have return customers, so it's not like a one-time gig. But yeah, the fingerprinting aspect of it, it's going to be expensive. So what are the best ways to be able to prevent just a free way? Okay, so email verification. That costs a little bit of money because you got to host it and stuff, but it's probably the cheapest way to verify. And then you can say only accept emails from like major email providers like Gmail and stuff. But then if somebody uses their work email, then you're going to run into issues with that. So you basically have to open it up to most email providers. However, there are lists of what are like known as temporary email address providers that you can tap into, so people can't just like create a fake email or whatever to verify. It depends on how strict you want to make it. The phone.
Is it only using Gmail? I was told that Gmail Discord, if you just only allow people to sign up, get ads and a bunch of security.
But you're gonna prevent people from major, the NBA.com and like people who you want using the website, MLB.com, NFL.com. You're going to prevent a lot of those people from being able to use it. So I would not advise only allowing Gmail.
That's pretty like users. If they're signing up for a company, is there a way to just filter that almost to whoever?
Yeah, so you just create a list of like the largest companies in the world, or their list. Everything that you say is possible. It's going to cost you money. And so it's how strict do you want to be? In the beginning, I wouldn't be very strict. I would want as many users on the website as possible. But then when people start to get fishy and start to manipulate things, then I might make things a little stricter. The best way to prevent a lot of this is a phone number verification. However, a lot of people don't want that. Once you request somebody's phone number, they just won't use your website. So I wouldn't do that at the beginning either. And that's also going to cost you money, because every time you send one of those codes to someone, it costs like 0.001 cents. You're like, well, that's not that much money, but at the end of the month, it's going to be on. You might have a bill for a few $100. So you want, and that's every month. So you got to be careful about that.
When you sign up for like crypto exchanges, sometimes like at that list time, they demand like a selfie with like the code GG1X5 or whatever, and you submit that photo, and that's personally it's crazy that they're like not aware for like no cost verify.
if you do that, nobody's going to use your website. So it's got to be really easy to use.
I'm not saying I would do that. Exchanges do something.
Right. And then there's the Google like sign up with Google. You want that to be an option on your website. If you don't have that to be an option on your website, you won't get as many users because people are just lazy. Log in or sign up with Google. So basically, you can sign up with Google, sign up with Facebook, sign up with Apple, whatever you want. There are some security risks in doing that, but you'll learn like what some of them are. You want to like what's the security risk with it? Basically, the more ways you give somebody to log into your website, the more vulnerabilities occur. And if somebody can exploit, let's say, a vulnerability in Facebook before it's caught, then there might be a way to be able to get into your website. So you just want to be careful with that. But you're not saving the financial information for people, so you don't really have to worry that much about it. It would just be links generally. Stripe or whatever is going to hold that information. You're going to run into people who, like, what do you do? What do you do about a user who likes every single post on every single likes absolutely everything? They just create a like bot. I've created like bots. All it does is just go through and like everything that everybody does, so that they get a notification that I like their stuff, and the name of the bot is Join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord, and it's free advertisement for me.
It could be like Reddit. You see the number, but you can't click that number and the notification is like this many people like your post specific users.
That's okay, but people won't like that as much because they like the uniqueness of it. But I get that. I get what you're saying. In terms of the user base, as you grow, you're going to need more security, and it's going to be more expensive. To be honest with you, Riser, you've got to be realistic with yourself, and I know you are. Unless you get an angel investor, this is probably going to fail. You will meet a wall of costs that are going to erode your nest egg. You have to say most businesses fail, though. 90% of all restaurants fail, and more than 50% of all new businesses fail within their first year. And you've got to be okay with that. And I know you are. But you also have to recognize that, like, if I blow up or you're able to tap into somebody who wants to buy this idea, then the chances then your business becomes really has the opportunity to become extremely popular, and this is a nest egg or whatever you want to have. So I'm just kind of warning you that because of the cost of this stuff, chances are it's going to fail. You recognize that, right?
What costs are you referring to?
Just hosting all the data. You're gonna if it might cost you $1,000 a month to just host all the data of everything. That gives you that's $12,000 in just for your first year. Yeah, it could be, especially when you get into like host like having someone's profile picture and everything.
Right.
And
I mean, $12,000. That's insanely high. I mean, the question is like, what are the business?
That's true. That's true. That's what it's all about. But
is it a sustainable business? Financial.
Right. And that's something that you're gonna have to make a decision on. But you're also gonna have business coming in. You're also
we're storing profile pictures and banners.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily want it to be a boring website either.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think many businesses go bankrupt because they're unable to keep their profile.
No, but they go bankrupt. It's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. You're going to need Cloudflare probably on your website. Cloudflare is pretty expensive. But Cloudflare, like you're going to have to, like right off the bat, make sure it's a secure website. So that's $60. Anywhere between $60 and $200 right off the bat. You're going to want to use Cloudflare so that people won't be able to DDoS you. That's going to be a few $100.
What did you say? What was it?
Cloudflare?
Yeah, no, you said that one, and then you listed DDoS. You said that one.
That's so people won't be able to DDoS you.
So you just said Cloudflare, and you just said Cloudflare.
No, I said you want to make sure that you have a secure website. So it's not just HTTP, it's HTTPS, and that's anywhere between like $60 and $200 a year. And you're going to have hosting from GoDaddy, or going to be another $30, $40. You're going to have, depending on like how you're going to store the data. How are you going to store the data? Probably. Yeah, but where's that going to be stored? Probably Amazon or Google or okay, now you're going to get into some big bills. So you got to be careful about that. Like, now you're looking at Amazon Web Services, and to just create an account, you have to have like it connected to your bank account, and you're going to be looking at a couple $100 a month just to like get into the game, and so and then it just goes up from there. What else are you going to have? Well, to connect Google. Google might have a cost to connect, like so people can log in with their Google account or their Facebook account or any of that stuff. So I think that it's like a one-time integration or something, but it could have changed. It might be monthly. You have to pay for that stuff. What else you gonna have? I mean, your internet costs. You have to make sure your website runs really quickly. So, who are you hosting it through? Can it get? Is it as Like, it's one thing to have a website that gets 15 hits a day. It's another one that gets 15,000 hits a day. And you're going to need, like, how do you know, like, you can put, like, basically, okay, here's a good one. If you give people the ability to put links in, who's to say somebody can't just put a drainer link into your website? So you need some kind of protocol to be able to detect malicious links, or or it has to be, you can't put in custom links. It has to be from one of the big places, Linktree, YouTube, X, something like that. But that's another good point. Like, you can only accept links that are approved through Instagram and stuff. It can't be through some third party because you can't verify that link. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, to upload onto her submission, yeah, that has to be her major platform.
Right. And okay, so then you're gonna run into issues with you need to make sure an accountant looks over your stuff monthly to make sure that you're not going to get audited or whatever. So that's another couple $100 at least a month. You're going to need a lawyer to overview your terms and conditions, and then routinely make sure that nothing has changed in the law that might make you vulnerable. Like, you don't want to be the first line of defense for this, because you don't want to be like, well, I'll just talk to my rabbi friend in a Discord and try to get all the information, because I'm no longer tapped into the changing aspects of internet law or e-commerce law. I mean, at one point I was, but that's not my interest now. And so you're going to need somebody to be paying attention to that. And just a lawyer for an hour of service is anywhere between $400 and $1,000. Like, so like, basically your lawyer to go over your terms and conditions, probably just to get your email, that's an hour, and they're allowed to bill this way in the United States. Just if you send them an email, it's an hour of their work, because they're allowed to consider it to be like, open up the email, start up the computer. So let's say it's a short email, 15 minutes. Okay, that's $100. Let's just say that lawyers $400 an hour. Okay, so now they're going to have to read through your terms and conditions, and if anything changes in them, they have to send them back to you and tell you to redraft them, or they'll redraft them for you. But that's going to cost money. Like, that's how they make money. So I would say that your first attorney bill is going to be about $2,000. And if I'm wrong on that, I hope I am. But just keep in mind, just to get your terms and conditions, especially with something like this, an accountant, you're in a different country than probably most of the users of this, and how is that going to affect? Like, do you have to pay taxes in the U.S. on your website? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, I would imagine if it's a Canadian company and this business paying Stripe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Companies from all over the world are paying you. Like, I think if you're incorporated, the country you're incorporated, that's my guess.
But it's not a good idea to incorporate in Canada. It's a good idea to incorporate either in the United States state of Delaware, or in some like the Curacao or the Canary Islands or something. It's not a good idea to incorporate in Canada. If you look at Apple, Google, Tesla, they're all incorporated in Wilmington, Delaware. There's a huge loophole in the state of Delaware that makes it the most business favorable state in the United States.
Or if they change that law.
They're not changing it. That's how Delaware became a thing. That's why it's the first state. and that it hasn't been absorbed by some other state because it's basically this little tax shelter and has been for hundreds of years, at least like 200 years. So you're going to have to. It's like they don't have corporate income tax or something like that. They don't have state corporate income tax, something like that. But that means you're going to need an. Oh, for sure.
Do I also need to be a citizen to open up a bank account?
No, you don't have to be a citizen. But it may mean that you're going to have to take a trip to Seattle.
Okay.
I take it Seattle's the largest, well, or whatever, Vancouver, Washington, something like that. Just something on the other side. But that's going to be at least a day. In terms of why Delaware, why is Delaware such a corporate-friendly state?
שהמילה הכהנים הולך לשניהם, גם לפני וגם אחרי, אז מילא צריך כהנים גם ביציקה. זאת אומרת, בסוף רוצים מיקרו, נידרוש, לפעול, האם זה נכון שגם מתגורר?
Delaware is considered the most corporate-friendly state, primarily due to its specialized Court of Chancery and Delaware General Corporation Law, which together provide unparalleled legal predictability and flexibility. More than 60% of all Fortune 500 companies and over 90% of all U.S. public companies incorporate in Delaware. Not because it's a tax haven, but because its legal infrastructure offers stability and expert adjudication. Yeah, but it's very tax-friendly as well. If I said it's a tax haven, maybe I misspoke. It has a lot of advantages to it, and they still have some corporate tax, but it's like the most advantageous of all the states. There's a reason why 90% of all U.S. public companies incorporate there. Key advantages include.
Business. I guess state.com obviously part of the gambling website. The gambling websites are all Curacao, specifically pro-gambling laws built in there.
Yeah, if I were you, I'd do Canary Islands. There's one building in the Canary Islands that has like 10,000 businesses. It's one small building. It's very famous. There's one in Delaware as well.
Outside of the building, so it just looks like a giant postcard. Looks like a giant postcard.
Who says that?
I've kind of. You have to include something outside the building, like an address or something.
Who says that?
I watched a YouTube video once.
In Canary Islands?
It may have been some other.
Or not Canary Islands.
It may have been like Bermuda.
Yeah, not Canary Islands. It starts with a C. Why am I blanking on this? It's the name of a kind of crocodile. Cayman Islands. Thank you. Yeah, Cayman Islands. Okay, that's fine. They all could differ. The building that I'm thinking of is just like a white building, but has a bunch of businesses there. I would incorporate there. You can do all of that virtually. What I'm saying to you, though, is that you're because you're outside of any kind of U.S. law.
Why there? Oh yeah. So if there was an error in like privacy policy or something, Quebec can't go to us, but if I'm incorporated in Canada, then we can see now.
Right. Yeah, it's all about something called jurisdiction? Do they have jurisdiction over you? Someone in Quebec is going to have jurisdiction over you, perhaps. But if you're incorporated in Canary Islands and you're just, not Canary Islands, Cayman Islands, then you can just tell me pound sand.
I mean, as so long as the Cayman Islands privacy laws are also strict, they can.
Yeah, exactly. But that's going to take some money. That's going to be at least a few $1,000s to get that set up. Even if you just did it in Wilmington, Delaware, or wherever. There's another place in Wilmington, Delaware that's just like this. It just has a random name of an address. And it's like, well, okay, what if I don't want to do that and I just want to do Canada? Okay, then you're going to be open to all kinds of tax issues in Canada. And there are some American companies that might say, we only deal with American companies. That's another thing, too. I would just do probably Delaware because American companies trust them. They're not going to trust Canada as much, and they're definitely not going to trust Cayman Islands as much.
Right. Yeah, no, that's right.
But that doesn't mean you can't build it like a shell. I mean, you incorporate in Wilmington, Delaware, and have a shell corporation that owns that corporation that's incorporated in Cayman Islands, so that on paper, somebody says, where are you incorporated? And you say Wilmington, Delaware. They say, okay, that's fine. But they don't know the company that owns that company is in the Cayman Islands.
Right.
But that's another. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to find every loophole I can find for you. Whether that's legal or not or enforceable, those are all questions for courts and such. But that's something that you could do to perhaps protect yourself.
If you're Delaware and use a shell company,
I don't know. And that's why you want to talk to an attorney about this. And for anybody watching this is not legal advice, we're just having discussions. But this is everything that I'm talking about is going to cost you some money. Even just having a standard savings account at a bank in the United States is going to cost you $5 a month. No, it's not. But just keep in mind, like that's like everything is going to have a cost to it. So that's $60 a year right there, just to have a savings account. That doesn't include necessarily any kind of checking that you're going to run into, purchasing of checks for the business because you're going to need them.
I do need checks. Are doing hands on the hard body?
No, and it might not be as necessary anymore because a lot of things are you can e-pay, but or write an e-check. But e-checks, I believe, might cost. They may be free, but the service is a cost or something. Why would you need a check? That's a great question. Most of this is going to be done in virtually, but okay, you need to create a voided check in order to set up a bank account or something, or connect with a business. Okay, so there might be some ways around it. That's a small thing. Just right now, though, that the incorporating aspect of it is more than a website. What I'm saying is that it's going to cost more than $10,000, and you might be able to get it off the ground alone by yourself, or you might need an angel investor. And if that happens, you're going to have to prove to them, hey, this is an idea that can take off, but we need a little bit of backing. What else would you need? Off the top of my head. Okay, so you're going to be on Google Cloud. Let's see how much a database is on Amazon Web Services. How much is it to store like a database of, let's say, 10,000 users on Amazon Web Services that is being queried 1,000 times a day? הוא עבר גם במכתב, גם יצא מהזה.
On Amazon Web Services.
יצא מהכלא, או שיהיה במכתב, או שהוא היה חולה, או שהוא עבר את הים. אז יש לו לקרוא בטוידו מלחמים, לא נקרא אלקטרויות, כתוב רק טוידו. עכשיו בשיטות שום דבר לא מעכב, נכון? כי לא כתוב קוקות, כתוב רק טוידו. ההלוואות של הטוידו, הארבע סוגי לחמים, הנה.
How much is it to store a database on Amazon Web Services that is going to be queried like how much is it per month approximately to store a list of 10,000 users with profile pictures and links, each one with, let's say, 10 links, and descriptions and characters and such, that's queried 1,000 times a day on Amazon Web Services approximately? How much is it for a list of 10,000 users to be stored on Amazon Web Services with profile pictures that are, let's say, 100 by 100 pixels? They're, let's say, a megabyte each, let's say. And maybe each one has 5 links to it and a description in total of 1,000 characters per user, and it's being queried 1,000 times a day. Okay, so this should be small, $5 per month, but just be careful because it can get really expensive really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how much data you're storing. When it talks about scale, same or down.
They increase. They way increase. With each, like, how would I describe it? I don't want to say it's exactly based on how many users you have, but there are different tiers that corporations have, or like these services have. So if you have 10,000 users, you're in level 1, 10,000 to 100,000 level 2, 100,000 to 1,000,000 level 3, 1,000,000 to 5,000,000 level 4, and then you're either considered a small customer, a medium customer, a large customer, or an enterprise customer. Usually that's how that works.
Right. I mean, the good news is it's not a video hosting website. I mean, the good news is it's not a farming video hosting website. Farming native video uploading.
We wouldn't be having this conversation if you were if you were storing any video. I just wouldn't have it with you because already I know you're not going to have it.
Yeah.
I would have told you.
Either not be stored on video, but I want to store it giant.
Yeah, agreed. But you're gonna. That's what the entrepreneur mindset is, and you're gonna find though that if I had to predict, you're gonna run out of money within the first 5 months or so, and you're just gonna say, I was never able to get enough users or enough people to do a contest, or just the cost became too much, and now I'm at a point where I have to find an angel investor, or I've got to hang it up. And it's nothing against you. I would say the same thing to myself if you said I had a $10,000 budget to do this. I would have to. I'd be sending out emails to people. I would be creating user lists. I'd be getting on podcasts if I needed to. Just startup mindset podcast, small business podcast, to be able to get free advertising to my website.
Like basically, if it is a free way to advertise, you should be utilizing it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, no, I agree.
Raid Reddit?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Just increase.
Exactly. Yeah. Question that I have, and I don't think you've had a chance to do, and I'm not blaming you. I've been blowing all your free time, but did you have a chance to create the? Well, here's the biggest question of all of this: have you contacted the website yet? The people who own Parrot Carrot? So that's something you've got to do. And I know that you're like, hey, dude, I just got an approval from the city to do my mural. And I'm going to be focusing on that. And I understand. But, like, time is your enemy in this. You want to get this going. So my first thing I would do is send an email to whatever place hosts that website. And a website that you can use to be able to get this information. It's called whois.com. Or something like that. Just type in whois into Google, and then you put in parrotcarrot.com, and they have the contact information of the owner of the website, and then you can contact them and send them an email.
Yeah, they haven't used it before. I'll do that. Probably today.
You should do it right now.
I'll do it.
All right. I mean, why let a day go by? You said you're gonna take yellow out to the bathroom around 5. It's 4:56 right now. You could literally go. I'll look up who is right now. Just who is.
אם כתוב חוקו והקהילה והלכות, שם יורס סנדרות קרוא, במיוחד חוזה שונה, למה? כתוב, בגיל סוף, או משם לא, אבל יש כאן, בגלל שיש חייבים מאוד, אומר לאנשי, שם יורס גביר לא עובדים לו יחד לחוקו גדול, יקרו בו, וכתוב לאנשי מאוד נפת, שהוא ניסים מגיל סוף משם. בדימות זה יותר מגיע רצים לשלם, לא מגיל סוף משם לא, וההי בסוף, מגיל סוף משם לא שמע, לא, טוב, מגיל סוף שולם משם לשולם. חסר כלשהו פסול.
It says it's unavailable, and I can't available. I need to get information.
משהו פסול, הרי כתוב, זה מעכב. אז כתוב שצריך להיות ככה, אז ודאי שאתה חסר משהו, אז זה לא טוב, זה מעכב.
Okay, it looks like to me it's owned in Iceland. And they're keeping it pretty secret. ICANN.org, ICANN.org. The registrar is Namecheap, so you could contact them. They're a real company. They're just so they have a contact email. I wouldn't go to that email abuse at Namecheap. I would just go to like inquiries or info at Namecheap or whatever. I'd look up their real email and I would see if it's available. That's why they do that.
I'm on Namecheap. Okay, yeah. Register in 2024 and I can make an offer. If I click that, it just says submit offer. It says maybe for sale.
Exactly. So,
but there's no like email. There's no like email.
Okay. I mean, you've got to learn to just not be satisfied. You type in, what is Namecheap's contact info? And
מה שהיה שם בחנות החמישקון זה לא נחשב כפל לשון, זה פעם אחת, אי אפשר ללמוד מהדורות.
Does this mean that Namecheap is the actual owner?
So they have live chat and email ticketing system recorded in Phoenix, and they operate a U.S.-based company. So support at namecheap.com. That's what you have to do. You cannot, in this, be satisfied by saying, well, I looked it up and there's nothing there. No. Everything is available to you if you want it badly enough. It's about persistence. I hate to say it, but this is what that McDonald's movie's about. He has a whole speech in there about persistence, about grabbing the brass ring, about having chutzpah, about not giving up. And like that's what you need inside you. You need to be able to say, someone owns this website somewhere. I'm going to make it my goal to find out who it is, to contact them and see what their price is. Everybody on earth has a price. And if you go to them and you say, I don't know, I'd say I want to buy it for $100. They might sell it to you. But the thing is that if they know that you want to buy it for $100, they might just automatically. I would also look up in AI. How does Namecheap bidding work? Is it good to like bid low, or is it insulting, or whatever? You know, like whatever you want. But I would ask AI a lot of the questions that I might have. But like when you were like, it doesn't have a contact information, you can't be satisfied with that. You have to go to. Okay. Absolutely. So they have pre-sales, sales at Namecheap. They have account access at Namecheap, billing, payments, billing at Namecheap, domains support at Namecheap, hosting support at Namecheap. But here's a good thing for you, Riser. The fact that they have it and it's not somebody else's website is really good for you because they're in the business of selling these things. So that's really good news.
Yeah, no, I think that is
well, that's just the information that I was getting from ICANN. And they might put that in there just to make it seem anonymous. I'm not exactly sure, but they gave some address in Iceland. But to me, I think Namecheap owns it. They recognize that it is a website with value, and so you just contact Namecheap and say. You could even play dumb. I wouldn't say, "Hey, is Parrot Carrot available?" Because that's gonna flag them. Like, "Hey, somebody wants this." I would just say to them, support at Namecheap. Hey, I was on a website and I saw that it had the ability to be bidded on or whatever. Can you please like send me a summary of how this works? I would really appreciate it. And by this time on Friday, you'll have an email back from them within 24, 48 business hours or so. And it will be like, hey, thanks for your inquiry. Yeah, so you just send us a bid. And if we accept it, then we will transfer the website over to you. If we don't accept it, you can place another bid or whatever. They'll give you a breakdown of how it works.
Okay. Now send it right now. Send it right now.
And that's what I'm saying. You can't be like, I might send it today. You went from I might send it today to you're drafting an email right now. That's what you need to do. But don't mention the website. The first thing they're going to want to know is what website does this person want? And you don't want to give that up until you're ready to make a bid on it.
I saw on the website that they were bidding option. I'm curious about how that works.
That's okay.
Please send me more information about that.
Yeah, but before I send that email, I would look up in AI what the real answer is, so that you have an understanding of what it is, and then you're like in a good spot mentally to be able to be like, okay, now I know what I'm expecting from them, and if they tell you something different than that, because sometimes companies do, that's going to flag you. So I would look up an AI before I sent the email. Hey, I saw something's available perhaps on namecheap.com. How does this work? Is this I've seen it all over the place. It's big. It's like GoDaddy. Is this available? How much are websites there usually? What should I bid if I given that opportunity? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that works. Do a traditional online bidding. Passive block. I don't think this one is
אתם רואים את המצפן. איפה מעירים? מצד שמאל. יש לנו מצד שמאל, בכניסה לאייקון. זו, לפני השם פני של המזבח, אנחנו מדברים כאן על המזבח. הנה, זה הפוקס. אנחנו מדברים על המזבח.
This domain is now listed for sale. We still need to offer.
Exactly.
Domain agents will track down the domain, and represent the offer, and bring them into negotiation.
Okay.
אז בעצם, הגשה היה צריך להיות כאן. הצד המערבי, מה אנחנו עושה את זה גם בפינה הגשה אחרת? גם לא הבנת, על פני המזבח. מה זה הפנים? אומרים זה הכבש. אומרים ככה, אומרים ככה. פנים בשלם?
Yes, this doesn't. I don't think this is. It's not an option.
It's not an option. הכבש. זה הכבש, כאן, וואי, איך מורידים את זה? טוב, הכבש זה פני המזבח, ככה כולל על הפנים שלו. אז בעצם הייתם צריכות, זה נקרא שמה. היא על פני המזבח, לא יכולים לדורת. זה הדרומי של המזבח. כשאתם רואים דרום, כתוב דרום בסגול שם, דרום. אבל לא לבני השם, נו אוקיי, זה סתירה, או דרום או מערב, מה אתה רוצה? או עשינו פשרה, בפינה של דרום מערב. אבל לא לבני השם, אוקיי, אני אגיד, זה גם לא זה עוד, זה לא יכול שום קרן, זה ודאי לא. אולי זה עוד מלרגע שלו למערב של קרן. אולי תעשה את זה לגמרי בצד מערב. או לדרום של קרן, וגם לדרום. תעשה את זה במים, זה שתי הגשות. אמורים, אמרתם שאתה מועד בשני מקרות. אתה מוצא שתי פסוקים. אחד זה מעצמם כאן חברו, אתה יכול לקרוא את שניהם. ואתה מקרא עצמו, ובד חברו.
Okay, while you do that, I'll be right back. I need to switch.
אנחנו מטיפים לתפוס מה שנקרא מעצמם, אז תעשה את זה בפינה ותקיים את הכל. וכשאתה רואים על פני השם, במערב, ביטלת על פני המזבח ודורל. אתה לא יכול לקיים את שניהם. כשאתה רואים על פני המזבח, אם אתה אומר שזה מקדימה של המזבח שזה בדרום קיימת על פני השם. בדרום קיימת על פני השם קיימת, אז תקיים את שניהם. רש"י, בסוף הייתה לקחו למזבח בצוף ולכוי. עכשיו בואו נמחק פה לכתוב, ושימו לב מה שקורה כאן. אם כל המזבח נמצא בצד הדרומי, והצפוני של... פה אני צריך להוריד את הקשקוש הזה, אני לא יודע איך. הנה. כל המזבח נמצא בקו, מעל הקו האדום. זאת אומרת, האמצע של הדלת של היכול זה הקו האדום. אז עכשיו הפינה, איפה שהחטא האדום, איפה הוא נמצא, הפינה הזאת?
הוא נמצא ממש במערב של זאת אומרת מול היכול. זה נמצא מול היכול, הפינה מול היכול. אם זה כך, הוא לא מול היכול בכלל. נכון? הוא רחוק מהיכול. אבל כאן, הוא נמצא כאן, ממש לפני השם. הוא מקיים את הפסוק לפני השם, והוא גם מצוין.
What did it say the bid should be?
At 100 to 250.
Okay.
Conservative baseline offer like 150 or 200. And then yeah.
Okay, I'm in. I'm in agreement, and I think that's a good amount. That's conservative.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully get it for under 350 million.
Right. The fact that it's not taken is, well, seemingly not taken, to me is a good sign.
Yeah. Yeah, just shoot it off.
No, not yet. Ask him how it works.
What's like the broker that is doing the negotiating, they're like presenting an offer on two calls. Whoever is the owner of the website, so it's not named chief, but it's not and that's the main agents, run by a main chief. What is your strategy with asking? I mean, it's not. I don't think it's bidding because it's not marketing. It seems like you can make an offer on it.
What are you asking?
Domain no, domain agent is not domain agent. They're separate entities, official. Like, what is your strategy for emailing domain chiefs about getting information on how to use the offer amount? Thing, offer through domain agents.
Are you asking me that question?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who.
It seems like
No, I don't know who owns it. You just say to them, "How does it work?" Ask them, kind of play dumb, and they'll say, "Well, it depends on the website." At that point, and they're gonna say, "Okay, we don't own this. Domain agents owns it. We can be the third party though, and assure the brokering." Or they may say, "We do own it. You don't know." So you just basically you're gonna play dumb at first. Ask them to open up the conversation with your email. They're gonna ask for the domain. Once you're comfortable
That's fine. That's a good strategy right there. That's a really good strategy. Okay.
I mean, I think, yeah, you'd be able to probably get the money for someone seems to be parrot.com and then buys the website for $50,000.
Yeah, or you could just get parrot.ai or parrot.io or something like that too. It's not the end of the world if you don't get that kind. Ideally, you'd like it, but if you don't have the money, I would say if it's $1,000 or less, I would buy it. It's worth 1/10 of what you've got. But if it's more than that, then you hold it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Shout out to Yellow. Enjoy yourself. Hope you have a good day. Come back tonight, God willing.
Yeah, thanks for your help.
That's always good, man. That's why I'm here.
Peace.
Peace out, big love.
אבל כל המג'לי שלו עזב, שמה כאן הוא כבר שינה קצת. אין לו שרבויזר פרויסר, שדע לך שכן, אני אמרתי שכולם אמרו להתקשר, לא, יש אחד שקוראים לו רבויזר, הוא אומר זה בוצע. עכשיו, חומר שלי, נגד הפעמים, הפעמים שלי נתנתנו, כאילו וואו, שכך קטנה, אבל לא,
I went on a walk with my little cousin the other day, and he confessed to me that he thought that gay people were a waste of sperm. And that really shocked me. I didn't believe him at first. I thought he meant that gay people waste a lot of sperm. Because they do. Gay people waste so much sperm. It's kind of all that they do with it. I'm not wasteful.
אתה יודע למה אני כל כך שמח ואני קופץ משמחה? הגזמתי לאריזות. עכשיו אני יודע שבאמת יש מישהו שאומר שמפסים. זולגו אינו בדומו איש רבן לא זמן שמוע. התחיל לתקוף. לא זמן שמוע, התחיל לתקוף. עומר, אשריכם תעמידי תעפרומים שדירו דרך אבים עליכם ליועץ. תראו את השמחה של יועץ ובאבי. תראו. שדירו אבים עליכם ליועץ. כל העולם המקרא הזה. לא אהבתי סביסכו. כל היום מציפוסי. וכך אהבתי את התורה שלך. כל היום הוא מדבר על זה. אשריכם, אשריכם. אשריכם, אשריכם.
למה רבי יהודה אמר שזה פסול? בגלל שהוא הפק של רבי אלוהי, רבי יהודה ברבי אלוהי, שהוא ורבי אלוהי היה תלמיד של רבי יהודה. רבי נחשון על החמוש של רבי יהודה. לא, זה גמור רבי? זה בוודאי רבי יהודה רוצה לעצמי ואם זה כמו שאתה חשבת כולם זה פסול, מה יזרקו להרידות כאילו כלום תקום עליהם
Recycling feels like you're deciding your trash gets to go to heaven instead of hell. And sometimes that's too much pressure, so I'll just fuck it, purgatory. Gay people I think are real. But I'm skeptical of lesbians. Just because they play with like dildos and stuff. And I feel like if you were really a lesbian, you would have like a pocket pussy. Hey Tony, hi Tim, hi Joe, hi Redman. Thank you Tim. Thank you Joe. You're Arab, aren't you? You're Arab, right? Me too. I'm Moroccan. Yeah, 100%.
He was Moroccan as dick in a Chinese
Why did that happen to you in Vegas? Why did that happen to you in Vegas? Okay.
Joe, you're an Egyptian, right?
I am Egyptian also.
I know I'm split. It's finding nothing out of me, right? Yeah, I just want to bring them white. Give me nowhere this career. I always say you're Egyptian because anytime you would show me women's dicks, things. Things instead of stings. Anybody ever more gear than me on the show. Some of the dynamics of eating.
Speaking of it, Tony had a fruit platter in his green room and he didn't eat any because it would have been cannibalism.
Joe had sausage in his green room. It was like
יש לו 4 חתיכות כאלה, זה הדוד של החתיכות, בוא נגיד.
We're having fun here. This feels like home.
הוא רוצה לעשות כאלה חתיכות, הוא עושה...
You were so always, you were just really you. You were, for those of you that might be wondering, some of these people, they kind of amp up and do a characterish thing, or like do a, like for example, yeah, exactly. Like for example, Jolt, who we work with all the time, he's never really that great. I mean, I gotta tell you. With Aya is always like this. She's always sweet and real and just herself, very nice. There's this amazing stand-up that you do that is so smart. Like I've never thought of that fucking pussy thing. I thought my brain had kind of covered everything with lesbians and dildos and all that.
Yeah, they should have one like that they need for the love of the game. Very best lesbian. Okay, cool.
אם התורה עובד בפעמיים,
She's
הכל
gonna
לא
jump at you
נעשה.
fucking animals.
כן, ממש תודה.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna jump.
היא לא קצת לא עולה אצלנו, זה הפעם השלישית, אז היא לא
Are you gonna ask me where I'm from? Where are you from? I'm from Garland, Texas. Mexicans.
לא מניח את זה, אלא לא תקועים לזו, כל התאגיד. אני דיברת על ישראל, לא בניבור עניין, אני דיברתי לזו, אז גם מגבילה, לקחת את השם וביחד עם הזבל, ופתאום לבקר. אז זה בכלל, אז כאילו דיבר לשני, אז לא, זה לא כאילו אחת בכלל.
Okay, so David Koresh went to my high school.
לא יקרוא לה בכלל, אני לא עושה בכלל, אני פסול.
Not to brag or anything.
סתם זה מהמציבים, אני מפרסמים בש"ס, אני זוכר במקום ילד,
Oh, okay.
כתוב במשנה, שישו לגלול.
I thought you were being
המקסימום
racist for a
של
second.
משחק שאפשר לגלול, זה 60
Yeah.
צועדים.
Nobody's reacting.
בשביל אחד, אין לגלול.
Anything else crazy we should talk about before getting you back?
Okay, I had a question for D Madness actually.
Ooh, very exciting. Hey, I love this.
Okay, he did.
Yes.
אני רוצה לגלול 61, לא עולה.
We have a mic for D. Is that
למה? הנה נשפך מכל
Do you
הדברים.
watch porn?
אם נשפך מכל הדברים, אז זה לא נשפך מילה, כן? הלכת. פסלת. אנחנו צריכים את הכל. הפרוט אדמור להבין למה 61 זה לא טוב. כי אין מיליון היה מנבנה, מכל התחילות, מפורש, שאני שכולה, אני מבלל, זה בכל הצעה. אני מבין לא מהאבי ודאי לא זה לא
black women and white women or lesbians or, anything like that? Do you have like a preference?
המעשים, מהמטרה, אז לא צריך לבלוק. אני רואה לי כאילו, מה קורה לזה, אבל אתה לא יכול.
Black boys
אז זה
or...
באמת מקר, זה מושג אדיר. סופר אחרת. אתה לא יכול לעשות את זה. אם אתה יכול לעשות את זה, אתה לא יכול לעשות את זה.
Is there like a volume that you're into?
אתה אומר לי...
Is there a volume you're into?
עכשיו למדנו שלא צריכים לבלוק. לא צריכים לבלוק.
Special white. Do you want it loud or quiet?
אנחנו רוצים לדייק שישראל יכול לעשות את זה, אבל אם לא בלנת בכלל זה פסול. כן, זה נוגד בכל המושג הזה של כל הרואי אפילו, אין דברים מהקבע, שלא צריכים לבלוק.
Audio-wise, I think black porn's a lot, it's got a lot more humor in it.
לא נגיד, נכון, בוא נחזור. לא ש... אני מדבר על זה, אתמול, סליחה, אתמול, שלא דיבר, היה לו את המושג הזה, תגיד לי, אני אמרנו,
Wait a minute, that sounds like a black woman.
That's right.
Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that from you.
D, I don't know if you know anything about D, but if a dude talks,
Spring is 40 is to start all over again. This guy is the resident homophobe on the show. Normally he takes one of his pee breaks when anyone's being slightly gay. The fact that he found out DeRosa got sucked off by a tranny in last year's Skankfest means that he's never going to be able to look Joe directly in the eyes again. He never forgets. So, I'm going to hand for the great new madness, everybody. You're so much fun. One of the best fucking... She's definitely going to be doing this for the rest of her life. That's a fucking little star that you're seeing right there. You get to watch people grow here on Kill Tony in real time. Normally you don't find out about these people till they're 15 years into their career, 10, 15, 20 years. Only on this show you get to watch people start getting better, go through it, maybe, have a tough set, get great again, back to the ugly. Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking fool's name is Tony from hello, Dallas, America. I'm coming Gretzky from Poland. I just arrived just under 1 week ago, so I have very strong accent, and because of this accent, we start to get pussy in America, because we don't have sexy accent, Italian people, sexy accent, French people, pussy, Polish people, it's not like Poland. It's hard to be sexy Poland, the best accent, my best pickup line is very nice, so much. Only plastic or not one. I need to work with my accent though. I need to make a second to take Latinas into my living. I can give you a main cancel. What else? You don't know what parties I do radio. We don't have oil. You won't know where Venezuela is, right? Don't worry, in Holland we go with America because we are not the deported, For you to understand how less poor means in Europe, we are white people without white privilege. It's like being a black guy with short dick. Another fun fact, how'd you end up here in Dallas? We know you're originally from Poland, and we met you in Austin, Texas. How'd you end up here?
I've been in Austin last year for 3 months, then I went back to Poland, and I just arrived to America a week ago.
Drove here from Austin for this?
Austin stay in Austin, but of course I need to come for this, right? They don't give me a shit.
Is there anything about Dallas that you've fallen in love with since you've been here?
Listen, I'm from Poland. Every city in America is nice, I'm energy in Dallas because I'm a supporter of Poland football national team and soccer national team. So I go to stadium rain in Dallas because yes, I'm a Dallas Cowboys. So I love the disappointment.
Just say no. And even people that live in small countries that are like on the other side of the planet that don't really know how football works make fun of you. They all make fun of the Cowboys. It is so bad. Our soccer team is so bad. They're like an Dallas Cowboy. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's this one lady looking at me so angry. I understand disappointment. This one lady too, I'm just gonna pull a pocket pussy out of her mouth and start eating it. Just for fun. No, not that one, the one behind. She knows which one. Okay, Joker is on. Dude, I'm always so impressed when somebody from another country comes to the States and knows well for you to come from Poland and like it's so impressive because I've traveled Stanley, China, Amsterdam, Iceland, fucking Amsterdam. I go to other countries where you can score the goal and smash that ribs fucking really overthink and understand it. That's Learn to speak Spanish. Why did you learn to speak Spanish? Are they invading Poland too?
In Poland, it's mandatory to learn several languages, and everybody learn English, another one you can choose. I'm not gonna learn German because Polish people have PTSD from German. So, just use Spanish is easier, you know? Spanish is nice.
Lasciami con
You ever been with a Latino woman?
No, not yet.
Oh my goodness. And you ever kissed a Latino woman before?
Not yet.
Is there a Latino woman out there in the audience? Like, let me get some house lights up here for a second. Give me some house lights. Is there a Latino woman that wants to make Hillzone history and a Polish boy's dream come true? Stand up if there's a decent Latino woman. Is that a Latino woman right there? Come on up, sweetheart. This is how the magic happens. Only here, only in the Hillzone universe, everyone. We're up here. We're gonna have this. We're gonna have one of the bad guys from Indiana Jones throw you up here. The security guy here. Oh my goodness! Look at this.
I get kind of sick.
Latina kids. This is why we threw you games in World War II. Go with the flow, dude. What are you? You're ruining the momentum.
I have beautiful girlfriend in Poland.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Tomek. Tomek. No. Tomek.
I'm so sorry.
Tomek, look over here. You stupid bastard. Look over here. Tomek, you really think your girlfriend wouldn't get it if you kissed a girl on that show? She would be mad. But you're in trouble no matter what. Tim Butterly, you had a right call. Dude, nobody wants that. You know Tony Hawkins, this girl. How about Joe DeRosa? Will you kiss Joe DeRosa throw a wig on him? Alright. Shut the fuck up. Joe DeRosa.
Sound like, by the way, you sound like the kid in high school that lies. I'm in a super hot car for 2 forward.
Polish girls are beautiful. Like,
Polish girls are always guys are beautiful, but dumb as shit.
I feel bad letting this poor Latina woman up here without a kiss. Michael Gonzalez, have you ever kissed a Latina woman before? I'm just trying to make showbiz magic happen here. It's a line show. Anything can happen. All these other late night hosts and producers and writers and everything's decided. Michael Gonzalez, show this woman how to kiss, will you? I think she might be pregnant now. That's incredible. Oh my goodness gracious. Again, the bad guy from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom is gonna let you down. Hiroshima.
Beats me up, by the way.
Red man. Throwing it a little further. Another great set. Next time, go fucking kiss the girl that showed it, dude. Same hole in the sword. Things are being.
You know, they'll be on Secret Show Thursday thing.
Oh, very good. Polish people, not the smartest, you know what I mean? There he goes.
לא נסכים.
He's gonna go draw pictures in that book.
לא ראיתי, רציתי אותו שאלה מלגמור
His girlfriend was okay with him going, I gotta spend $5,000 to throw my name into a book. But that was kissing a chick.
גם המקף רפואי,
Can you believe you would think is the girl on a show with all the big crowd? What did you do? Can you imagine? Sweet Alright. You have another one-word name. You guys still having fun out there? You don't feel like you're in that fucking roller coaster. The rest is gonna go jerk off. I've got a crowd like this, something like this. This is fucking crazy. I can't remember shit right now. Just like shit back a long time ago.
אנחנו עובדים איזה 13 שעות למטה. יש שום שהוא לא יכול, שום שהוא זה השיר הכי קטן, זה לא יכול להמשיך לנו. כל שום שהוא לוקח, זה יתפגל. הוא אומר, אני רוצה את הפיגון, אני רוצה שיהיה פיגון, אני רוצה לאכול את השיריים מחר. הרי עוד פעם, מי פה אפשר לאכול רק יום אחד. יכול להתקבל קוצ'י לא כן זה היום. קרוב שלו, הוא אומר אני אוכל את זה מחר. אם הוא לקח את שיריים, גם מפה, כאילו זה דבר מאוד מאוד חשוב, הוא לוקח שיריים שמנים, הוא אומר, אני אוכל, בוא נבין מה שנקרא לכל, אני אוכל את זה מחר. אני לא יכול את זה מחר. אני רוצה לחשבת הזאת שהוא יוכל את זה מחר, וזה קוראים את זה. אם הוא באמת הולך לאכול את זה, אפילו עכשיו, לא מחר עכשיו, הוא אומר עכשיו, מה הבן אדם עשה? יש לנו שאלה מהירים. לא אכל את כל השיר, כל השיטה. הוא אוכל טיפה, הוא מפגר. ועוד טיפה, הוא מפגר. קצת נשמע שלא שיטה גדולה. מה ששיטה גם, זה שאנחנו נעבור על השלוש שיטות כדורת, ואז יש לנו שיטה גדולה. רק כל הכל משחורי. אבל עוד דבר יש לנו שלוש, אני רואה. תקשיב זאת. המנימו ולקשיב. וכאן אמרו משהו אחר, אנחנו לא מבינים אמר מה. עכשיו לא אמר פיגוד, ואולי פיגוד למה? בסופו של דבר זה יצטרך לכדאי. נכון, זה השיר של שירותים. אבל בסופו של דבר, אחרי שעתיים מגיע לפיגוד. אז אחד אמר פיגוד, אחד אמר פופס. אבל אומר, זה לא פיגוד גמור, כי הוא עושה את זה שירים מאוד מאוד קטנים, אבל זה פשוט. האדון מהכל. אני אומר, זה לגמרי גשר. אין גם פיגול בכלל, זה לא פיגול, זה לגמרי גשר אפשר לאכול את זה. לא יודע, זה אומר, מה זה אומר פיגול גרמות? מה זה אומר, אפשר לפגל, זה חפים משהו. מה זה חפים משהו? אפילו רבות של מישהו. מי כבר יש דברים שצריכים לשים על המשפט, כדי לאכול את המושחת. וכוינת ולבוא עימה. השתיהם הם המתירים לאכול את כל הצורך שאפשר. כל הצד בפני עצמו ומה, הם חופשים מהמתיר באופן 50%. האם אפשר לפגל בחצי מהמתיר. עכשיו אנחנו רואים, אם אנחנו רואים שיכול לפגל אז זה חצי מתיר. ולכן זה יפיגו לפי רבים. ומנוע מהפרצות רבות. אבל אומרים לך, אין כזה דבר שיפגל בחצי משהו. אבל אם נשית את זה, הרסת, חשש, אבל אתה לא תקבל שוב, זה הרסת, זה פשוט. מה דבר כלשהו? מה רבי אומר, נזכיר את רבי, רואים לחצי מתיר ולפריצות, כן? בלי לחוץ בשיריים את המצה, או את הקרמה, צריכים לשים על המגף קודמים למעלה, איזה פילים, טלפונים, עכשיו, מה רבי אומר?
40, this is your girl.
Allora,
How long
sì,
you been
molto
with her?
sciolto. Ora sì, sì, come no, c'è la famiglia. שפעת אחת הוא חשב, אז בואו כל התושייה, הושיע שלום מאלה, שמן מתירים, לאכול את הלחם. אז 20%, כל אחד הוא 50%. עכשיו, שפעת אחת, את הכחול, הוא חשב בראש שלו שהוא יוכל חצי זית מלחם אחד. חצי זית, זית שלי. אז בשביל הוא חשב לאכול חצי זית מהלחם השני. אז לא זה אומר זה לגמרי, למה? כל אחד מהכבשים האלה, מספר כל מספר אחד הוא 50% מהמאפים. והזין חצי נקי, אני חושבים דברים לא טובים, כל זה חצי נקי, זה חצי שיעור, אז לא עובד. לגמרי קשה, אין מה לגזור שלו. אז אימו, מה לא, בגלל זה, מה לא, אני אומר, אבל לא שביל, אבל אתה אימו למי? מי אמר לכם זה? אם לא, עכשיו בוא נעבוד עם ראש המלון וחושבים שיעור. לקחת שיעור שלם של הקליטה, לקחת שיעור, יש לנו כזאת, בסדר, תפעל גם משהו טוב, אז מה? חצי ממסכים, בסדר, אני מסכים, אני אומר שחצי מסכים נשאר, אבל לא, זה יכול להיות שיעור, אני לא, אז זה לוקח סים אחד, מה זה סים אחד? זה שיעור, אין איזה שיעור, זה לא מתקרב לשום דבר, זה אתה לא תואר מרבון מוסו, מלוגים חשובים וקורמטים. עכשיו הוא עושה את הכל בלי על הבוינו, אז זה לא כל המתיר, זה חצי מהמתיר, אבל לא הכל, חשוב לי למתיר, אבל אני מתאבי, על כל שבוע ועומד לגמור לכל הפיסטוריה שפק, זה דבור, אז לא אני שאומרים שמה בחצי מהתיר, לקחת את כל הפריסה פרגן, והבולו פריסה לבוינו, הוא עושה את כל המתיר, אבל בסופו של דבר הוא לקח את כל הצמצום, היה אלף, בסופו של דבר הוא הגיע לאלף צמצום, היה את הכל, אז לא שזה לא יהיה טיפול. Not going to go already also, I'm going to go out on Mali Moise. She has 6 of them. הוא לא הגיע היה לחצי שיעור מכל כלב. הוא לא הגיע שהוא עושה בכלב. אבל לא עובד, עד אמר לי בוא יצרה בוא יצרה, אחרי זה בוא יצרה. אולי נמצא גם יגיד שהוא תסור, למה? אנשים שלם, מי עושה מאפוס. אלא, מה גם החיגול, חיגול הכל? מה גם הכל חיגול הכל? מה גם הכל? חיגול הכל. זאת אומרת, זה לא שלוש מנגאומרים, זה לא מאיר, רבון ורבי. כולם, גם מאיר, גם רבון, גם רבי, יסברו במקרה הזה שמחסים. או לפעמים מה גם אחר, כולם יסברו במקרה שמחסים. או שכולם יסברו שמחסים. אלא מה גם החיבור להכל, מה גם הפוסק להכל. אין כאן שלוש מחלוקות בכל זמן. כל אחד שאומר, ההוא שאומר שיש כאן חיבור וציין שאתה יכול לסום הוא אומר את זה גם לפי שיטת רבון או לא לפי רבי. מה גם הפוסק? דברי הכל, גם רבי יודע שיש כאן חיבור. וגם רבי יודע שזה לא חורש רק חשוב. מה גם הפוסק? דברי הכל. אני אומר שזה לא רק, רבי קורא לזה שם. אני אומר, זה נכון. מה גם, עכשיו האישה. מה גם החיבור דברי הכל? או אישה שבת וחיר בכך. וזה הכל בכך. בכניסה וחצי, בלי הלבנים, אני ראיתי בשיריים. בגלל עכשיו על השיניים, על הבצק, על הקמח. ולבוי לא במיסטיקאים, שמה בלבוי לא נגע בכלל בלבוי. אבל לא בלבוי שבלא בלבוי לא, אנחנו לא משהו לכל משהו דומי. אבל גם, כשהוא לקח את הכניסה בצד שמאל, הוא חשב על הלבוי בצד לא בכל השיריים, אז הוא משקיע מגע הפעם לבוי לו. אז יש על רש"י שחייבים לו, אז הוא אומר, כאילו זה מזמנות באוויר לו, למה הזמן? ואז אם משהו מפעל לא שמעתי, אפילו גמרנו שאפשר לתרגל. אם נשקיע אחד לשני, אי אפשר לחזור מחשבה. אני אומר, איך מתרגלים לבוי לו רבוי איתי? ואני אשים את הלבוי לו על המזבח מחר, במקום היום. אי אפשר לעשות את זה, אמרנו שאי אפשר לעשות את זה. ולא מנסה לספר את זה אבל לחבר למוחו. אבל היינו מתפסים שכו, היינו בסיפור הזה ששמור, שני פסים ששמור. כל הכבוד למדנו, שראינו בתחילה פשוט. אבל לא, זה ראינו בכלל מאוד אוהב, כי אין שם עצמי אחד, אבל אחד, שהלבוי לו והקריצו נמצאים באותו שלי, בתחילה, כן? שמים את כל הסולר, את הלבוי לו בפני אחד. לכן, אפשר לחשוב, אפשר לתרגל אחד בשביל. אבל אנחנו גם למדנו זה כל אז בעצם הארבע עבודות, איזה ארבע עבודות נמצאים פה, לעשות קבוצות, ולא תמידים, ואנחנו מודים את זה לזמן, לאכול. לא מושדקי לאכול, אולי מושדקי לאכול. זאת אומרת, עכשיו הסתירו, זה דבר נורמלי, לא יחם את זה במסגרת הטבע שלה. מה זה אומר? הוא רוצה לאכול את השיריים מחר, או שהוא רוצה להפכים את הלבוי לו מחר. זה דבר שהוא. או תקריצו זה לא שיר, דבר חוץ לכל מוי, או שיראה מתוך. מה לא הציגו לך לא במקום? אז זה סנדר, מחשבה לא טובה של המקום, אתה לא מקבל את כל הקטן, אבל תחום, זה חשוב. זה תיגו לך את החי עבור. הכל זה למורת, מיילה, אנחנו מבינים את ההלאה. אז יש בעצם ארבע עבודות, בוא נקוד שנייה, איזה מארבע עבודות, גם את הכניסה וגם את הלבוי. אבל אחד מארבע עבודות. אז זה היה אתמול, מונה את הלבוי, אבל לא הכתורת. הכתורת! אבל הראשונים לא, כולל לא הכתורת. זה לא חשוב. אז אני רוצה להגיד שכל הארבע הם דומים, למה? כי כל הארבע הם בשורה אחת, בסוף אחת, יהודה מענו, מאיפה לנעתי? כן, השיניים מוכנים, מה מתחילים את הלבוי? הכתובת, היי, לאיפה זה נעתי? אז גם, הנה, רואים כמו, אז גם בהקטנה אפשר להציג כמו שבעבודות הראשונות, בקיצור, בכפות בקיצור, אפשר ללבוי. אז אם אתה חושב, אז מה קורה? אני תמיד לא חושב לפעול. אם אתה חושב מחשבה לא טובה, מחשבה שכאילו, כשאין המקים שלי, מה לא אחר? זה פיגו, למה זה פיגו? זה כל המקים. חשבת על כל המקים, היה עכשיו, ברגע הזה יש רק מיצה אחת. אין לנו לבויה. תחומו לבויה למחד בסוף הכתובת. אז כמו שבוא נצטרך את הדוגמה שכי נקודה. כמו אמרנו שהוא לא חגיגם, לא משנה. אפשר לתגל על הלבוינו. אפשר לחשוב, שאני נצא ויוצא את הלבוינו ואני אתאים הלבוינו. ותגידו, למה? לא תמיד. אתה מדבר שצריך נמצא, אני אומר לך. לא, אני רק לא אגיד, אני אגיד פשוטה, אני אגיד שגם בקטורת, אם אתה חושב מהנמצא, ללבוינו זה עובד. לא בגלל לו, מה בין איפה ונעתי, התורים, התורים, אני לא חושב, כל מספר אחד, הכל התורים, זה להציל, זה הכל, ואפשר לצאת כיוון מסוים.
you've seen him. When he killed Sony 4 times in any other one of Tick winner. He is the all-time any other Golden Ticket winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the undeniable force that is Mark. Texas Rangers baseball history. He's the first person to ever dribble on a baseball field.
תפגל באחד משניים, מ-50% מהמאה,
Everybody
לא
be
נראים
quiet.
ככאלה שאיפה
Everybody be
שלנו
quiet.
נוחו. תראי אבל, קיצר, מה הוא כמעט, הוא אפשר להצליח לשם יחד, הוא מישהו כזה, לאן זה לבוינו, זה לא יכול כולנו לנוחו. אבל מה זה זה לא יכול? כאן היה פיזיק יפה דרשי, ואני לא, בסוף דברי לי, מה זה לא יכול? זה עוד לא זה עושים יחד, זה לא יחד. רק אומר לו, זה עוד זה עוד זה, זה עוד.
Ladies and gentlemen,
ונשבר,
we gotta put the mic down on the ground one more time because these people want 10 improvised jumping jacks from you. We gotta give Dallas
זה דברים חתונתי. אתם שומעים? ראו את זה. תקשיב מה שקורה כאן. הוא חולק על הכל. הוא אומר, אי אפשר לפלג, אי אפשר לעשות פיגוי, אתה עושה תפנית, אתה לא יכול לפגל כאן. גם הוא חולק על המדינה. אי אפשר לפגל כאן. אני אומר, בפרט של מחשוב ובכאילו אם אנחנו מסתכלים את הכל ביחד, אז המחשבה שלו נכון, יש לו מחשבה חושבת מכאן, וגם חושב על הלבוינו, וגם על הכתיבה עם טיפים יש כאן סיבוב רציני לכן לקופת העלות. מי שלא הבין, הוא לא חייב, ייתן כאן סיבוב.
Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Another great set, another great interview. He's batting 1,000 on Tony as well as his Little League career. All right, back to the book we go, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for another Dallas bucket pull. This is Stephen Taco, everybody. Stephen Taco is the name. So I'm a beekeeper. Keep bees. Interesting thing about bees, though, is I didn't know that not all of them make honey, right? So I beekeep the Western European honeybee, who makes honey. But then there's like the Africanized killer bee that make crack cocaine. Cool thing about bees, though, is that they're high-minded, right? They're like the ultimate form of communism. Yeah, they're a lot like the Chinese. Like, it's all for one. The individual doesn't matter, and they all look exactly the same. That's racist. Alright, Stephen Taco. Welcome to the show, Stephen. You've been on before, right? No, sir. Yes, sir. First time ever inside it up. How long have you been on stand-up? About 6 years. Risky's barbecue in downtown It's like selling drugs, but tried. He's a millionaire.
על משהו שלא הדרך לא יכול, למשל, מה לא הדרך לא יכול? מצד עצמה, הלוואי, לא, זה לא יכול, אולי הוא לא יכול לדבר לעצמי, מה לא שמים על הנושא, את השירה היא, אז זה לא סיפור טוב, יהיה זה פה איזה, יהיה זה הולך וחושב, לא עבודות שגרתי לעצמי, אבל אני לא שגרתי לעצמי, סידרתי לה, עשינו כל מיני אם עשית פיגו בדבר שהוא באמת נעשה פיגו, רק מה, לפחות מהשיעור, זה יותר לעוד את זה, אולי זה לעד בזה, אולי זה אפס צלב, אכילה, בהחזרה, פתי זה הגזיר, זה הגזיר זה של למה? היה לו את זה לפחות ככה ונכי לו בהקטור ונרצה, אי אפשר להצטרף חצי כזית של נבוינו וחצי כזית של שיניים, לא מצטרף, זה אכילת אדם וזה אכילה אדמיה. אבל רבי כמו אומרת לי כמו, מתי זה יהיה זה, ופה, נראה או כל להיות, ממש נותן מעניין. And
she saw what I was wearing. She's like, "Are you really gonna wear that shirt?" I'm like, "Hell yeah." She's like, "Getting this on YouTube." I'm like, "Mom, you're about to be fucking famous, dude." So species and they're fucking aggressive, dude. Calm, but they don't make a lot of noise. We're like, let's get some Russians in there, fucking fucking soldiers, bro. They're drinking vodka, getting in the bare knuckle. Absolutely incredible. So it's the Italian beef. Anything you love. The other kind of beef is super upset. Any black beef at any point. Very little money was made there. They went out for milk, never came back. Just got out of prison.
שאפשר ללכת מאדם למפתח. אבל זה לא רעתי, איתם, זה משמעתי, אם בלת נביטה, זה שלמה חשוב, כל פעם לחייתי, וראיתי את הכל. וכאילו לא, כי אני בלית נכון, זה לא נכון. ואבו גם, זה בסדר להיות, לא מודד לאיזה. שאין לנו טוב, זה רק אין טוב. אבל לא יהיה חשוב את זה כזה להכניס שיש מזגום או למוח. גם משהו שראוי לנפגע. להצל לפתור או למוח. למה מימור למוח? זה הכל שלא כזרת החוסים. לא אוכלים מימור, לא שותים גם. לא אוכלים. ובגלל זה כל זה. לא לא שבשור, לא פרור לבשור. לעניין מימור למוח. כן, הוא לא מזמן, הוא אומר, אני לא עושה את זה איתה, זה שוב, לא שם את זה על מידה, כמו שכבר לא כלום, אני מניח. תמיד זה חולצה. אבל לא זו, החיזור הזה נראה זה כל דבר נפשי. אבל יש סיבה, אבל הוא אומר שגם כאן יש מחשוב התגלו את חודש, וכאילו בגלל זה אז השקו, מה עושים בכל אחד לא נפלו? מה שלא בונו, הוא אומר את זה יכול לחשוב לקהילה, אוקיי, לפעול שכן. זה די כאן. אלא עלים את הרבני הזה. לא יודעים כזה
That's what I was worried about, right? I'm going there.
One wants to rape a guy who has a picture of his
They're not raping there, dude. They're just fucking nasty.
What's the wackiest thing that you jerk off when you're in prison?
All the time,
How do you do it without like other people being like, hey, stop that up there?
It was pretty courteous, dude. So we had like a shower list. You put your name on there, right? And so like, even though it was like a big shower, we only went in there one at a time. And we actually had a pimp in the dorm. And like, he had like a binder full of like jack shots, is what we called it. So it's like chicks with their titties out and stuff like that. And for 2 soups, you could rent one for your shower session.
If you give someone 2 soups, they give you a waterproof binder?
It's just a picture. So you have like a whole binder of bitches that you can flip through and be like, I'll take this one today. You just stick it on the wall. And, wow, fair damn.
That guy's a genius.
You know what's funny is
That guy just eats soup all day. This sounds like an amazing gig. This was the same setup like 8th graders had when I was a kid.
Well, the fun thing is, like, I had my favorites, and every now and then, like, I think I'm gonna cheat on her tonight with this one.
Hell yeah. Were you ever scrolling through the binder and you found a picture of your toothless mom?
Tony, don't talk like that. My mother's a classy one. Thank you very much.
I agree.
I love you, Mom.
I agree. Speaking of two. Speaking of two. Hey, literally anything else for Stephen Tom? Wait, the sketchiest thing that happened to you? Yeah, take your time. Great question.
You go in there, and the biggest guy is, you go in there and you punch him in his fucking face.
Yeah, no, you went in there and you gave him yours.
Hell yeah, dude. I went in there, I was like, you want to watch a movie together? Or like, have dinner tonight? I had my jail boyfriend, Ernie. What's up, dude?
Hell yeah. Shout out to Ernie. He's getting Wi-Fi right now. The Turk Texas.
He was the biggest dude in there, and I was like, I'm going to make sure that guy likes me.
I love it. It's also Stephen Taco, fun set, fun interview, very good stuff. Big jump in for you. 6 years in the game, corporate, then Stephen Taco, back to the bucket. We go. We're coming around that corner. I have 2 big surprises for you after this. But for now, let's make it your final bucket full of the night. Goes by the name of Trenton Tebow, everybody. Trenton Tebow.
I lost my virginity to a female magician, and that really complicated sex for me after that. Just like, what do you mean your clit's not behind my ear? I had some New Year's resolutions, like I wanted to storm the Capitol again. I also want to lose like a little bit of weight, like nothing crazy. I just want to lose enough weight that if I heard someone yell, "Hey, you fat fuck," in public, I had the confidence to not turn around. Because, like, fat's more than physical. Fat's like a mindset as well. Because, like, I can't see Chinese lettering without getting hungry. A girl have a tattoo?
You want to finish it? Girl have a tattoo? Are we done?
And a girl have a tattoo and she say, this means peace and tranquility. I'm like, nah, it's Asian beef. I'm like,
Hell yeah. Trenton Tebow, ladies and gentlemen. First time on Kill Tony. Second, where was the other one at?
on the show.
Nice. How long ago?
2023. Okay, welcome back. It's been a few years, obviously. Trenton Tebow, how long have you been stand-up now? 3 years and change. Wow, so the first time you were on Kill Tony, you were very, very new. Yeah, it was about a year in. Look at you now, man, crushing in front of 8,000 people. Trenton Tebow. Is this where you're from? Yeah, I live about an hour from here. What part? I live in Mineral Wells, but I'm in Dallas. What's the most meth you've ever had on you? I'm way too fat for meth, dude. Yeah, I got my one teeth super good. Perfect. I love it. Trenton, what do you do for a living? I work in a restaurant. Okay. What kind of restaurant is it? I just fry fucking chicken. That's what I do. Oh, shit. Okay. How long you been frying chicken for? A set amount of time. Like 9 years. Yeah. John Deese's been frying it for like 45 years. It's a job that allows me the flexibility to do stand-up and all that. Like, I can take off whenever I want. Really? And frying chicken tenders for not very demanding amount of time. No, it's not. It's fine. If I don't show up, that's what I got. So almost Mineral Wells sounds like the middle of nowhere. It is, right? Yeah, you'd be correct. And that's where you're born and raised? Yes, sir. So, like, what's your family like? What do mom and dad do? So my dad just got fired after 27 years. What did he get fired from? Well, it was budget cuts. He was the superintendent of the street department. And my mom's a drug and alcohol counselor. Okay. So people end up on your dad's streets and your mom takes care of it. Yeah, that's right. Amazing. And how many people do you have to guess live in Mineral Wells? 16,946. Wow. That's an exact number. That's the kind of number that tells you if you think you're thinking about moving to Mineral Wells, you're going to check it with them first. Make it 16. Amazing. Trenton, tell me another fun fact about you, Trenton Tebow. Right before I was on the show the last time, I got hit by a semi-truck. Oh my goodness. I lost about a year's worth of memory from it. Oh my goodness. Was there anything specific that you don't remember from that you wish you did remember? No, I got broken up with, and then I hit her up afterwards, and she was like, what the fuck do you want? I'm like, oh, okay. Damn, that's like getting hit by a semi-truck twice. She got fat, it took her to hell, and it's like really getting hit by a semi-truck. Amazing. Incredible stuff. I thought your stuff was great. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just want to say that. I like your special. I like your special. Thank you. Trenton, I'm going to be honest with you. They love it when people do 10 shoving jokes. For some reason, it's already changed. How do you get to do 10 shoving jokes real quick? He doesn't even say anything because he understands the game. Here he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a big joke about Trenton. Trenton Tebow, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, what an unbelievable bucket experience we had. I have 2 more giant surprises for you that I don't really think you're going to believe. Why don't we start with this one to begin? Ladies and gentlemen, what can I say that I haven't said before?
that I've ever said anything about anyone in the history of the show, for this man is the Hall of Famer with the record for most appearances ever, most interviews ever. Probably the user of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. Many people refer to this the Vanilla Gorilla, the Texas Strangler, the Goliath of Grand Prairie, the Duke of Dallas, the General Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the man who created the machine, William And also, Dallas, I'm so curious where the chances that motherfucker was actually a lifeguard. Holy shit! Really be coming out here saying I'm Ryan Flournoy of the Dallas Cowboys. Tiger Woods got drunk and flipped his car over again. That guy spends more time on his back than Red Band's mom. By the way, does anybody know, does the Easter Bunny support Israel? Don't make me call my lawyer. That's an impression of me after my teacher asked if my dad signed the field trip permission slip. Knock, knock. Prince doesn't have a last name. And I miss the whole BET. Sources in Iran say that the new Ayatollah is both stupid and gay. Red Band, I told you no ass is qualified for the job. What's up, Tony? The energy in this room tonight. It really is. These people have been sitting in here for fucking all goddamn 4 hours. And also, Joe, a trans person didn't actually suck your dick, right? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I love you. I was kidding. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just, it doesn't. Shut up right now. No, are you joking? I'm not at all. Okay, thank you. I'll just bring this up until I get to real baby. I won't. Let me show you. I'm happy for you. I don't know why. Self-destruct his own incredible momentum. These people that love him. William, what a sin it was. Somehow the first person tonight to cover the Tiger Woods accident. A lot of topical, very fun jokes in there, whereas normally you're making references from the 70s, 80s, and 60s. I know you've been getting on to me recently, Tony, so I switched up just a little tonight. And Tony, I think secretly you like it when I have the references. I think you secretly like it. I do love everything about you, William. You can do no wrong with me. We've watched you do more sets than any other human in the history of the show. You are a man who set a standard for what a Kill Tony regular is supposed to be. Really neat. There's a thing happening here, William. All day long, I need people do 10 jumping jacks. There's something going on here in Dallas. Okay, so they do 10 jumping jacks. Yeah. Throw that mic in the mic stand and they'll do the counting for you here. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, representing the Cowboys, William Montgomery doing 10. Insane. Joe DeRosa. Somehow your jumping jacks were worse than Mark's.
guys, hold on the way over here, we stopped at a Buc-ee's, and for those that don't know, you actually get the beaver nuggets, and if you want a really good dessert, you put a bunch of whole milk in it, you put the beaver nuggets, and you eat them like cereal, just a little tip for anybody. It's the best kind of cereal there is. Yeah, and I'll be doing it tonight, Tony. That is a great tip. Yeah, put your beaver nuggets in cereal. Tonight I'm going to mess around with the cinnamon sugar version, so I'm really excited about that. Oh yeah, that's actual advice. I think it's going to be a little bit like Epic Bucks, Tony. Hey! The humans on your side when you have Buc-ee's. What else at Buc-ee's excites you? That shit. Probably a little beef jerky. You know why I'm talking about the pepper beef jerky? And also the dark chocolate races, Tony. Yeah, I gotta figure out my A1C situation, so I'm on the dark chocolate right now.
Tony didn't think your cereal recipe sounded tasty until you changed beaver to cat.
Turn into King Jokes on a straight guy after everyone knows you your tits like what you do.
Joe, I brought it up because I was confirming. But I don't care at all. You've always been so nice to me. It's nothing bad.
I know.
It's nothing bad. I was just like, damn. Like, holy shit.
William, how about it? Let's get back to Buc-ee's. What fires you up a little bit here, William? The crowd is really with you. We have a little momentum here. I'm thinking, what do you like in the sandwich department?
Sandwich department, it's a little weird because it's a little kind of, not everybody does this, but I really love the veggie burrito. The veggie burrito because I really do love Buc-ee's, but I'm not going to eat chicken or beef at Buc-ee's, Tony. Quality.
Oh, we've seen this before. He is turning on the crowd. He is like anti-meat in the heart of Texas.
The vegetables are just so poor. I don't even really like it there, Tony. And you look like a fucking clown, right? My hand in your butt. You look like a fucking Make-A-Wish person.
We love you. Whoa. Look out. The rose is hitting hard. William, you really do love Buc-ee's, though.
I know, I was kidding, and I also was thinking your mom actually has a tail right there, and I was sitting from the back last night thinking, what is this thing? And she said it's some kind of vestigial tail.
Incredible. Is there one more thing that you can grace us with that you love at Buc-ee's before we let you go, William?
Probably the caffeinated thing you put in your mouth, Tony.
That was a very broad answer. Coffee?
Yeah.
I think he's screamed a little too much. Sometimes the blood gets into his head. What you're seeing is a real artist who studied more than anyone else in the history of the show. William, not copyright, everybody. I know what you're thinking. That's William, the Hall of Famer. That's where the show normally ends. What could Tony possibly have brought for us here in Dallas, Texas, that could possibly end the show over William Montgomery? What could it possibly be? And I present to you the only human being, even above William, above Redman, above everybody, who I let take full control when he's on the show. It's a very rare treat. He doesn't do a minute every week. He has to prepare mentally, physically, a super talent unlike anyone in the 13 years of Del Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you an anomaly. For this is Sammy Novak.
Hey guys, Jesus Christ. So, I watched the film Tone for the first time. And one word, boring. Gay, very gay. So, I hired an editor to edit my part of the episode to make it more exciting, okay? And we're going to be having visual effects going on behind me, so watch it. So everything I describe during my minute, pretend like you're seeing it, because we're going to add it in post. Okay. Start the timer, Red Band. Red Band, start the fucking timer. And she wasn't coming, so I was like, God damn, okay, so you bitches come, what the hell is going on? So I flip around, I'm still fixed in this bitch. Fuck this, you see a pussy here, fucking going in. I mean, I'm wearing this bitch like a Rolex. Still don't know, so I come around to eat an ass. Now, you are going to be seeing a CGI asshole, Avatar James Cameron level asshole. So I get down, I start talking Navi to this asshole, right? I'm like, still not coming. So I'm like, all right, goddamn, we gotta set the mood, right? So I throw up FBI crime statistics organized by race. Not surprising, right? So that's black people or whatever. So then, she's really hot and bothered, right? Because she's a racist bitch. So I pick her up, she's fucking going up and down like Bitcoin. And just like a bubble, she bursts. So I sit that bitch down, I'm like, bitch, my turn. I just fucking, it's all over her face. And just, at this point, just imagine, you seen ISIS beheading video?
Timmy No Breaks. Yet again. Changing the parameters, rewriting the game. We thought we might hit a wall after 13 years, and then we are blessed, graced by the presence of greatness. Timmy, no brakes, all gas, no brakes. With a green screen, ladies and gentlemen, and a green screen. I want you to keep it up because I noticed you've had a giant amount of dicks tonight lately. What's going on with all the penises, Timmy?
I don't know what's going on with you having the same guests. No offense, guys. Honestly, no offense. I like you guys, but you want to
do panel sometime?
Yeah, I do panel.
Okay, there you go. There's breaking news. Timmy No Breaks panel debut coming soon. I'm sorry that two of the best comedians in the world isn't good enough.
It's just that, I'm trying to make the show. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
You want to be just like Joe, getting your dick sucked by a guy. There's a trans person walking up right behind you right now, Timmy.
Can you do me a favor and just put this on? Just put that on, Tim. Just throw that on, Tim. We need a more exciting guest, come on.
So who's that?
Holy shit! It's Kevin Hart! Holy fuck! Whoa! Japan Kevin! That's fucking crazy! No, you gotta sound more urban. He's black. Sound more urban.
Sit lower in your chair.
Hey, Kevin, why don't you do that joke? We say N-word 5 times? Why do you do that? Yeah, just rip that joke, kid. Perfect.
I've never had anyone do green face on the show before. This is very exciting. Oh, shit. Timmy, I don't know if you know the theme of the night, but...
Listen, people, just imagine Timmy doing jumping jacks on this green screen right now.
Jumping jacks. I'm not doing jumping jacks. We're going to add that out. No, I was saying that all this is actually very expensive. So we got to do ad read for this toothbrush that hasn't come out yet. And then we're going to add the toothbrush in afterwards.
Oh, no.
Oh, I need to pay for this. Okay, you don't pay us. I got to fucking pay for this shit. Shut the fuck up. Come on. Play ball. Here we go. Introducing
Dildo up against my teeth, Timmy.
Don't have to do
Oh, okay, well, I was excited about it.
And everybody cheer on Cone for being team player.
I wonder what this is possibly the green.
I needed something that was green at the same size. That's all I could find.
Quite the girthy toothbrush, Timmy.
Introducing Entourage. At 10 inches, you can clean those hard-to-reach places in the back of your throat. Put it in your mouth. When he's finished brushing, just squeeze the spheres at the base of the toothbrush to ejaculate it. So just hold the spheres.
Wait, what?
Entourage is great for travel because it fits perfectly in your ass. Just shove it up your ass.
Okay. All right, Rabbi, very good.
Entourage, get your plug blown out.
Beautiful.
I can't believe that everybody on the panel, I'm the only one that didn't get to touch this thing.
Oh, no, we landed in your Rose's ass.
I'll be honest, this is fucking
I threw it down for like a split second.
It did?
Yeah, no, I instantly think I was pausing it on YouTube again.
Oh, yeah.
Or it was resting on my lip for a second. So it makes me cool about it.
Timmy, what do you want to tell Dallas, Texas before we get out of here? Give them some parting words here.
I need to say something though. The girl that I was talking about in that minute was your ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
And she's actually here tonight.
Okay, very good.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Amazing.
No, just leave it. Just leave it. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna bring out your ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
Come on out. Here she comes. Yeah, look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at that outfit. Look at that fucking outfit. Look at that. Look at this sexy motherfucker. Oh, yeah. Look at those tits. Oh, the condoms is hanging down.
Wow. Such a long time.
So good. Just make me mad.
Yes, I'm so jealous. I can't believe you brought up my...
I love you, baby. I miss your pussy so much.
Wow.
She's beautiful.
Make sure she doesn't trip over the green screen that's right behind her left foot.
Oh, she's gonna be fine. She's a dancing girl.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't you say something, babe?
I can't.
She's everywhere.
There's a thing right behind you, Mark. Amazing. Watch out for the thing. Help him welcome back, please, for the love of God. Sex is a God. If you no breaks, you rewrite the way. Digital toning is evolving every appearance that you have. How long is this a day for the great Timmy No Breaks, ladies and gentlemen? I think you guys got a full show tonight. Did you guys have a good time? How about in the upper deck up there? Did you guys have a good time? How about the lower area? Did you guys have a good time? How about one more time for the great Tim Butterly, ladies and gentlemen? Get one more time for the great Joe DeRosa, everybody. Vegas, Los Angeles, and New York City, all on the way. Those are our only stops other than Austin, Texas. Keep an eye on it. Ladies and gentlemen, we love you. God bless Dallas, Texas. God bless Texas. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you. We love you. Good night, everybody.
just understand.
הנה, עכשיו על המובי, כאילו, אבל מה, אתה נולד שופר, סימן אחד של המובי, את הסימן, הרי בשבילה צריכים לשחוט שתי סימנים, את הקטנה ואת הרשת. אז בוא נגיד שהוא שחט את הקטנה, חתך את הקטנה, זה חצי מעטי, זה חצי מהמעשה שצריך לעשות. לכבוד, האלה שיש לזה, אחר כך הוא שחט עוד, וקטנה, זה מה שקטנה, זה שלמוני, את הרשת בשביל הרעיל, בשביל הגוי. מה השאלה? צריכים לדור שאפשר לפגר את אחד מהכולם, מכיוון שהשליטה זה לא זה מעשה, חצי המעשה הזה חשוב, זה מעשה חשוב שאפשר לפגר את זה. וניסה לזה מה שאנחנו מחייבים לשפוט בסכין של ברזל זה לא אבן חי, בגלל שהסכין של הברזל נותן תחושה לדם. גם סכין מטלטל, דם סכין מטלטל, הדם מתקדש על ידי הסכין. אז עוד פעם, אבל בעדש, כל העגל לא עומד, ואז אנחנו חושבים בחזרה, דם שהסכין שכן מפעיל משהו. אנחנו חשבנו ששליטה זה לא מפעיל כלום, זה מכת אדם. לא, השליטה כן מפעיל, השליטה נותנת קדושה לדם. איך אתה יכול לזרוק את הדם? בגלל שזה קדושה מהסכין. ומי קדושת הסכין, אם היית משתמש למשל באבן, לא היית חלשות, זה מכת אדם בכלל. למה? כי אין את הקדושה בדם. אז הסכין, השליטה, לכן חייבים לפגל ולכן חייבים לחתוך את שניהם ולפגל את שניהם כי זה מזיק, זה מזיק צריך כל השביעים מסיבר שלא צריך לפגל בהכל, זה רק שזה לא מתאים, זה לא פגל את השם כאן ששליטה זה הרבה חשוב לא, שליטה זה מתאים, זה מתאים לדעת לזרק משהו ולכן בוא נגיד שעץ חומץ לפגל בלי הלבנו בקביזו בעבודה הראשונה ובאמת הכלי שמחזיזים את הכלי ואילו שולחים למישה מה היה? זה לא שהכל בחורה אנחנו נבין שנתחיל את המיצה ומניחים אותו למידה לא מידה זה קשה אבל לא הנה במטה ואתה שמכניס הוא הולך להכניס אין לו תכלי להכניס לך לבוא אין לו תכלי להכניס את הקליצה לוקחים קליצה מכלי גדול זה ככה ואז מכניסים לזה כלי גדול אין לו, הוא הולך להביא את זה מהארון זה ולא לא חלק עכשיו ולבוא אין כלי שני אין לא יכול לבוא להכניס כלי שני אז זה העבודה שרק קליצה אם ככה הוא יכול לפגל את זה, זה דבר בפני עצמו, זה דבר לבוני. דבר שאין לבוני, אז אפשר לפגל את זה. אין את האפוי זה להכניס לפי שלי. לא, בקדימון, זה לא. אם אחר כך הולך, זה אחר. הוא הולך להביא את הכלי. לא שהוא מביא כלי ואחר כך הולך. ככה הסברת שהוא הולך להביא את הכלי. הנה נולד את זה, הוא רואה. זה קרה שתהיה, הנה, אתה שהוא הולך. אבל כתוב, גם אם לעבור, והוא בא להכיר, כל מיני לא יכולים לבוא. יהיה אתה אומר שבכלל, גם מה הנושא? דבר, לסתכל גם בלבונו וגם בכלל. עכשיו אתה אומר לי, לפי לשכוח לשם. גם בהולכו, אתה צריך לפגל בשתי הקולים, גם בניצה וגם בלבונו. אז למה אנחנו מדלגים על השלב הזה? מה אנחנו אומרים? אנחנו מפגלים, צריכים לפגל בשתי דברים. יש שלב לפני זה שגם צריך שני דברים. השלב לפני זה זו הלכה. אבל זה כתוב. אז מפגד, גם הלבויה וגם רק בסוף, בהקטנה, צריכים להגיד בשני. למה? בגימור, בעצם זה כל דבר. כל אחד, זה לא חסר מצב פה. זה הולך להקטין. גדול, כל מיני הכל. לכן אנחנו חוזרים. לא הולך להקטרה. נכון, אין אבל אני. גם בהקטרה, זה מפגד, גם בהקטרה. וגם, אבל אנחנו לא אומרים את המילה לא, כי לא כזה לצאת. דבר, זה יותר להקטרה. אני לא רוצה להגיד, אני חושב פה, אני חושב פה, סתם פה אומרים, סתם, חלות על חיות. לא כתוב כלום, לא כתוב. תשעה לעשות את הדבר הזה, גם לא כתוב. כאן את החוגר, על המזבח, זה גם המזבח, על הקטרה. אנחנו לא אומרים את כולם, גם במילות שצריך. שלא ישתע, אין לכנה, רבות צער, שלכנה, רבי ישראל, אנחנו עושים במשנה. מתמס, אחס מן החבוש. או יחוד מן הסבור. הנה, כל מקדמים, יורשים. יש לנו שני מחלות, באים שרת, מאחרת בגישה, מאחרת, מת. זה נעזר. שש. וגם בעלמה אחת שחלות, שש. זה בתחילה, היו כל החלות. אני רק אלה תמילה. אומר דמים שנגלס אחת מן אחת. ויחד מן הסדורים, שבע חלים, זאת אומרת, שש, מסוף חומש. ואני רואה לשני מיוטים. חייבים לשרוק את כולם, ומתרשי פה. מקום מיוחד. יש מקום אחד שהוא מחוץ, יש מקום אחד שהוא בתוך בית המקדש. לפי הרמב"ם, מה שנטמע מחוץ לבית המקדש, משרד בתוך בית המקדש, מה שנטמע מחוץ, בסדר. אבל נקודה זה מקום ששורפים את כל מה שנטמע וכו'. אז רבי אומר ששניהם טמאים, שניהם פסולים, צריכים לספור את הכל. שאין קורבן, ציבור כל אי אפשר לחלץ בתוך הקורבנות. החום אומרים לו, נתנו לתמוצו, ברשוי, ורפר, החום אומרים לו, מה שנשמע בצד שמאל, דומה, מה שלא נשמע בצד ימין, קרוב, חלוקי, עם יהודו, 12 כלים, אומר רבי לא, אנחנו לא יודעים זמיקו, כל זה השאלה בין מצוי בין רביד וחכומן, זה אם עדיין זרקו את אדם. אבל לאחר זריקו, אם זרקו את אדם, החומר בתרומות סוי והכל יועץ. מה שנטמע, נטמע, ומה שלא, אז אם אנחנו מדברים, אז מה שמסביר שזריקה כאן זה או הבזיקים מלך מהפעמים, או זריקת אדם של השמונים בשבועס על שתי הלכה. הנקודה זה שברגע שנזרק אדם מהלבוינו, ולפני זה ליגו למדתי, מה השאלה כאן? או מה החוק הציץ מרצה, וכאילו הסתובבות ליגים, לפני את הציץ. ואין הציץ יכול להשתפר במצב של דברים שנאכלו, והם שיים, האם אם שהציץ מרצה והציץ מתחפש כאילו מחשיב, דברים כמעטים, כמעט של הפועל, הוא מתחפש, עושה את העבודה, והוא תמד, וכמו הוא בציבור, וחומר, ופסח, וכולי. הציץ עובד לעשות את זה? האם אם הציץ גם יכול לתת לך לאכול את האוכל הטמא? לא את האוכל הטמא, אלא את שאר האוכל שיש לנו ביד שכאילו. אז רבו נמצא והציץ מרץ על החילוס, שהזריקה מועילה, הידיעה הציץ שמרצה, אומרת שאפשר לאכול את שאר הלחמים. ברור שאי אפשר לאכול את הלחם טמא, למה? כי מזה יש פסוק מרש"י, זה אי אפשר לעבור על הפסוק הזה, והפוסק שלי גם כל פעם לא יהיה, ברגע שבשר נטמע או לחם נטמע, הוא לא יהיה, אבל אסור לאכול. שעל הלחמים אחרים. חומר רבי מגלה לנוסח החופש, שרבונו ואוהלים, מה שעולה על המזבח, למשל, הדם והפיצות, הציץ מרצה, על האוהלים שאנחנו יודעים, הציץ מרצה, אתה לא צריך לשים את זה שם, אבל שמת את זה על המזבח, אתה יכול להיכנס, הציץ מרצה. ובלי ועדיין יש מחלוקת בסנגר, נגמר כל מילה בזיתים, וידועים לשם לא צליקים, הנה, שוב. בדיוק אותו דבר מה שראינו, הלכת נכון, הנה, יש לנו תשתית בזיסטר למעט שתי השפות האלה, ולאים יכוינה, ויש לנו שתי הרמות שלכם, ומה קרה, בואו נראה, אחרי שלי שעוברת כמה, היה ברמת נגע וכף אחד. אז האם זה עובר לכף השני, מי כמו יכול מן הבזיקים, ומי לא אומר שניהם להיות ובתומה, אומר רבי יהודה ששניהם אפשרים שניהם, ועושים שניהם, כפי שהם כבר בנציבו כל, אי אפשר לחלק בשבילות, ובתומה זה נקרא נתנה, וחכון אומרים, התור לא בתומה, והתור בתור עושה, לא נכון, אפשר לחלק. אומרת, רבידה, אם אתה צודק, רבידה איך להודות כאן שאסור לשמות איתו לא, מלאכי, תשמע, רבידה אומר, אפילו כאילו לכם כל מיני רבידה אומר שאם יש לנו 12 שבדים ובוא נגיד שאחד נחשבת שנייה וכל השאר השבטים ממקורים, אז שאר השבטים יכולים לעשות את העבודה בתומה, אפילו שהם לא רוב של השבט. כל מצוות גרובים, רובם 51% מצוות גרובים נקנים. אז מצוות גרובים מותר לעשות את העבודה בתומה. אבל שבט שמעון שהם לא תנאים, הם גם יכולים לעשות את העבודה בתומה. למה? גרובים. וכי שאין פה פה מציצים בחולת, ברגע שאנחנו אומרים חלק אחד שזה קשה לעשות ככה, יותר כל אחד יש משהו כלל לסחול. אנחנו אומרים על חלק אחד, על ערימה אחת של לחם, שזה מותר לזמן אחת לזה, לא אומר יוצא שרעתי, מה זה קשור לצוץ? למה אנחנו אומרים לך, שהקשור של השני, לא רק שזה מהחמפות ושאלנו, מה חשבת ברימי בפחות, אמרנו שזה קשור לצוץ. לא יודעת, זה לא קשור לצוץ בכלל. לא, גם רבים, תשמע, אני משחק מהחל, לא הייתי יכול מן הלטובים, תגיד, לא היינו שני מילים שלו בזה סלב, לא הייתי שם כל המציא לכל. אומרים, החומר, זה מאוד יכול להיות, כן, יש לנו שתי הרמות שלכם. ורביל אומר, צריכים לסחוב 12 לחמים, שתי הרמות, ואי אפשר לחלק בין התקופה שלו. אומרים, נכון, זה מאוד יכול להיות. איסו, זה נכון, שאנחנו נותנים להציץ, תגיד, שאלה תציץ מרצה, נתחיל על החילוס מבואים. למה לא מנקודת התחילה על המושג הזה? תציץ. אבל רק אומר לי שלא מחלקים, בתור בן ציבור לא מחלקים. אבל הוא אומר לי, זה הציץ מרצה, הציץ לא מרצה. אלא אומרים לו, כמה תצאו לכל בפי של יהודו, לא, הוא קיבל את זה בישראל, שאין קורבן ציבור גלוי. איתה זה, כך הוא למד, רבי תמיד בכל הדורות, שזה יהיה רבילה, שלא מחלקים, זאת אומרת, ברגע שהמצב הוא ככה, ואחד אחד, אז אנחנו משאירים את אותו מצב בהכל. אם 6 לחמים הם טמאים, אז כל 12 לחמים טמאים. הטוידו, אומרת המשנה, הטוידו מפגל את סיסלחם, והרוי זה מתי במילים טוידו. זה בן אדם קרא לו נס. קרא לו נס. יצא מביס האסורים, מהכלב, היה לו איזו מחלה, הוא התפקע. אז הוא צריך להביא 2 כבשים ולחמים. תבוא ישי, הנה, תבוא סרטון. זה דבר על הכל. מצב לאט, עוד דעת, אז הוא כאן עוד כמתבריאוס, הוא בים, הוא עושה את הכל, הוא גם היה חולה, הוא גם היה בים, גם במטבח וגם בכלא, את כל הארבע. הוא יכול לא לחמש. אז אומר גם משנה, הכל גם מפגס הלחם, והלחם אינו מפגי אספר. שימו לב. קודם כל, כשאחד מביא תוידו, הוא מביא איתו 40 לחמים. מה זה פיגול? פיגול זה, הוא חושב בראש שלו, שהוא יוכל את זה אחרי הזמן שמותר לו. אם זה יום, הוא חושב יום. אם מותר לו לאכול את זה יומיים, הוא חושב שיוכל את זה ב3 ימים. תוך כדי שהוא שוחט את התוידו, הוא חושב שהוא יאכל את התוידו. אחרי הזמן שמותר. ואז הטכנולוגיה, האיסור הליך הטיגול, עובר ללחם. התוידו מפגל את הלחם. מה שהוא מפגל, הוא אומר לפרש שלו, שיוכל את זה אחרי הזמן הנכון, ועושה את הלחם גם. והלחם, אבל אם הוא חושב שיוכל את הלחם, בזמן שמותר, אז אין לזה שום השפעה. הנה, יש. אני צוחק עליו עם הלשון, זה לא ראיתי, זה מצחיק. כאילו, אין לו השפעה על הכבש. הכבש בגלל של הלחם, זה הולך מהבימה ללחם, אבל לא מהלחם לבימה, והלחם נמצא איזה כזה. שוב כזה שהתויד הולך ממנו עם אוכל, הוא שוחט את שיקה לאכול את זה מחר. זה דוד נשמע גם משנה שיוכל לאכול לעצמו. כי והלחם פיגול. אז הכל נעשה פיגול. זאת אומרת, אם אוכלים מהלחם, או שותים מהבימה, אז חייבים כבש. לחם מהלחם, זה מאוד קורה, אבל עם הפיגול שלו היה רק על הלחם, חוץ מגבה כדי מפגל, זה רק עובד על הלחם, זה לא עובד על התוידו. הכבוסים של שבוס מביאים 2 כבשים, עם 2 לחמים, הנה שבוס, 2 שלומים ו2 לחמים. אז אם אתה חושב פיגול על הכבשים, מפגלים את הלחם, לא בסלח, הלחם נראה לי תגלות מקור בעיות. אם אתה חושב פיגול על הלחם, זה לא מפגל את הכבשים. הגמרא תסביר, העיקר זה הכבשים ולא הלחם. אני רוצה להגיד את זה כמו שאני לא יכול ממנו, אחד שופט וכבשים, ובראש שלו הוא יוכל את זה אחרי שבועות. בין והלחם פיגול לכל נעשה פיגול. לא יודע, זה הלחם למאחורה, אבל אם ההשוואה שלו הייתה רק על הלחם, הלחם יקום את הכל שלהם פיגול. כן? סיום כתוב לא טוב. מה הייתה אינו? הנה משום דבר כאן, לא מרב כאן מנהים רפת, איך אתה יודע שלחמים נחשבים לקורבן תודה, שנאמר והקשיב על זבח הטוידו חלו. נכון, מעניין מאוד, והקשיב על זבח הטוידו חלו. זאת אומרת, שהחלות הם טוידו, טוידו חלו. יופי, אז אם הוא חושב על הלחם, הוא מפגל את הלחם, למה זה לא מפגל גם את הקורבן? הרי הלחם גם נחשב קורבן טוידו. לא נקש, זה לא בסדר. לחם, טוידו, הלחם נחשב, אבל הלחם לא נחשב לחם. אז רק עובד דרך מהטוידו, זה עובר על הלחם, אבל לא מהלחם מהטוידו. לא נקרא מהכל מלחייניס, הלחם מלחייניס הפוסים, לחם, את השליש בפוסים. למה אנחנו אומרים את זה בפוסים? אומר לי שאחד נקרא ככה, אחד לא נקרא ככה, זה השם שלו, איך אנחנו רואים שהלחם נקרא הכבש. אלו, אני טעים לו, אז מה באמת הרעיון? אפשר להגיד גם בעשרה לחמים בשבוע, זה גם בלחם טוידו. האם דהיינו הולכים בגלל טוידו, ואם טוידו בגלל בלחם. מה הכוונה? אומר רש"י, טוידו איתו זה לחם טוב. הנקודה זה שהפקודה, וגם התפסים בשבוע הם העיקר. והלחמים, וכן, כל הלחמים, זה כבר הפחות. למה זה שחית אז טוידו נכחד של הלחם. מה מקדש את הלחם? הוא מביא זה גדושה של גוש סגור, זה השחיטה של הטוידו. יאגב, בואו נראה לי שנעלם מכל זהו, זה לא נצטרך לכל, אלא נצטרך לקורבן, לכן בגלל פוסים, גם ללחם, ושמו את זה בגלל הכיסים, ושמו כל מקד של לחם, אלו, אין גם בגלל מה אומרים. לחם בגלל פוסים, ופוסים בגלל לחם. חוץ מזה, זה שתי המקרים, גם של טוידו, של קורבן טוידו, וגם של קורבן שמוץ. הלחמים של שמוץ, זה בגלל שהם טוידו, או שבו, זה פגי בלחם, ומפג בטוידו. ואני יכול להבין בטוידו, שהוא מפגל את הלחם, אין איזשהו קשר לטוידו, זה גנופה. מכיוון שבקורבן טוידו, אין מצווה להרים את הלחמים ביחד עם הקורבן, אז הם לא קשורים אחד לשני. אבל תפסים, אבל בשבועס, זה לזה, בתנופו, חייבים לעשות תנופו, אימות, מפגל בלחם ובגל, אני תפסים, אז מכיוון שעושים את התנופה ביחד עם הלחם, הייתי חושב שמחד, הלחם והקורבן הם אחד, לכן, אם אתה מפגל בלחם, אתה יכול לפגל בקורבן, שמשהו לא, בשניהם יש. כל מיני לבנות המורה. שואל לבנות זאת, השואל כדסקוי דו, לאכול כזייס ממנו, ומלחמו למוחו ומהו. הוא רוצה לקחת כזית אחד, הוא מחלק את זה, חצי כזית מהבהמה, וחצי כזית מהלחם, ביחד יש לנו כזית, האם יש לנו פיגור? בואו נראה מה שיש לזה. אני כבר רואה שיש כאן חצי כזית מהבהמה בצד שמאל, וחצי כזית מהלחם בצד ימין. עכשיו הוא חושב לאכול את שתי החצי כזיתים האלה, הנה אחד בצד חום, בצד שמאל, אחד יותר ירוק בצד ימין, ולאכול את זה מחר, אסור לו לאכול מחר. האם יש כאן ציור? אז מה אומר לגמרא? יפגעו ליטוידו למבוא אלי, זה ודאי שאי אפשר לעשות את הקורבן כאילו. שכולו עם מלאכו למופג לו, זה כבר אמרנו במשך, שאתה לא יכול לאכול מהלחם לבהמה. אז אפילו אם עשית כזית שלם מהלחם, הבהמה לא נעשה פיגור. אז ודאי שזה חצי כזית מהלחם, כי הרי חסר לך חצי זית, כי אדם עשית חצי זית מהבהמה, ועוד חצי זית מהלחם. עכשיו, זית שלם מהלחם לא עובד, אז ודאי שחצי כזית מהלחם לא יעבוד. כי גם בואי ממנו מלאכו מבואי, בגלל שבואי ניפגעו ללחם. אם זה יעבוד, בנוגע ללחם, כפי שאתם רואים בציור כאן. אולי חצי כזית של הבהמה, תצטרף ביחד חצי כזית של הלחם, ביחד יש לנו כזית שלם שיפגל את הלחם. ומצטרף הטוידו לקבול ללחם אלוהי, עלי אחוזו הלחם הפוגל והטוידו נצטרף. ללס, כן, הלחם נעשה אדום, נעשה עיגול, אבל הקורבן לא. אפשר לגמור במאי, זה נקרא חולים. יש לנו כמה מאוד מעניין, קצת שונה מרבי. ומה הפגל, זאת אומרת הטוידו, שהוא זה שמפגל הלחם. הקורבן, הבשר מפגל לחם. הלחם לא מפגל בשר. ומה המפגל, מספגל, הקורבן שיכול לפגל את הלחם. לא מפגל כידי הלחם, הלחם לא יכול לפגל אותו. אבל לפגל, אז הלחם, ולא פיגל, שהוא לא הצליח לפגל את הבשר, הם יודעים שלא יספגל. בגלל שהלחם בעצמו, שהוא חדש לוש, ודאי שהוא בעצמו לא יתפגל. עוד פעם, אם הטוידו שהוא חזק, הוא הזה שמפגל לחם. הוא בעצמו לא יתפגל על ידי הלחם, אז הלחם בעצמו שהוא חלש, שהוא לא יכול לפגל את הבשר, אז אולי שהוא לא יכול לפגל את עצמו. אני אמרי לי גם אחרים לא תאגבנו, האם הוא כזה גם אחרים, אבל אני אגיד לך היה שלא, לא הוא כזה, מה זה לא יכול? היה סיפור? טוב, רבו ישי, מה יעשה של זבוק ומנוח? שיזור כמה שרבי לזמור היה בן אדם שרצה לאסור משהו, דבר שאינו שלו. הוא התחיל לזרוע דברים בקרן של החבר שלו. ובמייסר לבני חכמים ועשו סזורים והתירו חכמים. אם אתה זורע בקרן שלו שלך, שמאלה, זאת אומרת, זה כבר לפעמים יוצאים, ובמאי זה לבני חכמים ועשו סזורים והתירו זרקון. בכלל שיש מושג שאינו דבר אוי סדור ושאינו שורה, אני לא יכול להיכנס לאסור משהו שלך. אני אומר, מה זה בדיוק? אז נכון אמרו שכל מה ששתלו באמצע אסור, אבל הגפן לא אסור, בגלל שהאנשים לא יכול לאסור משהו שלו. ואמר, וגם אפילו שואלים גמרא, זה אותו דבר, כמו, אותו דבר, כמו שאמר, ומה הוא איסר? הגפן שאוסר את התבואה או מה ששתלו שם. אם הוא נאסר, הגפן בעצמו אמרנו שמה שהחכמים לא נאסר. אבל נאסר, הזרעים שבאים לאסור את הגפן ולא עושה, הם לא הצליחו לאסור את הגפן, הם יודעים שהוא יקח את זה עצמו, לא יהיה חופיה שלו. מה הקשר? אוסום, כאן בו יצאו לא עושה את זה. התורה עשרה, זה כאילו, הם מדברים, כאן בו, אני יודע להגיד בעברית, זה מה שמשתנים, כן, כאן הבוס. עכשיו, זה לא יהיה לדרבון על להסיס. אבל שם הדברים, התורה רק עשרה מדוי רייס, את החיטה, את הקלבוס, את הלוק. אבל שם זרעים לא. היידו, תנסור רבון. אז הבן אדם שעשה את האיסור, הוא הזה שסובל, הוא מקבל את הכלל. אני לא יודע, איסור לא רבון, ומישהו לא, אז לא. ולא אחר, אבל כאן נעשה בסוגיה, שנגיד לה בכל יושן איזה שונה. נגיד לנו מה זה לא הכוס, אוי מיני, אבל לא נראה. אבל לא זה שעה ברב משהו אחר, השאר בנסה כמו זה אותו דבר, אבל נכנסים. מי ששוחט נכנסים, ואיפה כזה הזמנו מלאכמו, אנחנו מדברים על שבוץ, לא על טוידו, כמו שהוא דיבר. אותו דבר, לכל טוידו יש לחמים, גם לשלומים בשבוץ יש שתי אדם. אז זה עושה אותו דבר. אתה חצי מזית מהשלומים, אבל שלום, כמו שאמרנו כאן, אותו דבר. וכאן כתוב טוידו, במקום טוידו תכתוב שלומים ששבוץ, וכל הרבה לחמים זה שתי לחמים. זאת אומרת, הגמרא יבינו לנו טוב. כל מיני רבנות נראה. השאר לזה כבוד, צריכים לאכול זית מהמלאכם. חצי זית מהטבס, וחצי זית מהלחמר. לפעמים לתפוסים לא יקום לבוא לי, זה ודאי שהלחם לא יכול לפגע מתפסים. אשתם. כולם מדברים לפגעים, זה אותו דבר רבו יצאי, אנחנו זזים מהר, זה 15 שבועות, מידי. לפעמים לתפוסים לא יקום לבוא לי, שהלחם יפגע מתפסים, זה ודאי שלא אשתם. כולם מדברים לפגעים, אם יש זית שלם של הלחם, זה ודאי לא יפגע את הכרס. מהם הוא אנחנו מדבר, אבל השאלה, האם אפשר לצרף חצי, בואי לי, תראו לי, סליחה, מהם אנחנו מדבר, אם כזית שלם מהלחם, לא נפגר את הכבש, אז בוודאי, חצי זית מהלחם, יחד חצי זית מהכבש, בוודאי שלמים. בואי לי, תראו לי לחם. שאלה, אם הכבש יספור, יצטרף לחם מהלחם, נפגר את הלחם, מה קרה? אולם חשב לעצמי שיוכל את הלחם יום אחרי שבוע שנסתר את חוסר יגיעו לחם ולחם שמלא. האם יש פיצוי? המלא, שעה כזו, הלחם יכולו לחוסר יגיעו. גם במקרה הזה, הלחם נעשה פינו, אבל הכבש לא. אפשר לגמור אותו גם כמה פעמים, מה נתגל נספגל? אם הכבשים שהם הולכים לעשות כיוון, הם יכולים לעשות כיוון, ללחם הם בעצמם לא מתקבלים, אבל לפגל, אז הלחם הוא לא יפיגל, בגלל שהלחם לא יתפגל. אבל אני מבין אמריקה, כל מיני אגב, אני אומר, זה דבר, וכאן אני אומר, זה לא מחזור, וכאן יש חבר עם הסיפור של רוב. זאת אומרת, לא, זה חברה, וזרע זרעים בתוך הכרם של החבר שלו, למה הם לא יכולים לב. אז אמרנו שמשהו זרע אסור והכרם לא. עכשיו לגמור למה משהו זרע יהיה אסור, למה הם לא יכולים לומר, הם שמים נסע, אם הגפן שבא לאסור, לא יכול לאסור, אבל לא לאסור ולא לאסור, אם זה יהיה כניסת. אז די שהזרעים לא ישלטו. מאוד הגמור, או סמכם בנסיבות, יש דרך, אפשר זרעים לא נדע אפילו. אבל אפשר לראות ששתל זה רבי נורא, מי שתל זה חברים דרבו. היי דורג איסור לצום הבא, מי שעושה איסור, אז אנחנו נמצאים פה. הוא לא יורד איסור לצום הבא, אבל הבית של הכרם לא מקבל קנס, כי הוא עושה שום דבר. לא אנחנו סוגיה, לא קשור לעושה ולא עושה, כך הוא פיגל, נכון פיגל שנעשו בו. אבל מה שלא, הכל ידוע כל שני בוסים, עכשיו את כל הסיפור היה מאוד חכמה, גם על כל זה וגם על כוס. אז אם אתה אומר שהשאלה שלו בלא זה היה על כל ידוע, אז ודאי שהשאלה שלו על כוסים ועל שבוץ, אבל למשל כוסים זה טובו, אבל מה שלא על כוסים, כוסים הוא יוסקו, זה, וכסים שחייבים לעשות תנופה, כמו שראינו אותם כמובן צריכים להבין את הכבש ביחד עם הלחמים, אז הלחם והכבש הם אחד. אז לכן אפשר לעשות קיבול אחד מהשני. אבל דברים יוסקו זה, יוסקו בלון. כמובן שלא צריכים לעשות תנופה של הפוידות ביחד עם לחם, אז זה לא אחד, הם לא שני אחד. הוא אומר, אני אומר, למה זה קיבולו, כל מיני, אבל לא נראה, לא זה שואל כך, שואל אותי בספטמבר, ספטמבר, זה היה ספטמבר, מה הוא? הוא רוצה, הוא שוחט כבש, לאכול, יש לו שתי כבשים של שבוץ, ובכבש אחד הוא רוצה לאכול ביחד, הוא עושה כזית אחד, בצירוף של כבש והחבר שלו. עכשיו נשאלת השאלה, מה זה החבר שלו? האם החבר שלו זה הכבש השני? יש כאן בעיה. למה? כי כל כבש הוא חצי מהמעטיר. למה אני יכול לאכול את שתי הלחם? כי אני מביא שתי כבשים ואני מקריב שתי כבשים. אז כל כבש הוא 50% מהמעטיר. מה שאומר זה כבש, זה יכול כזייס מחבר או לא מה? אז מה השאלה? חבר או כבש משמע, האם החבר של הכבש הזה זה הכבש השני? ולא בכלל, אפשר לעשות דיוק ככה, למה? כי כל אחד זה קצימת, עובדים לחם משהו חבר. או הכוונה זה, שתי הכבשים, הוא רוצה, החבר שלו זה לא הכבש, החבר שלו זה הלחם. הוא רוצה לפגל את הלחם, ואז זה בדיציון, שתי שחקים, לפגל לחם. או שיש לך כבש אחד שחוק, לפי רמר, חצי מאצ'ו לפגל. אתה יכול לפגל חצי מאצ'ו. או מעלה איתוניס, או לא מעט. שוחד, אתה מעלה חצי מאצ'ו, משוחד אחד מהכבשים עם מחשבה לאכול, מעצור עצמך, זה מרכיב, מזמות, הגיעו לחבר איתו. זאת אומרת, זה גילות קשה. לא יכול להתקבלו, לא יכול. כאן זה גבול, החבר שלך. הכוונה זה לכתוב זה שלי, לא יום שלי. למה? כי מרכיב אחד לא יכול לפגל את המרכיב השני. על מה חברים סרט מה? כי נתיב לך למה אתה חבר, בצורה כזאת שלי. זה אנשים שממש חבר או לא חבר, לא יכולים לשלוח נושא. Hey, this is Rabbi coming live with the room. Famous comedy store neighbor. We're brand out inside the count, Tony. Get up for Tony. Hey, everybody, it's Monday. Come on, make some noise, everybody. We're here. How exciting. We are live, streaming across the world on the internet at YouTube/Kiltony. How exciting. You guys excited to be here on a Monday? Very fun. We just got back from 6 sold-out shows. Kiltony Media was an insane success in Sacramento and San Francisco. Punchline Cobbs, and then no rest for the wicked this Wednesday.
אז הוא מפגד גם את היין. אפילו שלא אמרת משהו על היין, בגלל שהיין בא ביחד עם הסרבן, אז זה נעשה פיגור. אז זה לא מוכן לעשות מסרבים. בשביל של כלי, אם הוא שם את היין תוך כלי, הוא אומר הקדוש, כפי שזה גוף. ואז נכון, לאסוף. והנסוך איננו מפעל לסזרה. אבל אם אתה חשבת משהו פיגור על היין, זה לא מפגל את הקורבן. בצד, ממון. השור בזה, אתה לא יכול ממנו ממון. אתה שוחט, או לא. זאת אומרת שתשים את זה למזבח מחר, או שאתה שוחט כל ובטוח שתפן את זה במנגל עוד יומיים, הוא מסוכו, מפולורים, מפוגולים. גם היין נסעתי. לארתי מסוכו, למוכו, אני אומר זה רק שתשמחה, יין על המזבח, מחר, הנסוכו מפוגולים, באמת, עשית עבודה טובה להרוס את היהודי. אז זה לכם מפוגול, אבל הבשר בעצמו לא מתפלל. זאת אומרת, גם אותו לרב אומן, ניסקי בהימו חייב למלא משהו פיגול. הניסחים של הבינה, אולי הייתי חושב שאי אפשר לפגל אותם. לא, למה מתפגלים? שגם הזרע חכון מתפגל. ורומיות אומר, גם שאדם של הקורבן, שאתה זורק את הדם על המזבח, זה נותן לך רשות לשים את היין על המזבח. זאת אומרת, היה לו מעטיר, לכן, מי שזה מעטיר, אתה יכול לפגל. אומר לרמאי, ועלו יום המאי בזיכרון, היום נצטרך עד 10 יום, הרי אין להם קשר בכלל, לא קשורים, נכון, זה נשמע קשור שזה בא ביחד עם הקורבן, אבל אם אני רוצה להביא את הקורבן היום, אני יכול להביא את היין שלי בעוד שנה, הם לא קשורים, אחרי קשורים, אבל אני לא אמרתי, בואי נזרע, נכון, צודק. תיאורטית, אני יכול להביא את זה בעוד שנה, אבל אני לא הבאתי את זה, הבאתי את זה היום, היום זה מוחש, זה חלק מהקורבן, אם אני חלק מהקורבן, אני יכול לפגל אחד מהשני, אני לא... אבל עדיין יש ראשונות של זרע אחת. היום אני יכול להגיד, לא, זה לא בשביל הזרע א', זה בשביל זרע ב', זה קורבן ב'. אבל רוברט עושה מרמי, הוא בשביתו, תלך איתו. לא, אי אפשר. אבל אם שתשחט את הבימה, ויש כאן את היין, וזה יין נכנס, והיין למעשה, חלק אחד עם הקורבן הזה, אתה לא יכול לעשות אותו, אבל להביא אותו לקורבן אחר. לכן זה מפגל. הרבנן, לוג שמן עכשיו, אותו דבר בול, כזור, אבל עם שמן. לוג שמן של מצוירו, יש לנו מצוירו. לוג שמן של מצוירו, אנחנו יודעים שהמצויר מביא שמן, הוא שם את השמן על הדם של הכהן, יד, רגל ועל האוזן, ושאר השמן הוא שם על הראש. היום הוא לא משום פיגול אפשר לפגל, למה? כי שדם לא שמכיר בו, זה אומר שאפשר לפגל על השמן הזה, כאילו שזה לא להכילה, זה כן, זה צפה להכילה השמן שעל הבועל. למה? כי הדם של האושון מכיר אותו, עושים את זה על הדוח, או אומר, ועדו יאמר להשון היום, מילים ניתן על זה יום, ואתה שאלה קודם על היין, אני חושב לשיר, ימים, חודש, אני לא אמרתי לגיבור מאוד, נכון, תודה, תקעתי. ושלנו, נגיד את השלם ביחד עם הקורבן. אני לא הולך לשנות לאיפה אחר, אבל עדיין הוא לא ממש נעול, הוא יכול לתת לזה, לפי זה, ביחד עם השם אחר. אבל זה אומר, זה רק נשאר, ברגע, הקורבן הזה, אבל השם נמדוד, הוא ננעל, ואתה לא יכול להגיד לקורבן אחר. מכאן, אז אתה עושה פיגול אחד מהשני,
It's Monday. Come on, make some noise, everybody. We're here. How exciting. We are live.
streaming across the world on the internet at YouTube/KillTony. How exciting. You guys excited to be here on a Monday? Very fun. We just got back from 6 sold-out shows. Kill Tony Mania was an insane success in Sacramento and San Francisco at Punchline Hobbs, and then no rest for the wicked. This Wednesday we fly to Australia for the first time ever for the Kill Tony podcast. Brisbane on Friday, Melbourne Saturday, and Sydney on Sunday. Tickets still available for the second added show in Washington, D.C., November 7th, and the weekend of stand-up after that. November 23rd, Storcade. Wrestling live at the Comedy Store. My other podcast, The Store Horseman. How exciting is that? A wrestling ring in the middle of this room. Columbus, Kill Tony, the 12th of December, the 14th of December in Pittsburgh, and the 15th of December in Cleveland at the House of Booze. We go back to Ohio. How exciting. The road. And that's going to do it for 2020. Hey, look, it's Ryan Jainville right there, everybody. The house artist. Featured 6 successful shows in San Francisco this weekend, and he has extra posters from Kill Tony Mania that if you buy one, we'll sign it, take a picture with you, whatever. Jeremiah Watkins still has the classic Big Gay calendar featuring the band. The 2020 calendar, many are still available. We're going to guess the paper calendars are selling it off the shelves like hotcakes. Jeremiah headlines Huntington Beach, 16th of November, St. Louis Helium, November 29th and 30th, Kansas City, the 19th and 21st of December, and Chicago's 80s Rosemont, January 2nd and 4th, and San Diego, December 6th. I'm with Jeremiah for Jeremiah getting out there, turning into a real fucking headliner. It's my feature on the Monster Energy Outbreak Tour. He's all grown up now. How exciting. The new brand new Kill Tony shirts are available for sale. ShopSquad.tv. And it's very exciting stuff. And let's just get right into it, shall we? You guys want to fucking jump right into it? I book a lot of guests for this show. It's not easy. Hiring can be a slow process. Finding the right candidate to be a guest or be an employee in any way is not easy. Like Cafe Altura's COO, Dylan Niskowitz, needed to hire a director of coffee for his organic coffee company, but he was having trouble finding qualified applicants. So he switched to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you, it finds them for you. Its technology identifies people with the right experience and invites them to apply to your job, so you get a callback candidate fast. Dylan posted his job with ZipRecruiter, and he said he was impressed by how quickly he had great candidates apply. He also used ZipRecruiter's candidate rating feature to filter his applications so he could focus on the most relevant ones. And that's how Dylan found his new director of coffee in just a few days. With results like that, it's no wonder 4 out of 5 employees who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See why ZipRecruiter is effective for businesses of all sizes. Try ZipRecruiter for free at our web address, ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. You guys ready to find out who tonight's guests are? You may already know. If you have the internet at all, social media of any kind. It's 2 of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great and powerful Dom Irera and Josh Wolf, everybody. Wow. On a Monday night. Hell yeah.
Okay, little friend,
Great
what
Dom
we need for you
Irera.
today, it's time
The
for
legend killer, Josh Wolf. Monsters of comedy joining us again to meet a bunch of people that signed up for the show. Welcome back, gentlemen. Good to have you.
Thank you for having us.
Hell yeah.
I regretted eating that entire organ yesterday.
Josh is the host of a very fun podcast, Control Chaos. I'm still rocking my Kumas that I got from that very fun show. This guy just hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube. He also has a podcast, Prince and the Wolf. He's at Cubs all this weekend where we just were. You'll probably find a lot of pod and scattered around the green rooms. There's probably plates of falafel still sitting on the TV. We were in Mediterranean all weekend and nobody ate me falafel. Dom Irera is in Vegas this weekend at the Tropicana. Oh, next weekend. And then
If I made the left leg bigger, is the right leg too close
It's going
to
to be
me?
in Long Island and Governor's
Oh,
Comedy Club.
so we
After
got
that,
you.
it's Thanksgiving
Inside,
weekend. He's in Philly immediately. I'm going back home. I'm so excited you guys are here. All jacked up on delicious caveman coffee. This is my favorite stuff in the world. The nitro cold brew coffee. I'm telling you, I used to go to the store, spend a bunch of dumb money on fancy, stupid LA coffee, and now I have these bad boys that get shipped right to my door. Use the promo code Phil save 20%. How beautiful is that? What are the odds that it's an advertisement of something I actually drink? Delicious. We have a band on this show. How many of you know this show at all? How many of you know about the band? The band is a secret weapon of the show. Absolutely hilarious. Some of my funniest friends, when I tell you that they are coming off pure momentum from this week in San Francisco and Sacramento, I mean it. They absolutely destroyed it, including the undeniably greatest Mexican drum off of all time. This weekend happened in San Francisco. Are you guys there? I present to you the best damn band in the land. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They have a separate green room than us, so maybe it's characters that we've seen before, the return of some legendary characters. Maybe it's brand new characters debuting for the first time. They were the Golden Girls for the second show Friday night for the first time ever. They actually looked like the Golden Girls, sort of a zombie version of the Golden Girls, but still. You were in 2 episodes of the Golden Girls? Were you Dorothy's stuntman or something? What are you doing? I was a produce man. This market, I was in the do you remember your line? Thank you. Wow. Sad card. There you go. Did you get the bag lunch? Hey, beautiful. Let's find out what the band is tonight. Some of the funniest people that I know. It's the best damn band in the Kill Tony Man, Jeremiah Watkins, from Chris and Joker Joe Oh, wow. We know these guys. These are comedians from the 70s, everybody. 80s comedians. I got corrected very quickly there. Not 70s, definitely 80s. We've seen these guys before. Very, very fun guys to have on Kill Tony. This is very exciting. What do you call it? Blowjob? We'll get a call. Oh, yes. That is just a taste of some of the incredible comedy these comedians from the 80s have in store. Headphones, all about. So that's Jeremiah. Remind me of this character's name again. Hey, Zippy. How you doing, everybody? Zippy. I'm an 80s comedian for sure. Next to him, wow, looking good now. What's your name? Hey, Tony. Hey, Tony, can you believe this? Can you believe this? My wife said, I think her son is autistic. Autistic? My son's talking like shit to me. Hey! Wow, that was a good one. That was a good one. Is this a show? Yeah, it's the very beginning. We're still getting into it. That guy, Jeff, right? Your name's Jeff? That is correct. All right, good. I love this. I've always wondered what Howard Stern would look like with Crohn's disease. That's exciting. And then back here, we have what appears to be a caramel macchiato in a suit. How are you, buddy? What's going on? Name's Philip, Tony. Philip? Yeah, have you tried this falafel stuff? Actually, I didn't. It's really good, but after I eat it, I feel awful. 80s comedians, people. Doesn't get much worse than that. It's hilarious and the worst at the same time. 80s comedians joining us with Josh Wolf, Dahmeyer, Brian Soundboard, which brings me to this, the Bucket of Destiny, everybody. It's where the magic happens. Sing this with the San Francisco and Sacramento with us now. It's back home before the show. Over 100 comedians are all over here. Make some noise, comedians. Over 100 comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket. Sometimes it's audience members that sign up. Anybody has a chance to before the show starts. Now the names are in the bucket. If I pull your name up, that means you get to do 60 seconds of uninterrupted stand-up comedy and then get interviewed by me and my illustrious panel. Find out more about you, what's interesting about you, make fun of you if there's something bad about you or ugly about you, and then we fly through it. You know, your 60 seconds uninterrupted is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up there. Should we bring up the Angry Western Lady Bear? There you go. There you go. Isn't that funny? It's funnier every time because the bear is louder than the cat. You guys ready to start this show or what? Oh yeah, I guess we won't then. That's just not enough energy to start the show, so I guess maybe we'll go do it in the belly room in front of a different audience. You guys ready to start this show here live in the main room? And here we go. It's No Cody live. Comedy Store main room. Episode 404. We just hit episode 400 in Sacramento. 403? 404. Anyway, here we go. Put your hands together for your first comedian tonight. He goes by the name of Robert Scott. Robert Scott will start the show. Not an easy position. Could be this guy's first time. Maybe he's been doing it for 5 years. Maybe he's been doing it for 30 years. You never know. Maybe he was once an 80s comedian. Alright, here comes Robert Scott. Hands rocking. Everything's moving. Here we go. One more time for your first comedian of the night, Robert Scott.
All of day in LA, and so like a hot word, I heard you live in a country where the only black guy we saw was on the house. But LA's great. Everybody here is so exotic. Whatever you're into, LA's got it. If you like gays, there's WeGo. If you're into Asians, go to King's. If you like bones, just go back to WeGo. If you like minorities, I'm just saying it's so easy to get laid in LA if you just don't care. Last Tuesday, I went to a dirty talking school teacher who put me in full place on first dates. I like learning. It wasn't until later I found out she taught special ed. I don't know what this is about my performance, so I called her up. She answered and asked me, without skipping a beat, I love 3 critiques. Well, beers feeling your choice got freckles and I've been for dinner. Needless to say, I didn't get an A on my report card.
Here we go. And the show has begun. Robert Scott coming out guns blazing, shooting hot blanks all over the room. Show started. How long have you been on stand-up, Robert? First time ever, thank God. Oh my goodness, thank you, Jesus. First question. How did you try those jokes anywhere else? In your living room? Did they work in your living room? To try to kill itself and you're gonna... Hey, what's your special needs to go with the front? I didn't even go to a Facebook. Oh, you didn't? Just hear what you consider full. What would that sound like if you were going to do it? Sure, why not? We're on the internet. We can't get canceled. Probably some a little more depth, I guess. Yeah, like what? Like what? You don't know? Oh my God, this is so then, is that what you do? No, I'm working in finance. Oh, okay. It's lying that you basically opened up a black guy on a house. What did you mean by that? Twisting violence. No, ethnicities were over, I guess. When you explain it, it's even worse. 80s comedian. Oh my goodness. Tom, what do you think about this guy?
I like the way you fucking took your time. Like you're gonna give us some fucking big I got out by the chair. I love the fact that, you know, you seem to give a shit. Amazing. That you're like close to that, but didn't make that sense.
Yeah. Did you write any jokes? Did you write any jokes that you're like, oh, this is good enough if I get 60 seconds? Can you give us an example of a joke that didn't make the cut? That's like worse. I listen to you, by the way, and I'll guarantee right now that whenever, if you have another one, okay, so I'll guarantee right now that whatever joke he does right now is funnier than all the jokes he did during his set. Anybody want to take my bet? Go ahead, do the joke that didn't make the cut. It's already better.
Has a new feature called Silent Moon. And it's so quiet time because 20 dudes used to pick up chicks. I guess we're gonna do it 3 times.
Has anyone ever told you that you talk like a Asperger? You sound a lot like the guy, like a bad version of the guy that says the things at the end of like a pharmaceutical commercial. You set up the joke perfectly, and then you just ramble through everything else. So, hi everybody, how you guys doing tonight? I took an Uber here, and then I cleaned, and then I was like, thank you very much. Nobody can understand what the fuck you're saying. Are you a little nervous? What's the craziest thing that you've ever done performance-wise before this moment here tonight?
Last time I was like this was preschool.
Preschool? I can imagine adults in preschool.
Don't you apologize for this one for stealing Susan her tickets?
I see you just did it again. We don't have a plus in there in the end. Really got in a bunch of trouble with those.
Stealing soup supper tickets.
Soup supper? What's soup supper?
It's like a spaghetti dinner.
Where are you from? Where the fuck is this place where the only way you can find a black guy is on a housewife? And somehow that's a domestic violence joke, by the way. Still, it's black guy. It's black guy. I just got it. It took an 80s comedian to figure out how bad that joke was. Well, I get it, Tony. Hey, can I have So what do you do for fun, Robert? You just had your first time doing stand-up comedy. What are hobbies like for you? Seem like the kind of guy that likes to fucking chug water and eat white bread, like just like very, like right down the middle, like prison diet. Yeah.
What I like to do.
Come on, play marbles or something.
I like to make up funny captions for certain movies.
Like you make memes. Internal memes. That's one of my favorite songs from Lady Gaga. So you write memes in your head. Do your memes sound like you? Like is the top line like a good setup, and then the bottom just like Do you have any other special skills or talents or anything like that? Good at anything? You ever been a trophy at anything?
This 50 trivia contest.
Trivia?
It's where they give you a free let's go backgrounds.
Where are you from? I still haven't had an answer. What Willy Wonka fucking playland you grew up in?
Indiana.
Indiana. What part near Fort Wayne? My middle of fucking nowhere. I knew it. God, that is a godforsaken place. What? No, we did. We've been miserable every time we've gone to Fort Wayne. Every other city. We have a fucking conversation right now. We played some trivia. That's where we were. What's your love life like, Robert? Are the ladies in your life as silent as the audience is? What's so crazy about the girls, Robert?
The last girl I dated, she went into urgent care with a sore throat, came out with a miscarriage.
Was it weird? Was the miscarriage yours?
I think so. She told me, she sent me a picture of like her holding her hand. It was a pile of shit.
So she sent you a picture of bloody underwear and said, hey, I had a miscarriage.
Yeah, she didn't use those words looking at me for like she called it pregnancy. I had no idea what that was.
My goodness. See, the jokes that you make are as strong as the babies that you make on this.
Let's get this.
Yeah. I agree, and you know what? Dom's the fucking senior. Fucking senior leader of us all, so you gave you a good report, especially, I guess, for your first time. You stayed in the pocket, you answered the questions, you fucking got the show started. It's not an easy position, especially when you're you. Experience over Robert Scott, everybody. There he goes. He's on social media at White Space, all one word. He just had his first time doing stand-up here live on Kill Tommy. So there you go. That's how the show works. That's a guy's first time. Let's keep this fun train moving along. Hold on a minute. Look and put your hands together for Greg Urban. Greg Urban. Wow, here he is. One more time for Greg Urban.
I just say this right off the bat. So you're all looking at me and judging me. I am religious freedom. I can just say all you want to do. Because that's fucking foreigner. You're silent because you didn't know that refugees could be white. They can. I moved to America from Ukraine. You're welcome for the impeachment thing. I'm sorry about Chernobyl. Although, if you're still upset about Chernobyl, imagine how Japanese people feel about you. But yeah, it's nice. It's kind of, it's nice. I'm like an incognito, refugee. I sound like a Midwestern news anchor. I look like a cop on vacation. But on the inside in my head, my inner voice in here is just like, hello everyone, you have a nice face. You look like sexy Russian man. That's what's in my head all the time. I can walk by Donald Trump and make him like represent you. And I go,
there you go, Greg Urban, everyone. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. You're so wacky, Greg. How's it going, man? I've never seen a nerd on steroids before.
I know, right?
Why don't you change the
So let's get this right. You came
Oh,
out
no.
to playing the refugee card, and we know it's hard for white males to get work nowadays, but what you're doing is pretty pathetic, right? It's me, I swear to God, I work somewhere else. How long ago did you move here from the Ukraine?
I was 7, I was in 98, so whenever that was 20 years.
Wow, so it's like, get over it already. You have to be relevant again. Are you an American citizen?
I am.
Heck yeah. So there you go. You ever go and visit the Ukraine?
I have not been back. Actually, my parents will not be there afraid that if I go, I might get trapped. That might happen. Just show up and finish this thing.
Probably. Do they like gays in the military? Or is it just a little Freddie Mercury energy?
That's such a compliment.
Yeah. All right. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Like 10 years.
10 years. Wow, Dom, I saw you grab your microphone immediately. Think about this guy, 10 years in the game.
I was thinking about
If you looked like a pro, like if by chance the audio went out on the stream, but the video kept rolling, these people probably think this guy destroyed, you know what I mean? He just looks like a rock star.
I was a musician for a long time before I started doing stand-up.
Okay, the one thing I would say is just straight up comedy. Like, you've been doing it 10 years. You know that you wasted 20 like a minute. You don't have to tell everybody that we don't know that white people can be refugees. Just give them fucking jokes. You wasted 20% of your minute. Just stealing on somebody that you care about.
See, I'd love to know how horrible of a magician you must have been to avoid that. Sir, how long were you magicianing for?
I think I started doing magic like 7th grade. I had a dove for a little bit. Actually, I owned 2 doves. One time,
Did it die on stage?
no.
How did it just die in its cage? Was it in your
I had apparently in a kidney failure because it was inbred. I didn't realize a lot of white doves are inbred. The albino doves, regularly
Are there any tricks that you can do for us right now? Is there anything we can give you, like a ball or? Wow, okay. Here, let's get some,
everyone tricks that are going Billy this. Put your hands up. Just right here.
Here we go.
Thank you. Then take your hands, flip them like that. And then hand over the other and grab them like that. So you don't have to do the
Everybody
just
know
like the trick it down here. Okay, good. Now it's important.
Is everyone doing?
Now if everyone do that, you ready? Here we go. They can't do it. That's the trick, is that they can't do it. I do it.
Wow, that's incredible. We'll get another episode of Game Magic with Greg Berman. This is incredible. Up next is going to make a dildo appear out of his asshole.
That magic trick with the do is great.
Oh my God. You're 80s comedians. Wow. That's incredible. So, magician and comedy. So you have 2 things that your parents are disappointed in you for. That's amazing. What are your parents like? They still live in America?
Yeah, they're in Minnesota, that's right.
Okay. What do you like to do for fun? Give us a fun fact about it.
What do I like to do for fun? I like to play guitar. It's like the one thing I do that's not fully exploited that I'm not trying to. That's the bad thing to say, because you guys
I wasn't jotting down your address. That's not what I was jotting down. No one's ever questioned you. Specific evidence. Are you ready to overdrive your career? You look like if Jeffrey Dahmer did CrossFit. It's true. That's true. It's absolutely true. He looks like if Jeffrey Dahmer, instead of eating corpses, ate creatine. Has anyone told you that before? Yeah, a couple times. Fun times, man. You got through it. People have to probably hear other jokes. Anything else about me after this conversation?
You said you like to have a chat. I'm down.
Yeah, absolutely. Dom plays very well with what you don't know your best.
Serial killer too.
That's right. Well, one more time for Great Bird. Everybody on social media. Playing for the band, everyone. New songs every episode. Day they practice for hours right before the episode. We'll play music for you guys every time. Alright, this looks like an interesting name. Mario Caballero? Am I saying that right? If your name's Mario, C-A-B-A-T-O. Mario Caballero? Hey, shine that light out there one more time. Shine that light out there. Keep going. Alright, that's good. Hey. Alright. Just wanted to see what that was. Here's some twig on his head. It's just very clear it is right there. Sometimes I wish I didn't have to pull names out of a bucket, you know what I mean? Sometimes I wish I could just be like, alright, pull a name out of the bucket, put your hands together for Bando, everyone, Bando. Alright, here we go. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Here he is, Bando, everybody. Everybody's pushing into the bear tonight. Okay, Bando, very good. So you're racist, you're from Cleveland. It's funny you mention that because tickets just went on sale for Big Kill Tony in Cleveland right after we go to Pittsburgh and Columbus. Heck yeah. You still live? How long have you been in Orange County? I live in the Bay Area for 10 years. I moved to Orange County about 3 years ago. I've been in California about 15 years. What made you come out here? Custody stuff with my kid. I just think it's same old grind, same old people. So, buddy of mine was a roommate. So you had custody problems with your kid in Cleveland? So I'm guessing you didn't get the kid. How did he turn out? Good. What is he up to now?
He's all about the DMT and the fucking acid.
Very good. Is he racist too?
You have to be.
Really?
I'm just kidding. No, man. 2020 almost. You can't be like that anymore. It's bullshit. But you wish you could, right? You're very sad about it. It's just talk different all over the country. And people say things that it's not racist in LA for sure. But they're just talking. They don't mean it in a bad way. And I ignore that. So there's
Give us a good example. Like one of your favorite ones.
yeah, like what? Okay, so like, whenever you're like, oh my God, you should have seen that when I went to the grocery store the other day, and the Shine cashier was really sweet. Like, he rented a glass of wine. I was like,
Wait, you almost said the N-word? Did you think about it? Did you think about it?
okay, that's for a racist example. Don't fuck with context.
You can be racist without thinking about it. Wow. Have you ever racially stereotyped someone just to figure out that you were wrong about something? Like, were you ever suspicious of someone for something and then,
Let's put it that way. So I've seen it all ends of the spectrum.
talking about the guy who gave you a band out?
That's the young guy, the guy who got those tattoos. That's a little bit.
I want to know about bad decisions made.
Bad decisions. What do you do for? Actually, I was a jury member for 7 years. So the April, thank you very much. All my employees kept their jobs. And I'm kind of a security consultant and opening up and open mics in Long Beach. I get my send all these calls, going through any noise. So I hop on at corporate shows and stuff like that for other companies and stuff like that. I got Dean Ray at the Newport Beach, Heritage Beach, all November 14th.
Joshua, what do you think about this?
Well, first of all, I know Marie just got to gloss over the fact that his parenting line is he's not an opiate to that. We're just gonna gloss right past that. He was a very old Republican from 216, but he's not shooting heroin. So
What does your son do for work?
he works at the kitchen and maintenance and stuff at Color Beach.
It's jobs, you know what I mean? It's not having a father.
Fair enough.
Your son was a girl.
Well, it's the 80s, everybody. Don't forget they're from the 80s. It's very important. They're not being full. And what's something about you that we'd be surprised to know? You say you're such a nice guy. You have tattoos up to your knuckles.
So I'm married to this thing being from psychologist. And so I've taken a lot of things she brings up in my life, and so I meditate. And, I really try to be mindful and nutritious and stuff. Take my time for things.
So you meditate every day?
Yeah, at least 10 minutes.
That's pretty fun. What ethnicity is your wife?
Basically,
Yeah.
blonde hair, blue eyes,
She have tattoos as well?
if you
So
saw her, maybe she's like girls.
Condos property. How'd you win her over? What was your big move? Where'd you guys meet up?
We've been through some mutual friends. Just happened to have us at dinner at the same time. We had an awesome conversation.
First shoulder chance of the night. It's caught fire. What was the conversation that you guys had? Do you remember?
It's just real conversation.
Just bullshitting and agreeing, trying to get in her pants, right? Like, oh yeah, holistic psychology, beautiful. How great is that? The work that you do is hiding your fucking tattoos, right? You're like, you hate them too? How long did it take you to hook up with her after that first meeting? Was it that night?
No, it was my birthday.
You mean she moved into her place after you?
She got bust out of San Francisco. I'm like, where you going?
How long have you been on stand-up? 8 months. Hell yeah, man. You got through it. My recommendation on a show that where you get 60 seconds would be to, you don't have to say give it up for the band and the guests, like we already did that.
I know who I am, man. That's hospitality. That's my thing. That's just who I am as a person. I'm from the Midwest.
Love it. Okay, Bando. There's a lot of people from the Midwest that are right.
There's a lot of people listening from the Midwest that are like, this guy does not represent us.
Well, Bando, glad you made it out. Anything else for Bando, guys? He's an 80s comedian, guys. For those of you.
Listen, I haven't eaten a night plate in a long time.
Okay, okie dokie. Let's just keep moving along. Bando, everybody. There goes Bando on Instagram. Bando. I'd like to give that special apology to Apollo 13, Aphrodite, somebody give the guy with the toilet on his head, all the black people in the room. We'd like to apologize. If you could just edit that out. Alright, back to the bucket we go. You guys having fun out there? Clearly anything can happen. You've already heard 2 words that you can't hear on cable or network TV here tonight. I'll put another name out, make some noise for Maria Berger.
Thank you. You guys, I was at a football tailgate over the weekend, and a couple of my girlfriends were talking about trying each other's breast milk. Because that's what you do at a football tailgate, right? Talking about breast milk. And my one girlfriend says, if I like totally try your breast milk, how bad would it be? I think it tastes like Captain Crunch, right? So I think maybe we go into hospitals now, and with the new mothers, we just ask for a sample, right? And then the other girlfriend goes, oh, no, I can't try your breast milk, it's dairy free. And I'm like, she doesn't know the definition of dairy, but she's definitely calling her friend a cow. Alright guys, thank you so much.
Hell yeah, 48 seconds, Maria Berger. Set of the night so far. Fuck yeah. Absolutely, you did it. Jones hit it. That's it. Everybody say that. Setups, punchlines, rock and roll. Maria, welcome to the show. It's your first time on, right?
First time on, yeah.
How long have you been on stand-up?
I'm in my 3rd year.
Third year, absolutely. All here in Los Angeles.
I started in Portland.
Portland. Great scene up there. You're at the Healy.
Yep. I started in Healy.
And then there's that little clown room, whatever. The Cloud House. That's very nice. How long have you been in Los Angeles?
I lived here for 5 years. I went back to Portland for a couple years for work, and then came back here.
What do you do for work?
I work in social media.
Oh, wow. What do you do for social media?
I work with big brands, tech years over the 9 years.
Great. Will you teach us stuff about how to hook up social media? Anything you want to know. Welcome. You're the new social media
immediately turned their heads when he graduated, the first ever person to win that position. Oh yeah, that's so cool. You're willing to work for free for us. It's so awesome and giving of that. So what else were you? You work here now, social media. You've done stand-up for 3 years. You hit all loaded up in like Seattle. Long times. Everybody back there, that's goddamn right. A lot of you might not know. A lot of you normies might not know. Comedians fuck like banshees all the time. If you're not fucking or masturbating aggressively after not succeeding in trying to fuck. So, I mean, comedians have you fucked? Nice. I'll figure it out, yeah. Absolutely. You a steady boyfriend or something like that? No? Just working? Okay. Alright. Really? You're not the first comedian that's been on this stage tonight to have a rabbit at some point in their it's a magician joke. Rabbit is a tiny vibrator with an app that was a magician on earlier for those of you keeping stats. Right, as I explained it, the joke worked, everybody. So Maria, how do you, if you don't mind me asking, how do you satisfy yourself without any life at all whatsoever? You just try to sleep when I can. Try to sleep when you can. What does that mean? I don't get it. I don't get it. When you work 9 hours a day and you go to mics all night or shows, you don't sleep a lot. So I try to sleep.
So Tony was trying to ask me, you come and you're like, fucking
Hey, whatever it takes. I figured since you work in social media, I figured like you might put yourself in like your phones or something. Crazy. What's more information about you? What do you think makes you different than other people? You have any crazy parts of your life story? I don't know, breast reduction. Yeah, you put a lot. They didn't do that back in the 80s. This guy never heard of it.
so leave the background.
How big were you? I was a 34 double G. She's never hooked up with a comedian where she just made them come in their pants just that. 34 double G. You will do anything to not get laid. This is incredible. I've never seen anyone this fucking take such a stand that you are just done with guys breastfeeding your vagina sewn up too. Wow. You feel better now that you've had the reduction? Yeah, my surgeon actually broke her ribs the next day because it was such an intense surgery. Your surgeon broke her ribs. Oh, yeah. Really, really big. That's like, was that like a disease? Like, that was a little bit too funny for you. You better watch out. You're not talking. A friend of mine actually has some kind of disease where her roots actually hang down to those like so usually we're not big they were so now they just like even better. It was better, life's better. Did
you keep the rooms from
They should have. Yeah. What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up or taking a nap? I like to travel, ride horses once in a while. Oh, wow, you ride horses. You go to the equestrian district in Burbank. I've been there, yeah. Right. My goodness, you ever have anything crazy happen while riding horses? You ever go to the Saddle Ranch and ride the bull? No. Yeah, that is the one. My goodness. That's so fun, Maria. Find you to be an intriguing character. Give her courage. She has her shit to you. Yeah. She holds herself extremely well. She's not cracking any of my questioning whatsoever. Normally I would want to see you drive myself or have a shit. Sure, check. Well, in my next things, yeah.
should have seen her when she had 34 double G. She was like the guy
לא
from
אפילו
the
להכיר
Winning
את
300
החידוש הזה.
that turns
התוצאה,
on
אם
him
אנחנו
and
מסתכלים על
runs
החידוש הזה,
shit.
כן צריך להגיד את החידוש. שזה רוצה חצי כזית לאכול,
Have you ever
לעשות
tasted that breast milk? Okie dokie.
רוצה לשים על המזבח.
That's my friend Brian. Trash
בסוף
can.
זה לפעמים הרוסו,
All right, Maria. I'll tell you this. Unbelievable set. I don't want to sound like I'm hating on the ladies, but it's a very, very rare instance in which she gets in and then a woman comes in and fucking shows everybody who it's It's very impressive. Time for Maria Brochet. She's on social media at Maria Brochet. All one word. BRUGG. Hell yeah. First time on Peltoni.
אתה שם אותו על המזבח.
Fun here tonight. It's a world
אז
class.
מצוין. שמתי אותו על המזבח, ואולי זה גם מסתרק כזה,
I thought her last name.
אבל לא, הייתי בכל מחשב, והייתי בכל מחשב, זה, עשית בדיוק מה שצריך לעשות. את החצי זית מהשקית הזאת, עמד בשפחה. זה מצוין. חצי זית מהשקית הזאת, שעמד בשפחה על המזבח, זה מצוין. נו, אז אולי זה כן מסתרק, עשית שתי דברים נכונים. זה משהו לא מצטרק. ואז לא אומרים לי, משהו אני חושב.
Here she comes, everybody. One more time for Jasmine Moore. As a child, I was wanting in massage therapy. Well, the massage she gave me put my ass in therapy. This one time I went to this Instagram live coach. I told her and she said, well, at least see how she's using it for good. I was like, for good? This bitch cracked the fucking code. She figured had a diddle and get paid. Oh my God. I'll show up, book an appointment with some cool gagas, hoping that she. Okay, well instead, I would leave a Yelp review, 1 star for the finger that she stuck in my inner child. Welcome to the show, Jocelyn. This is your first time on, correct? How long have you been doing stand-up? This is probably my 7th time. 7th time ever doing stand-up. Congratulations. Yeah. I've never heard stand-up. She's still practicing? Yeah, she is currently still practicing as an RT. I looked her up today and saw a photo of her, and she said that she likes to assist people with her energy. And I was like, yeah, fucking cool. So what exactly did she do to you? She molested me. Yeah, see, I totally practiced and wrote this fucking bit, and then let's talk about what really happened here. So you went in, and then what happened? I went in. Oh, no. I didn't actually go to see her. But the thing, what I was trying to say is that I looked her up today. I've been wanting to confront her. Confront my abuser that I know that I remember because I was a child. See, I missed the real big chunk of the story. You still don't have it. You still haven't explained. Okay, so when I was just going through the story, let's not talk about the bit. Let's not talk about what you were going to do. Let's not talk about what went wrong. Let's just try to figure out what the fuck you're talking about. So, Jocelyn, tell us again what happened. Okay, well, I was a child, and my neighbor girl, she came in as a friendly face and tricked my entire family and would touch my pussy. Wait a second. This is your
babysitter. We didn't really have babysitters as an Indian family. It's just usually friends that like come in. If I need help, we need to take care of the kids that happen. So she's like an older teenager girl who used to come kick it with my siblings, and then we would have tea parties in my bedroom, and she'd tell me to wear the bathing suit. I was curious, Jessie, why you picked this subject as the first time I go. Yeah. You know what? It was really good in my mind. I was laughing so much yesterday and today. No, when I was writing this stuff, I was laughing and I was having so much fun. Yeah, I can't quite yeah, I should have went with the other bit that I was working on. But I've been recently trying to find ways to heal from this trauma. So you're going and so, no, but I actually think some of the shit about seeing a therapist about it. She's going to talk with strangers. I know. Oh my God. Have you ever been with a woman as an adult? Yeah. And I don't know, that's my thing. It's been a question since like really opening up and talking about my abuse. But I was like, am I gay? Am I not gay? Am I bi? And I look up and the last moment I gagged a lot while eating the pussy. What on a second here? Suggest, why do you think you were gagging this time? Was it the taste? Was it? I don't know if it was actually. All right, hand me over here, buddy. There you go, pal. Now the show continues. There's a whole thing going on. So what do you think happened? Well, she was also 51 years old, so but she looked really young, and she has a plastic surgeon boyfriend, and she just wanted a boob fest, and she ate me out in a Rolls Royce, so it was pretty fucking cool. Wow, look at that. You got that for the see, there's so much that I need to work through. I'm really proud of that story. Really Rolls Royce, my goodness, if you're going to eat on an Indian, it should be somebody in a Cherokee if you're right. So rarely do I get to go. I've waited 12 years to do that job. Just been waiting to find an Indian girl tell you I gotta get her pussy eaten in a car of some kind. I would sit with a woman Evans Cherokee. And then what? She's like, your turn. Yeah. Well, not really your turn. I was like, okay, I'm here. We're hungry. Let's try it. And I'm hungry. Oh my God, do you actually eat the pussy? Wow, so Jessie, tell us about you. What do you do for work? I am a rapper and I do shows for You're a rapper? Yes, how long have you been rapping for? I think I've been writing poetry and I turned to rap. Let me ask you a question. If our drummer Joel Jimenez laid down what beat, do you think you could give us a little rap here? Yeah, we could do that. I'd be kind of like, no, I have no drum. Oh, you just want to go straight off the pillow? Go right ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Jessie Power. I'm a little psychotic, mixed with symbolic knowledge. Fuck your college. I'm a stack you look flawless with my scar face. I'm a modest goddess, sitting in the back row, taking no cues on my own skin. No, get a load of the bullshit. You trying to fill my mind with, but I ain't got time to listen to your wine, bitch. Listen to me rhyme, bitch. You wanna spend your time with this? Chocolate go down where you go ride with. Pull up to the seat in my big ring fit. Hop in, turn over your just wanna re-up. Reach up to the sky, heaven's high, grab a lot of then you start to climb. I'm not trying to get in the beat. It's not the fairy tale. You a soft bitch. Ferret's tail.
Wow, look at that. Wow. You make the rabbit out of the crowd. Wow, hell yeah.
Heck yeah, you're like MIA if she flew paper planes into the World Trade Center. You host the great show.
Yeah, I host the great show. Birthday tasting things.
Oh wow, so you're sort of like a YouTube
It's not on my channel, so I'm not their channel. So my YouTube stuff. It's like my music shit on my stuff, but yeah, I like to eat. We hear we hungry. That's for real.
you're like Slumdoggy Dog.
Oh my god, I can't believe I just fucked that one up so bad.
Even sometimes I blow my own mind. I mean, that is just so good. Anyway, anything else we should know about you, Jocelyn?
Yeah, there's a lot. I really like chopping up garlic really fine. My favorite word is ginkgo biloba. And yesterday was the 13th year of my brother's death.
Everybody clap for that one. Is it was 9/11 again? Hold on a second here. Jocelyn, I find you to be so charismatic and so interesting. For 7 times on stage, I mean, I blanked out completely my very first time on stage. So, I mean, like, you know, you're talking about crazy stuff, you're taking chances. It's definitely not easy to open up talking about the most traumatic part of your life. And it just goes to show the backbone of artists that you are. So I'm excited to believe that you'll sign up again. We'll have fun again next time.
Yeah, well, fuck,
I got Jocelyn Power, everybody. She's on social media at Horse Power, HORSEPOWAR. Oh yeah, before we get back to the bucket, let's take a moment to plug our favorite sponsor, Infinite CBD. And we're back. Welcome back to Kill Tony. It's incredible. It's a beautiful, magical thing. You guys ready to get back to the show? Back to the bucket we go. Where it smells, nobody knows. This guy texting. Shit, no fucking respect.
He's got a good blazer on though.
No, honestly, people's sad stories of their lives gives me very refreshing energy. Hold on, the name out of the bucket makes voice for John Daniel Luna, everybody. John Daniel.
No.
Boulevard, Cleveland.
What are you doing? What? Are you sliding on the ice while you're learning Torah? The doctor told me that the medical office
John Daniel Luna, everyone.
You're not moving your legs. You didn't learn about
First, I want to talk about skin disease is called psoriasis. A lot of people think I have the Michael Jackson disease, but I have to tell them, like, no, I don't fuck kids.
Alijo, sube bרגע שמונה לי.
I'm pretty excited because I have these new shoes. They're these pink Nike Cortezes. There's a half gay, but I'm full Mexican. I'm half gay or bi. Some people might say I'm incorrect. Yeah, this guy came up to me at one time. He looked at my shoes and he's like, I don't bang. It's like, sir, that's very homophobic of you to say to me. I want to lean in.
John Daniel Luba coming in. Big moves. Big moves tonight. Amazing performance. You fucking did it. That's exactly how it's done, John Daniel Luba. This is your second time on the show, am I correct? Yes, sir. And that went better than the first time, right? Yeah, yes it did. Okay, I promise you it did. To be honest with you. Congratulations. Very good. So, is it true that you're half gay? What does that mean exactly? I'm like pansexual, but I don't like pansexual. I'll try to. Take a look at your report. I don't think so. That's a 2019, right? He's out there with full finger job. So explain to us, remind us what pansexual means for just dumb meatheads up here. I guess, I mean, I don't say anything, but I guess anything. It's like, you don't anything. You just did. When you say you don't want to say anything, that means you'll fuck anything. You'll fuck some flesh like or flesh darkness. Like men, women, but then like non-binary. Hell yeah. So, what's the most, I guess, non-binary thing you've ever had sex with? Is that the right way of asking that? What's the weirdest thing you ever fucked, pal? Just get canceled just then. Yeah, I'm saying. The internet canceled us. We just got word. You're no longer streaming. Everything's gone. Go ahead. This girl, I don't know, she had like, geez, you don't even know how to explain that. Yeah, I don't know, she had like a dick and then boobs, and yeah, she's like, man, I got this. How big were the boobs? Double G? Normal size boobs and a dick. What was your voice like? Feminine? Feminine, yeah. How big was the, penis? Normal size. Geez, your memories, it's geez, your skin. I remember it. There we go. John Daniel, how long have you been on stand-up comedy? 6 months. 6 months. It's fucking awesome for 6 months. Very impressive. Very impressive stuff. What do you like to do when you're not on I know this. It's so funny. I once dated a girl that met up with a group, and they don't play Quidditch together. This was a long time ago. You ever hit it before you quit it? Where was it? You guys play at like Camp Pacific Park or something like that? We play at very good. And how long have you been playing Quidditch for? Probably like 5 years, like in college, like in the first year of college. You played Quidditch in college? Yeah. What's the name of that college? It's Emerson College. I'm pretty sure you have somewhat of a ballpark idea what this is. Now, if you don't know, Quidditch is the sport from Harry Potter, which is obviously a movie and story about witchcraft and the wizardry, right? Yeah, so you guys basically have correct me where I'm wrong here. You guys take broomsticks, right, out in the field, sort of, and then there's a ball, right? And you guys basically pretending here. You did not. So it's like, I don't know, we used to use brooms, but now it's like starting to be like more like athletic and competitive. It's like we don't use brooms anymore. It's like PVC, and then it's like full contact. Thank God. So okay. For those of you that don't keep up on your Quidditch, PVC, that's like when they allowed aluminum bats in League Baseball. So the PVC is lighter. You have more agility with that. Oh yeah, for sure. How often do you play Quidditch?
I practice like every once a week. I'd love to see a Quidditch move.
Yeah, can you show us? Can you give us a little? Is there anything on? Do you have a Quidditch stick back there anywhere? Is there? Can we use the mic stand?
Yeah, right, yeah. I'll hold your mic.
Yeah, we got it. How many you want to see this guy play some Quidditch? Hold on one second. We gotta get the there it is. Anyway,
This is in regulation.
hold on 1 second here. We gotta get the all right. Can we get Danny, can we get some Quidditch lighting? What's that up there? What the fuck is that? Standing oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. It's our first ever Quidditch opportunity in the show's history, and the lights guy isn't there.
Everyone just close their eyes.
David, can you? Jesus Christ. Okay. Wow, Jeremiah Zippy on the ones and twos here. Stealing the scene from the actual Quidditch player. Here we go, John Daniel. Yeah, that's basically it, right? Here you go, Zippy. You got that one. That's it, right? All right, well, there you go.
I feel like you have to use the dices.
Literally the most anticlimactic thing I've ever been part of in my entire life.
I mean, it's not that exciting.
But you do it once a week and you practice, and then you have competitions.
Yeah. Maybe just go through telling us how athletic it is. I mean, I can't do anything standing right here. Like it's full contact. The most exciting part is like it's full contact. You tackle people. Like, you do, yeah.
You pretty fast guy out there on the field.
I'm more like, yeah, I am like the keeper, but like the keeper, like, I can like go through people, like it takes people to tackle me, so I think it's like spells and stuff.
Surprises. I'll tell you what, John, no doubt about it. Set of the night so far, a huge improvement from the last time you were on. You guys have anything for John Daniel Luna? We all good? You played through? There he goes, John Daniel Luna. John Daniel Luna, one of the best parts of the show. You see somebody go up upset, or he's upset, comes back later and absolutely destroys it. For John Daniel Luna, that's a scandal on social media. All one word, John Daniel Luna. Let's skip the bucket. We'll go back to it a little bit later. But for right now, let's bring up one of the regulars on this show. The show has 2 regulars, which means that they're being developed in the farm system here at Kiltony, just flexing new minutes every single game that they write in. It's a lot harder than being pulled out of the bucket. Maybe you haven't been here for a few months, so you have enough time to write another good minute. These guys are writing new minutes every single week. And especially this week, where you've done 8 episodes total over the past 7 days. This is their 8th minute in over 7 days. So this is not an easy position to be in. This guy had a big breakthrough this week, and I'm excited to see if it carries over to LA. I present to you one of my favorite comedians. He's a very polarizing figure. People either love him or hate him. I present to you the one and only William Montgomery, everybody. Here he is. Here he is. Live in the flesh, the big red machine, the one and only William Montgomery. Let's give it up for Bobby Ryan, Los Angeles.
TSA agents are also magicians, just because last time Carlos pulled a gun out of my ear. Who's running down the road the other day and saw license plate, was a PVT high. When I drove up to the guy and I was like, "Are you a private eye?" And he was like, "What are you talking about?"
מצליח לאכול בעוד יומיים, וזה חוץ לזמן, וזה יש סופו. אולי זה קורס של המוח, זה היסוד של המוח. אוי, לא הייתי לבנות של המוח.
Were you winking? Were you winking there at the end? Were you doing that new wink that you do?
I was not. Y'all should have seen me in Sacramento for probably 2 minutes. I was winking at certain people in the audience. They loved it.
Well, he does this new thing now where he winks at people in the audience and the crowd goes wild. That's very impressive. Some people, listen to the crowd go wild. He's doing the thing. I can tell you guys were skeptical at first, and now you're feeling that weak energy. He's doing it. They love it. Look at how Charlie works. William Montgomery himself. He's still looking at you, Josh. You know Josh?
He's come on the Joe Cast.
Oh, there you go. Just keeps on improvising, right?
כשהוא קצת הפרישה, הוא לא חשב שום דבר עשוי. הוא לא חשב לא על המקום המקום, לא על הזמן המקום. יש תקה. לא סמיכי, ואוי לבי, תתקו תזמנו. אבל תוך כדי שעושה את העבודה השנייה, שהוא לא כזה חבותי, או העבודה השלישית שלו, לא הוליס, או העבודה הוליס, להפיק.
The entire time we all slept in the same big house together, all this stuff. You were a heavy reader, you have snoring issues for sure. Able to be heard floors away and hallways very far.
בעבודה ראשונה כבר התחיל ברגל שמאל, הוא חשב שהוא יחיד לזמן, שהוא יוכל את זה בעוד 3 שנים, אז הוא רץ מיד. ואז לא עושה אותי, לא יהיה לי משהו, הוא שר עבודות, הוא שר. היא מחשבה לא טובה. אבל לפעמים מהגבינות נקודים, ואוהד רביעי כפות לזמן. הוא התחיל שם מחוץ לזמן באיזושהי סלעה, זהו שכל הזמן נצלסת. יש מושג שכל מי שלמד מצוות יודע את זה חזק, ומי שלא, בדיוק עם הבוים. זה שכשמחשבת פיגורים, שאתה חושב לעצמך, שאתה תסגל, שאתה תוכל לבלקות הזמן, הדרך בגבי שיכול לעבוד, אין שום מחשבה אחרת נוגדת. אסור להוסיף עוד מחשבה לטובה. אם יש שתי מחשבות לא טובות, בוא נגיד שאתה חושב שזה גם חוץ למקום וגם חוץ לזמן, תוכל את זה במעדים, תוכל את זה כבשיר וגם באופן שני, 3 שנים זה לא נותן לך קודס. למה? כי הוא לא לבד. זה צריך אין את המחשבה הזאת, אם מחוץ לזמן לבד, אז זה עובד. אז כל הזמן נגיד האלה רואים מחוץ לזמן, זהו שקורה, מה כדי חוסר.
That was very impressive. Clearly the P90X is working.
How many more did he do than you thought he was going to do?
He did. Like sit down. These guys in the audience, you don't want to turn the volume. He will get you.
זה בעוד 3 שנים, לא רק בבית שמש, אבל בעוד 3 שנים בברית של הבן שלך. בכל מהסוג זמן או שהתחיל עם מחשבה שפשוט הזמן, לא עושה נתיב, אוי, אני בפיזים כאלה, ובנוסף, לא משנה מה התחלת, לא משנה איפה הגיע כסף, אפילו אם התחלת בזמן, תציג נתיב, לא, תראי שאתה נוסעים, אחד מהעבודות אחרות, תחוץ למקום, זה הולך לחוץ לזמן, חוץ לזמן, הוא מאוד מאוד עדין, הוא חייב להיות לבד, וכל זה לא זה נתיב, אוי, אני מחוץ לזמן, לא שנקור הרמה בגלצה וזה לא טוב. לא נכנס חלקי. זה דבר שחתר בוא נגיד שנגדל השקר וגשב והוא צריך הוא נכנס לגסמית בתחומה
It's incredible that you can get away with material like that just while breathing about this life. I started with a dude named It's the same kind of energy that used to bring him to space. Yeah, that was no doubt about it. You know, I'm down about some fucking movie. I agree with that 100%. There's some comedians that just have a little bit of a mythical spark to them. While all the haters I've seen it say, William doesn't write real jokes. William doesn't do comedy the way I think it should be done. But, I've seen him this week alone write two. He's divisive, but I've seen him write two new divisive theory thing, which is very funny. The winking thing, which is very funny. He was winking people as he was walking up on it. He was doing it in the Airplane meet and greets, massive lines of meet and greets after the 6 sold-out shows. We were all signing things and this and that. It's this whole line of us. People are moving now. Williams was standing there just waiting for them. It's very impressive. How about one more time for the great William Logan, everybody? New minute every single episode. William Montgomery. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time now. Time. We have another regular on this show, everybody. It's a few weeks into his regular ship here. We have a lot of fun. This guy writes a brand new minute every week, and it's always very, very funny. Like again, he's coming off of his brand new minute this week on the show. And I'll just warn you guys, if you make fun of this guy, he is worthless. I mean, if you're going to make fun of him, I'll be very careful. I've never warned the guests in the history of the show. Just know that I put that warning out. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present you a brand new minute from one of my favorite roasters, one of my favorite comedians, and the new regular on Tony. It's David Lucas, everybody. Here he is. Powerful David Lucas. Come on, guys, make some fucking noise for David Lucas.
Ostatnie szło zajść złam, zajść na przyszedł. A chłop, zajść samochód. Samochód, zapytać złam. O, a fu, wszystkie zajść samochód. Usa wszystkie złam wtedy. Dlaczego usa zajść na chłop, usa chłop samochód. O, taki zajść, taki zajść. Taki zajść samochód,
It was like this nigga is dressed like a bikini softball player. I don't know why the fuck he got that big up there and fake memes otherwise. I ain't really quit watching basketball.
Same man, we used to do that music class. So we had a music teacher who was First of all, how dare you? Second of all, I will not take these insults from fairly 82. Fuck out of here.
Hey, ain't Tony dressed like a public defender? Your shit,
Right, public defending you. Look at you.
השבעה הם אסורים באכילה.
Unless you're wearing the fucking camouflage.
אבל נמצא, אני אומר ששמים על המזבח. אז הוא הולך להקטיר את
You done white
זה
face?
השאלה,
Is that just what happens when you get into a fucking
השאלה, מה שנשאר במשפט 3, כאילו, בטענה נשאר משהו, האם משהו
another
כאילו
episode of
את
Finish That
האינץ
Shit?
על המזבח, האם היה לזה השפעה
I noticed
על מה
lately you
שנשאר
wear a lot
בטענה
of camouflage.
במשפט 3.
Why is that exactly? What do
האם
you think
מספר
that
4
is?
מישהו השפעה על מספר 3? מה נפגעים? כי הרי
Like your
מספר
style.
3 אסור לכל, אסור לכל.
Hell yeah, that's what I always say.
מה שאתה מקטיר בקבוצה זה מקטיר לאכול את השאלה, זה מקטיר לאכול את
I'm
מספר
all
3.
by myself.
אבל מספר
Looking in
3
the mirror,
לעולם
that's
לגמרי,
exactly what
אי
I
אפשר לעולם לאכול אותו, למה? כי חסר הרוח, לא יודע מה, אי אפשר לאכול אותו. בדרך כלל יש כזה משהו שהוא קדוש, אתה משתמש בו, אז אמרת מילה, מעלת למשהו שבו שמים בו. תגיד כמובן ראשון פנים,
Dave Lucas just went with us to Sacramento and San Francisco. We shot the world. It's unbelievable. We had so much fun. Any highlights for you or anything like that? What was that like hanging out with everybody? Fun fact, I'll just say it. Both of the regulars on the show are extreme
אז הורדתי את המילה, כי הפועלים של הפועל, אבל אם הפועלים לא יכול לאכול את זה בכל אוכל, אז לא הורדת כלום. אז עדיין יש בזה מילה, כאילו השתמשתי בזה, אמרת. מה שיורד במילה זה שכיוון שהפועלים יכול לאכול את זה. אחרי שאני שם את הקבוצה על המזבח, אז פתחתי את המנהיג, נתתי רשות לפועלים לאכול את זה, אז זה כבר מילה, מה יש מילה, מה אני השתמשתי במשהו של הביטמין, כאילו של הביטמין, זה כאילו של הפועלים עכשיו. אבל הפועל לא יכול לאכול את זה. אז לא הבנתי כלום, בגלל ששמתי את הקבוצה על המזבח בנוגע לשירה הזאת. והפועל לא יכול לאכול את זה, והפועל לא יכול לאכול את זה, יכול להיות שעדיין אסור להשתמש בזה. אם אני משתמש בזה, אני חייב או שם, בכל משהו. לא שירה משפחות סיבור קבוצה רק טובה. אחרי הקבוצה, ברבחי, מספר 2. מה, מקטי קונצלה, נציג ביוקרון, ממשיכים הלאה, מקטירים מספר 4. וכאן מלון ראשון, שירה עם אסורים בפיל. לפי אנחנו מספר 3, שירה עם אסורים בשגלה. מה אומרים שאין לנו הכתובות, מספר 4, האם זה יעזור לי בפיגון, להקטין מדינים, האם זה יעזור לי להוציא את זה ממילים, אומר אבונו, אפילו לבקי, במה זה יוצא, אומר בעצם יש לי ממש שווה. אם אתם רוצים חסר בשר מהביס המלבוש, תעשו חייב לאכול בבשר מתחת בזמנים שלא רוצה וזה עתידה. אז עכשיו אסור לפועלים לאכול את זה, בדיוק כמו השיריים שחסרו, אסור לפועלים לאכול את זה. הכהן, בכל הבזמין שלנו, הוא עושה זריקה בדם. האם הוא מוליד את האיסורים למהפכה הזאת בחוץ? הכהן לעולם לא יכול לעשות. אולי אני לא יורד, זה בזמן נכון. אני אומר, אפילו לא רוצים לדבר על זה קומיונטי, אני לא אומר, אפילו זה לקדם, אין צריך. אני לא רוצה. תודה. עכשיו מה שיוצא החוצה, מי זה באים? כי כל הקולבן, כל הבשר יוצא. רק מה? יותר שמחוז לא מלאך את זה. יש לך סוג שיוצא בזה החוצה. אתה רואה את הסוג? זה 100%. זה בשר שהיה מקודם.
I'm gonna stop this all right here because I love both of you too much to watch this.
אבל חיסון היה לי... אבל כאן אתה מדבר על קבוצה. שלח חלק מזה, תקשיב בגופי, יש שם בעיה בגוף המוצא. אתה יכול לראות שחסר. ולענו לתואר, אז כאן יכול להיות שלכולם לא יעזור שאתה מקטיר. יש כאן
Is that true?
שסובב בנושא עצמי. ממש התקפה.
I've never even heard of Jesus. Is that true?
אפילו לבנייה זה לא מתחיל זיפי רוזי אפילו לבנייה זה כמו שזיתה לא ממילה בחירה לבשר שיצא החוצה זה לא שיצא החוצה אני מיני יוצא בפנים אבל בסוף מי שבפנים מה יהיה פה? משהו חסר, נכון חסר, אבל אני לא נמצא במקום טוב, אם אתה בפנים, אז תפיסה אותה, לא, אבל אם אתה בחוץ, אתה בחוץ, אתה כבר חלק מהמשחק, אתה כבר חלק מהדבר הזה, אתה כלום, אתה אומר לא, אם אתה נמצא במקום הנכון, בחיים שלך, בראש שלך, אתה נמצא במקום הנכון בניסנים בו, זה היה כבר בהתחלה קצת, זה לא, אתה כבר נמצא במקום, אז מה יש לך את הכל? אבל אתה נמצא במקום הנכון, הראש שלך לא שם, זה לא טוב. ישראל ניס בפנים, מה היה טוב? כמה יכול להגיד, זה מוריד הכל. לא זה מאמין, איך אני, מה היה לעצמי? אבל אם בזמן אחרי איזה שנים, אתה לא יכול שיעור לחוץ, שאני לא ראיתי, אני רואה את זה כמו שלנו. איזה נמצא חוצה, אפילו זיק, אני רואה איזה בעצם. אם זה עובד, זה עובד. אתה רואה שמוזרות את זה, זה תגל, ומה שהאום יצא החוצה מהבשר, הוא יכול, זה מוריד, שזה מוריד את המילה. אבל זו מילה שהכל נמצא שם, אבל מה שחסר, אז לא יעזור שאתה מכתיב את הטוירס למטה, בצד ימין למטה, על משהו, על שיריים שחסרים. ואולי זה אומר, לא, זה יקרה לא מילה בי. אוקיי. מה יש לך כאן? לא, נגיד לי איפה. אפילו זה בנרסת. שלומן. זיקה לא מילה לי יוצא. אבל זיקה נהיה פסי ירוק. כן. קצת שמאל. זיקה לא מילה ביוצא, כי הוא יצא החוצה לגמרי, אז הוא כבר לא במשחק, כאילו הוא בחוץ. וכאן, בתקולת, בשיריים של חסירים, הוא לפעמים לא, אז אחרי, כן, זה לא אמין לי. זה לא בכלל היה שהוא צודק. Islam, הכל זה זמין כל הכל שירה לו, כי זה שלנו, אותו, הנה, המשתמש שלו, כדור, הכל זה זמין כל הכל שירה לו, עוד בשביל זה ניסו שירה לו, אותי לא מלאק זה הכל זה לסייב ואופה, פשוט את הכל, עם הכיזייס, יותר זה מכיר, הכל זה סמין, כל מיני, אותו דבר, אני לא עושה, אבל הוא מוציא את כל הכיזייס, לא כל מיני כיזייס, מתי לא כל מיני כיזייס? אני לא מבינה, ככה אני לא לשבת. לא. לא מבינה, אוקיי, לא חלק על המישהו שלנו בכלל. אז לא מבוגר גיסה עכשיו. כשלוקחים בבית שלו, כשלוקחים, חד משמעית, גם פרס העיקרים. כשלוקחים כותב את המשנה, בברייסר, הוא מוציא לגמרי את המילה, כי זה על כל המקרים, כל העולם המקרים. כולנו. ואז בגלל זה חוסר שלנו בכל הדברים. לא, יש אפשרות, יש אפשרות, שהוא גם חושב